Good morning. Welcome to this conference honoring Bob Jervis. On behalf of Columbia University, the Saltzman Institute, the Political Science Department, and the School of International Public Affairs, welcome. I will confess I'm so thrilled to see you all here today for many, many reasons, one of which is I feel like the proverbial wedding planner whose finally big day has arrived. So thank you all for being with us today. My name is Peter Clement. I'm currently the interim director of the Saltzman Institute, and I'm very honored, actually, to be part of this. Like many of you in the audience, most of you probably know or have worked with Bob Jervis. I'm a relative newcomer to Bob's cohort of friends. I met Bob back in 2005 when I was working at CIA. And Bob would come to the building, one of the few people with the amazing top-level secret clearances which allowed him to reach sensitive estimates. And his specialty was doing postmortems on very, very bad estimates, the most famous one being the Iraq WMD one. So at the time, I was a relatively senior manager at the agency, and I was Bob's point of contact. So he would come in the building, he had access to the building, a cool badge, didn't have to have everybody escort him. And I would take him around to meetings. And at the time, I knew Bob by name. I'd seen a couple of his books. I wasn't an IR guy. And I thought, God, this guy's pretty interesting, and he feels so comfortable here. And I noticed he always wore suits. So I thought, well, you know, he's like a normal guy, dressed up to come to the agency. And I realized, as I got to many visits, Bob would come, and I realized he's like a real intel guy. He knows a lot of the analysts. He likes to meet with the analysts. He really wants to get all the scoop. And frequently, when I later came to Columbia, I realized, wow, Bob really is like a case officer. He's recruiting all these sources to give him little tidbits here and there. And that's when I realized Bob is more than just a great scholar and academic. He really is an intel person. He loved intelligence. So that was how I met Bob. I know most of you here have worked with Bob, probably as an academic colleague or a scholar at conferences. When I came up here later, I got to see a whole different side of Bob. For one, he never wore suits. And I thought, wow, that's like, what's that about? The turtlenecks and the polo shirts in the summer. And I thought, wow, that's very different, Bob. And it was always the same. And when I would go back to the agency periodically, they'd say, what color turtleneck was Bob wearing yesterday? Because they all knew the routine. They were different colors for different days. The other thing about Bob was I frequently would call him the Energizer Bunny, because this man had no bounds of energy all the time. And I don't want to steal the thunder from all the others who are going to be talking about Bob. But anyway, I am genuinely honored to be here. One of the best things Bob did when I first came here, he would have these brown bags. And every day he'd round up people, and he would literally, and he would say, come on with me. We'd go down on the poli-sci floor on the 7th floor, and we'd knock on everybody's doors and say, hey, we're having lunch. And I thought, wow, this is kind of curious. Are these people really going to show up? And I was amazed how many actually did. And then I realized, well, he's like a senior scholar, professor. You probably want to get to know him. And of course, a lot of people came to lunch. But the real reason they came is Bob was just a lot of fun. We had great discussions. We covered any range of topics, and that's when I realized Bob had such a diverse range of interests, medical journals, applying science to IR theory, and I thought, wow, his range of interests knows no limits. Now, today's program. If you read through the agenda today, there are two main topics. Both of the topics are subjects on which Bob had deep interests. The first one having to do with nuclear war theory. When we first started doing this, I wasn't so sure it was going to be so topical, But then again, I'm a Russia hand, and when Putin kept talking about nuclear this and nuclear that, I thought, yeah, it's probably relevant right now. Second panel, also very, very relevant, great power competition. We have a rising China, which may or may not still be rising. We have a Russia, which in my view has serious problems. I think everybody knows that by now. And then we also have the issue of the worldwide battle between will democracies survive or not? How big is the threat to the world's democracies? After the morning panel, we will have a segment before lunch where we'll have a couple of guest speakers. Professor Dick Betts will talk a little bit about his time with Bob. Bob's daughter, Alexa, will talk a little bit about being Bob's daughter. And then we will have a couple of videos, which I think you will find really cool. The other highlight of the day will come later in the afternoon. When we're done with the afternoon panel, we'll have two closing segments. The first, we'll be hearing from some of our distinguished Columbia University members, President Lee Bollinger, who, by the way, is a constitutional scholar in his own right, but I suspect most of you knew that. We will hear from Dean Karen Yarhimilo, who I will introduce later in more detail. And we will also have a very brief set of comments from the newest member of our Columbia and SIPA community, Hillary Clinton. Of course, I suspect some of you are also here because you'll have a chance to hear Avril Haines, the current Director of National Intelligence. She'll do comments for 15 or 20 minutes, and then we will go to a fireside chat with Dean Karen Yarhimilo, which I know already since I've had a little sneak preview. Will be very stimulating, provocative, and hopefully I think you will get a lot out of that. I also suspect that sometime during the day, in all of the panels, we're going to get into some of Bob's favorite issues. Why do leaders do what they do? What drives these people? Why do they do things that some of us consider completely irrational, but others, and I would put Bob in this category, Bob was great at putting himself in other people's shoes and saying, maybe it's not entirely crazy. Look at the things that this person is dealing with, or their background, or their experience, basically the psychology of these leaders. A quick note on the panels. If everything goes according to plan, we do want to leave time for Q&A at the end of the morning panel and afternoon panel. We have, obviously, on the panel a first-rate collection of scholars, policymakers, and really one of the things that for me is most useful about this conference is it brings together scholars and policymakers. And I think Karen, our dean, would tell you that is really one of her goals and her vision here in her role as the dean. We want to do as much as we can to bring about that synergy, getting the writings and research of our academic scholars into the hands and minds of our policymakers, because ultimately that's where you can really make a difference. And by the way, I'm a big fan of policymakers, in large part because when I teach my Intel class, Intel and Foreign Policy, I always confess to everybody, it was way easier to be an analyst and do nothing but bring lots of bad news to policymakers, as opposed to the policymakers who then say, well, thank you for nothing. What am I supposed to do with this? Policymakers do not have easy decisions, particularly now in the digital age. They wrestle with any number of security challenges, obviously, terrorism, non-proliferation. But in my view, and I know Jay Healy is here, I'm scared to death of cyber. When people start talking about threats emanating in cyber world, I find that most scary, in part because so many actors have the ability to employ very active, offensive cyber actions. And they get to do it at the speed of light on social media, which to me is equally terrifying. So I want to thank you all for taking the time to be here today. I'm very excited about all the people who have given their time. We have a number of scholars who've come from all around the country to be here today, policymakers who've come from Washington, D.C. We've got scholars who've come from Boston, home of the Red Sox. I saw Steve is here with a Red Sox cap somewhere. So we have a variety of people from all over the country, and I'm delighted that they could come here today. We will see Avril. I will thank her later for taking the time from her busy day to be here today. For those of you who don't know Avril Haines, she previously was here for several years at Columbia, involved in Columbia's World Program, World Projects Program. So according to my watch, I actually have a couple of minutes. I will not abuse the ability to take more time here. A couple of logistical words for those of you who haven't had a chance to scout out the 15th floor. If you go out the back door, take a left at the elevators, the restrooms are on the corridors on either side, on the other side of the elevators. Another final request, if you have a few minutes, please read the program, particularly the bios part, because when we do the panels, we've asked the moderators not to talk about all the amazing accomplishments and scholarly publications of all our speakers. That way they can just introduce them very quickly with their affiliation in school. And hopefully you'll have a chance to read sometime during the breaks. Another point, we are on live stream today. So if you're not here in the room, we want to welcome you too. But also, for those who weren't able to get into the room today, we will be able to watch this later on SIPA YouTube. And with that, I will stop. If I could introduce now our panel on nuclear war theory. Please come on up to the front. So, on my far left is Cynthia Roberts. She's a professor at Hunter College and here at Salzman as a senior research scholar and adjunct professor at the Salzman Institute. She will be the moderator. For those of you who may not know Cynthia as well as some of us here do, she's a very serious scholar of all things nuclear. She's also a Russia expert, and she had a great opportunity recently to go down and spend some time at the Pentagon for almost a year, to work at the J5, looking at strategy, plans, and policy. So she has a little bit of insight into the whole problems we're going to be talking about in this nuclear panel. You can read more about Cynthia's accomplishments, again, in the program, as well as all of our other speakers. I will turn it over to Cynthia now to introduce the speakers.
Thank you, Peter. I should start by saying good morning. Nuclear weapons are back, as we know, once again central to international politics, along with renewed, intensified great power competition. What's more, Russia's aggression, as Peter noted, against Ukraine has brought the prospect of nuclear war back into the realm of possibility. We have a terrific panel here today at Columbia to give their perspectives on these questions about the new multipolar nuclear era. And we will anchor our discussion to the seminal works of Robert Jervis, whose work on the nuclear age offers us, as you all know, essential guideposts to assess the continuities and change in nuclear theory. And this is one of those fields where we emphasize theory over practice. Our panelists are familiar to you because they've authored many of the most significant works on nuclear theory, on international relations, international security studies, since Bob penned his landmark studies. They're all Jervisians, if I can say that, but each in his or her own way. So please read the bios because they've written so many books and articles, we'd spend all morning just reviewing them. Let me just introduce them to you briefly. Starting at your far left, my far right, is Steve Van Evera, the Ford International Professor at MIT, and I think a Yankees fan. Scott Sagan. Scott Sagan is the Monroe Professor of Political Science, the Haas University Fellow, and Senior Fellow at the Center for International Security and Cooperation and Freeman Spogli Institute at Stanford. Next, Etel Solingen is the Distinguished Professor and Tierney Chair in Peace and Conflict Studies at the University of California at Irvine. And to my right is Charles Glaser, Professor of Political Science and International Affairs and co-director of the Institute for Security and Conflict Studies at the George Washington University. So let's dive in. Bob Jervis, of course, is best known in this field in the area of nuclear theory for his book, The Meaning of the Nuclear Revolution. It was assigned reading for today. so I'm sure you brought your notes with you. So let's start with Bob's most important claims in this book and the ones that you think hold up best in the new nuclear age, in the emerging multipolar nuclear world. And as context, perhaps for the rest of you, I should note that the Biden administration's nuclear posture review, which came out last year, characterizes this era as unprecedented. By the 2030s, and I quote from the NPR, the U.S. will, for the first time in its history, face two major nuclear powers as strategic competitors and potential adversaries. And then it goes on to talk about other nuclear powers like North Korea and so on. So given these developments, what do you draw from Bob's work as the insights that most carry over? Let's start with Charlie.
Okay, so the main thing for Jervis, and I think it applies today and into the future, was the logic of mutual vulnerability. And in fact, his work didn't say much about nuclear weapons outside of MAD, which is not a shortcoming. At the time, the world was focused on the US and the Soviet Union, and we thought we were in MAD. And so I think the basic arguments, and I think they're familiar, but it's worth sort of reiterating them, is that a state couldn't protect itself from its adversary in that situation. And therefore, it didn't make sense to target the other side's forces. Or there was no value in targeting forces because you couldn't protect yourself. And then many things followed from that. So unlike in a world of conventional weapons, relative force size didn't matter. If you were in MAD and had that retaliatory capability, it didn't matter if the other side had more weapons because, at least except maybe at the far margin, it wouldn't affect how much damage you could do. So relative force size didn't matter. The size of forces after a nuclear exchange didn't matter. The quality of your weapons didn't matter very much, at least in the moment. And this is just radically different from a conventional world where all those things did matter. And among other things, his critique was that much of nuclear thinking was carried out in conventional terms, thinking about relative force size, thinking about complicated options, but in fact, those were not logical conclusions. He said less about what the options should be, but I think if you took his arguments seriously, and I think he follows in this on, and he of course gives credit to many people that preceded him, but among others Tom Schelling, that basically in this world of mutual vulnerability, if you were going to use nuclear weapons, they should be limited attacks. There was no logic to all-out attacks. And they should be attacks that inflicted damage. It was a bargaining process, and it wasn't one that necessarily, or in fact, maybe even shouldn't involve attacking forces. One of the arguments that has currency today, and that Jervis criticized as, from the 1970s, was that, well, maybe countries actually just, there are countries, and it was argued by the US government, including the Soviet Union, that basically valued their forces and their leadership, and not so much their society and their population. And this had this sort of rather bizarre implication of turning forces into what would be called value targets. In other words, if you wanted to inflict punishment, you had to attack the forces. So all of a sudden, there was this logic for attacking forces and not bargaining, or if you were bargaining, it would be by attacking forces, but not by attacking the other things the adversary might value. This obviously had huge implications for force planning, because in Jervis's world, there was no need to target forces, and you didn't want to target forces, and now all of a sudden, the countervailing strategy would say, no, you need to target forces and leadership. And so this becomes somewhat of a judgment call. It's unclear what the deep intel is on where this value of leadership came from and targeting and forces came from. But at least intuitively, it never made sense to him or to me that even if that was how leaders thought about it, if you were essentially destroying their society, then did it matter if the forces were not destroyed? Like, okay, like what value would you have on them? And so anyway, so that's the basic, I think the broad logic is the logic of mutual vulnerability, and it's sort of how it's very counterintuitive to, and sort of opposite of traditional conventional logic.
Yes, so Scott, maybe you want to pick up on this, that how stability is really the result of a shared perception that crises cannot escalate.
Well, I want to start just by saying it's a real honor to be on a panel honoring Jervis and his contributions in nuclear strategy. And even though we were told not to tell too many Bob stories, I can't resist just one. I wasn't very close to Bob. I didn't go to Columbia, but I met him at the Council on Foreign Relations because he was the outside reviewer for my first book, Moving Targets. And he wrote a personal note after a very strong, detailed analysis of the manuscript that was very helpful. And he wrote, Scott, put this book to bed now and get it published and get going on your second book, because I like this book, but it lacks the theoretical heft that you'll need to get tenure at Stanford. That was a hard thing for a young assistant professor to read. But it was absolutely true. Absolutely true. And I think about that whenever I have to give tough love messages to grad students today. For this occasion, I went back and took out my copy of this 1989 book. It's very important, and Charlie's right. You know, it's really about the inevitability of mutually assured destruction, and that combining that with Bob's psychological insights, it meant that limited uses of force are very dangerous in that world, and arms racing is counterproductive and perhaps and dangerous at worst. So I went back and began reading this, and I think there are two real characteristics I wanted to highlight. One is the erudition, the wide-ranging, quite extraordinary understanding and knowledge of history. So he's not just great on psychology, but he will use examples. So to understand unauthorized uses of force, he finds King Victor Emmanuel saying when the German gunboats show up in the Ajadar harbor during the Second Moroccan crisis, Victor Emmanuel writes, on such occasions, cannons have a way of going off on their own. He, of course, will use Thucydides to understand hubris and to understand the dangers of people getting angry and doing something irrational. Bob opens up the newspaper and finds that yesterday a pedestrian was stabbed to death on 42nd Street when he accosted a motorist whose van grazed him when he tried to cross an intersection. Witnesses say the two men exchanged words. The driver punched the pedestrian punched back, the driver pulled out a knife and stabbed the victim. It looks like it just got out of hand, the police captain says. So Bob could bring both history and everyday life in New York City to bear on questions of international security. But the second characteristic of this book, which really deserves to be reread and reread again, is how practical Bob was. He didn't approach these questions from an ideological perspective, but rather from a practical perspective. The most obvious problem, he says, with counterforce is that we can't destroy all Soviet strategic forces because there are too many of them. They're hardened, and they're difficult to find. What about counter-leadership targeting? Well, small warheads with terminal guidance might be able to hit the KGB headquarters without destroying the areas around it, but we don't have those required weapons. Now, I would posit that we do have those required weapons today, both in terms of low-yield nuclear warheads and in terms of many conventional capabilities. And while we still can't target all Russian nuclear forces, we can target with nuclear and mostly with conventional forces North Korea's nuclear arsenal. And that poses a very different logic. I wish Bob was here to help us analyze that. And with respect to China, I think the Chinese were believers in Bob Jervis until relatively recently. And it appears that the Chinese are now saying, yeah, they're worried about their nuclear forces, and therefore they're going to build a lot more of them, and we're going to have a near two-peer competitors. And I think this is particularly dangerous, because I think we could have a conventional capability of holding off one of those two states without nuclear escalation if Russia attacked NATO or if the Chinese attack Taiwan. But if one attacks and the other takes advantage of a war, what's often called opportunistic aggression, then we're going to be back in a world where the United States is going to be very interested in nuclear escalation, which I think does get us back to a very dangerous situation.
So Bob's other book on the subject, which got less attention in academia, was The Illogic of American Nuclear Strategy. And in this book, which we also encourage you to read, he recognized that the actual practice of nuclear strategy diverged from what his theory recommended, the classic problem of, prescription, description, explanation. Why were the policymakers not following Bob Jervis's theory? And more recently, since these two landmark studies, a bunch of next generation scholars have found that the nuclear strategies that surprised Jervis were in fact the pattern, not the exception. So they were siding with the illogic argument, saying, no, this is actually logical, challenging Bob's arguments about the stabilizing effects of mutual vulnerability. So now we come for full cycle. How do you assess these next generation arguments in the context of the original arguments about mutual vulnerability? Let's turn to Steve and see, or should I start with Charlie?
Oh, I'll tackle it. We were asked not to tell Jervis stories here, but I'm going to tell one.
I set a bad precedent.
As an intro. Again, like Scott, I didn't have a chance to study under Bob Jervis ever, but he was my most important teacher, really, in terms of who taught me the most about international politics. And I used to trail him around if he was ever in a city I was in and he was giving a talk. I would be like, oh man, Jervis is giving a talk. He's at Harvard, let's go see what he's saying. And he's at the APSA or whatever. And so one day, he was up at Harvard, and I'm relating to Peter's comment about how his thing with suits, because I don't think you fully stated the realities. He hated suits. And these guys are wearing suits today, but I'm at a Jervis conference. I'm not going to wear a suit. I can't believe it. Of course not. Pardon?
Neither am I.
Neither you, exactly. So anyway, one day he'd given a brilliant talk, and I somehow managed to latch onto him and followed him back to the hotel up there across from the Cambridge Common, and we were yakking about the fate of the world and the nuclear revolution and the security dilemma and spiral models. We just kept going all the way up to his hotel room, and this is cool, I get to talk to Jervis for another 10 minutes. And so he just went in the room, and I followed him in. And within 30 seconds, I was staring at Bob Jervis in his underwear. He had a suit on because he fairly had to. He just ripped it off. It was like, and there's several deep meanings to this whole story. So, in any event, so let me comment a bit about the new wave of thinkers who have differed with Jervis, or at least they seem to have differed with him, who've come along since more or less the year 2000 or so. A bunch of them went to MIT. They didn't listen to anything I told them. So what can I say? But I'll say four things about the nuclear revolution and the new thinkers. They challenge his work in two ways. I will say, number one, Jervis was the primary scholar who was, for the first time, quotable, saying the nuclear revolution is a defensive revolution. Nukes mean great powers can't conquer each other anymore. And to me, when I look at writing and the academic community and its writing on what the nuclear revolution means, there's something, to me, kind of sad about it, which is there was almost no writing about this question. Is this a revolution in warfare that affects statecraft and affects the security dilemma? How does it affect the ability of states to conquer each other? Which is a crucial question if you're then going to ask, what should your own defense policy be? Do nukes make you safe or not? And Brody wrote about this a little bit in a book, Absolute Weapon, and then what's his name wrote There Will Be No Time. There was two books about this question. that disagreed back in 1946. And then there was no writing about it, all the way until I think Ken Waltz commented on it in 1981 in a Delphi he wrote. He didn't really elaborate. And then Jervis was the guy I would always cite saying, finally somebody's unpacking this idea. Although it's interesting, even Jervis didn't unpack the argument in ways I would have thought he did. He was kind of a Groucho Marxist in the sense that he wouldn't be a member of any club he was a member of, and so he wouldn't toot his own horn and he wouldn't use his own ideas very much. And to me, the huge story with the nuclear revolution is it really greatly eases the security dilemma. And that is a huge event in world history, and it all relates very much to his work on the security dilemma, his fantastic 1978 article on cooperation under the security dilemma. And he never uses the word security dilemma in connection with the nuclear revolution in that book. He says, he doesn't even say countries can't conquer each other. He says you can't win wars. And he says nuclear weapons reinforce the status quo. Those words get used, but the word conquer doesn't come up, even though it's crucial. And this security dilemma doesn't get mentioned. Anyway, still, it was the most important writing on that subject. Some of the, and his theory would then predict, if you think the security dilemma is important, if you think that lots of warfare stems from the search for security and for the fact that states feel insecure and therefore wage war to gain the resources they need to defend themselves or to reduce the power of others to hurt them, then you've really changed the world in a huge way. And one of the predictions of the theory would be that, or his views on nukes would be that we'd have a much more quiet world, much less great power conflict. And the new guys have said, well, look at all the crises and look at Scott Sagan's work on how dangerous some of them have been, and how come we're not, the Cold War, a lot of people got killed. We didn't have a general war. My view is that the big story on the nuclear revolution and the Cold War is that it was misperceived, that neither elite, the Soviet nor American, saw the nuclear revolution in the way that Jervis talked about it. It was, my own short history is the Soviet elites came to view this as a defensive revolution very late in the game. It was the new thinkers around Gorbachev who believed it. There's a few people you can name, like Andrei Kortunov and others, who wrote about it. And it got mixed up with the Soviet adoption of the idea of non-offensive defense, which they never actually implemented, but in the mid-'80s, they changed their view about how to defend the Soviet Union. And these new thinkers, the old civilians all, not military, adopted the view that we now live in an easier to live in world with nuclear weapons, and this was part of the reason, in my view, why the Cold War ended. Soviet elites decided they did not need buffer room in the West the way they had assumed in the 40s, and they ended the Cold War by pulling out of Eastern Europe. They weren't pushed. But that was very late in the game. If you look at all the American sort of strategic thinking leading up to that, look at the, how American policymakers thought about nukes. They did not see it as a defensive revolution. My own view is this is tragic. My view is the U.S. had wide room to conduct a much more relaxed foreign policy in the Cold War. That the widespread third world intervention the U.S. did, not only were we intervening in places where the stakes were low and the cost not worth it, and often failure was likely, like in Vietnam, but also, even if those things weren't true, we were an unconquerable country. And so bottom line is, my view of the nuclear revolution, it means great powers will not conquer anybody anymore. My view is, this calls for huge change in U.S. national security grand strategy from former years. There's been some change, there should be more. The youngsters are correct to say, well, gee, Cold War was pretty mean. It was. Nevertheless, we didn't have a general war, and I think, and there was a lot of other things that you didn't see in the Cold War. For example, preventive war was a pervasive part of world politics and great power relations during the years up to 1945. There was very little talk of it once we got to MAD. There also was talk before we got to MAD. The Americans thought about it in the late 40s and 50s, and the U.S. and the Soviets thought about preventive war against China. But this is a dog that doesn't bark in the Cold War. I think it's because windows don't exist in a MAD world. Anyway, I'll stop with that.
So just to push this one increment further, Bob wrote in the first book that if nuclear weapons have had the influence that the nuclear revolutionary theory indicates they should have, then there should be peace between the superpowers and crises will be rare, and neither side will be eager to press bargaining advantages to the limit, and the status quo will be relatively easy to maintain. And the Young Turks come and challenge most of these, so are they completely wrong and Bob is completely right, or is there some middle ground here? Where is nuclear theory today when we re-examine the logic of both of his books? You want to bite on that a little more?
Okay, so I would emphasize, I think Steve hit a very important point of what the challenge is, which has to do with these claims about the political implications of nuclear weapons. But a very important part of their critique actually is that that Jervis's assumption, as I think I said at the beginning, it's like MAD is unescapable, largely unescapable, and not delicate. And so their argument is actually that the Cold War was much more fragile in the sense that the United States was much more capable against Soviet forces than we knew at the time. Their submarines were highly vulnerable, it turned out, for much of the Cold War. It sort of went in and out. Their ICBMs, like our ICBMs, were becoming quite vulnerable by the end of the Cold War. Sort of fortunately for the Soviet Union, by the time their ICBMs were becoming vulnerable, their submarines were becoming less vulnerable. So the argument is that we stayed in MAD, but it was a much closer call. And if you think it was a close call, which means maybe we could have even done better, then all of a sudden competition makes sense because you might be able to protect yourself. And so all of the arms racing that we did wasn't this futility that was explained by these sort of semi-weak or very weak countervailing strategy arguments, but by sort of very basic arguments, which is if you can protect yourself, even partially but substantially, then you can gain a bargaining advantage, and plus if war happens, you might be better off. And so part of the argument then was, that's the argument that a few people have made. Austin Long and Brendan Green in particular have laid it out. Owen Cote's work at MIT is foundational on the vulnerability of submarines. But it turns out that the world we thought we lived in was not quite what we actually lived in, and it wasn't we were making a mistake. Very interesting thing. It was like, according to the laws of physics, the Soviet Union should have been able to make really quiet submarines. But they were not able to work at that, they were not able to achieve that technological limit. And consequently, the world that was supposed to emerge actually didn't quite emerge, although we stayed in MAD. Then there's a second argument, which I think is a very clever argument, which Brendan Green says is, to get bargaining leverage, you don't even really have to escape MAD. You just have to make the adversary believe that you might have escaped MAD. Or even worse, have them believe that you believe it, because if you believe it, you will act accordingly, and therefore you get that leverage. And so his argument is that we actually got close enough. He has a few quotes, I'm not convinced, but there are documents from the Soviet files that say, we think in the worst case, we might only have 12 survivable weapons, which is not the MAD world. It's still a world of tremendous potential damage, but the outcomes start to look very different. So in that world, basically, the logic of the nuclear revolution is out the window. Because the logic of the nuclear revolution is that you're in MAD, you shouldn't compete, you shouldn't target forces, but if you can gain an advantage by targeting forces, then maybe you should do it at least. And a whole bunch of complicated trade-offs are back on the table. This is not my view, by the way, but that's, okay. Then, of course, you have to look at, then there are a couple really important technological questions, which is, can you compete your way out of MAD? Can you get a significant damage limitation against the adversary? And then if you can, since we're talking about really MAD being loosely defined as sort of the ability to destroy the adversary's society, how good does it have to be? Like, if you can just protect yourself a little bit, is that going to give you a bargaining advantage? Like, how much leverage are you going to get unless you have a very effective and high confidence damage limitation capability? And then, of course, if you sort of said technologically we can do it and we can do it well enough to get an advantage, you would still want to look at the risks, because this then becomes a very competitive world. It's a world in which there are incentives to use nuclear weapons quickly. In MAD, there are not incentives to use weapons quickly. There's all the negative political effects of arms races. So these become, the thing I would say is, unlike MAD has this incredibly tight internal logic. It eliminates all these trade-offs. There's not a lot of room for subjectivity once you're stuck in that world, with the exception of saying what the other side really values is their forces, which sort of, as I said, turns it all on its head. Once you can sort of get a damage limitation capability, the world is much more analytically much more complicated. So then this argument then has also been extended to the future, and the argument is that it was hard to get a damage limitation capability during the Cold War, but it's getting easier. And so the arguments are now it is the case that both sides, anything we can find, we can destroy. All fixed silos are highly vulnerable, so including our ICBM leg. So what about the other legs? And the arguments are, well, in the Chinese case and the Russian case, they have mobile missiles, but now we haven't done it yet, but we can deploy really large constellations of small radar satellites that can track mobile missiles. And if we can track them, we can destroy them. Not point-wise, but in a barrage kind of attack. So then you have to analyze, who's going to win this competition between radar satellites and mobile missiles? It's not clear radar will win, because then you're going to have decoys and hiding and spoofing of satellites and all sorts of things. But it is a different technology, and the world is quite different that way. And then people have made claims, much looser claims, about submarines than they have about mobile missiles. Oh, we're going to have the combination of AI and autonomous vehicles and quantum sensing and a variety of things are going to make the oceans transparent. I think that's definitely not happening, but people have said these things. So if you believe that, then maybe the nuclear revolution is something of the past, basically. We're going to have a world of competing partial vulnerabilities or something like that. So that's the attack. It's partly technological, but it's partly theoretical. And I think it's an open debate at this point, although there are projects ongoing to sort of look at this competition between the relevant technologies, the anti-submarine warfare, the anti-mobile missiles that counter command and control, missile defense. People are talking about major breakthroughs in missile defense. They're not going to happen either, by the way, but people are talking about them. So I think we have to see where that shakes out. I mean, my own view, which is still forming, is that we're likely to stay in a world of mutual vulnerability against very capable adversaries. But a very important warning, or maybe opportunity from the United States, is that we shouldn't, and this is something my own analysis didn't do, and Jervis didn't do, he took it as sort of a given, most of the stuff. He was not on the technical side, but it's not clear we should assume that adversaries will actually work at be able to operate forces as the engineering and physical limit of what's possible. We've been close to that, at least a lot of the time, but the Soviet Union strikingly wasn't. If China doesn't operate its mobile missiles really effectively, they'll be vulnerable. I think they can win that competition, but they have to be really good. You say, oh, of course they're going to be really good. Ken Waltz would have said, when the stakes are this high, states act really, really effectively. But what happened to the Soviet Union? I mean, they did really poorly, it turns out. So there's another layer which goes beyond the military technical layer, which goes to societal capacity in this competition. And I think you'd want to look there both, how hard it is. The Chinese can't do certain things yet that we do on a regular basis. So will they be able to do that? Will they matter? That's just on the technical point. I think on the competitive side, it's like a much safer world to accept mutual vulnerability than compete at the margins for small advantages. Somebody might say, but what about large advantages? Well, large advantages are harder to give up. They matter. So I think it's where it's an ongoing, it hasn't been fully engaged. It's an ongoing debate. And like I say, it has these multiple layers in it. I think it's connected to the issues that Steve was raising, but it's also a somewhat logically separable debate, which is how much competition would you really expect in MAD at that superpower level between major powers? And I'll just say one last thing there, which is I think Jervis did overstate some, because we were so focused in the Cold War on the United States and the Soviet Union that many of the things he said, I think he would qualify if somebody said, well, how about this other dyad? How about, because if you think about the US and the Soviet Union, it was a large war in the Central Front with lots of tactical nuclear weapons. There were not small land grabs and so on and so forth. And so that war was pretty easy to deter because it was going to be a huge war. The stability-instability paradox wasn't nearly as severe. Escalation looked likely, even though we were in MAD, et cetera, et cetera. But I think if you look at other dyads, including the US-China dyad, for example, and the case of Taiwan, for a variety of reasons, he would have been less confident, but I don't know, but I'm guessing. Partly, MAD has this incredible deterrent potential, but it also depends upon how much actors want what they want. So we may be in different situations that way. I do think that China is going to make it much harder. They're building a really large force. I think that their Jervisian, the large force they're building is because they want an assured destruction capability. They didn't have one. China, a couple of decades had a totally inadequate nuclear force, given the threat the United States could pose. Now they're going to have a very effective one. How's that going to, influence their thinking about limited aggression in East Asia?
And of course, Russia, following the Soviet Union's lack of technological advantages, which Marshal Olgarkov so well detailed to Les Gelb in a fascinating interview on this question, saying we're just never going to be able to get the technologies at the same level as you have. We see Russia under Putin trying to maintain its assured destruction capability through modernizing its forces, struggling to do that as opposed to get the advantages in the same way as we have. Etel, did you want to jump on this? Because I was going to turn to you on the next question.
No, because I see we're almost an hour into the panel, and I am supposed to give another talk.
Yes, so let me turn to the next question, which is why do more states seem to want nuclear weapons, or at least a more viable nuclear hedging option, when we haven't seen a lot of nuclear proliferation over the years, less than many initially expected at the dawn of the nuclear age. But now we see notably South Korea, Saudi Arabia, potentially Japan, potentially Taiwan, Iran, how can one not mention Iran, and maybe even Ukraine, depending on how the war ends and the post-war settlement. So Etel and Scott have both made very important contributions to theories about why states are more or less likely to pursue the bomb, from strategic threats to domestic politics, normative, symbolic frameworks. And Etel, I want to turn to you because you have this very interesting theory that distinguishes between internationalist and inward oriented nationalist regimes and their different domestic political and economic incentives to go nuclear or not. So what's your take on the current era, drawing on the very rich evolving scholarship on this question?
Thank you. And I do want to thank Karen, who's not here right now, and Peter for the invitation. I'm very honored to be here. I wasn't a student of Bob Jervis either, but I did learn so much from him. I met him for the first time at a certain agency in Washington, D.C. When he invited me to give a talk on some of these issues. I think before the book, I think in the context of this article I had published in International Security in 1994, I'm dating myself, that has to do with the question at hand. So regarding the drivers of, by the way, I have to say, we were given 11 questions to address. And so I addressed mostly 3 through 11. And we're only on, 2 were done. So in that 1994 article in IS, I argued that the theoretical repertoire in the field had omitted what I noticed was some sort of regularity. And that in brief, the inception of the Non-Proliferation Treaty altered the balance of costs and benefits, material and reputational, related to the adoption of nuclear weapons or the abstention from acquiring nuclear weapons. And that since the NPT, and I want to make clear this is a world time that is different from the first nuclear age, that the drive to acquire nuclear weapons was arguably more likely, notice the language, because this is, I think, what Bob might have favored in terms of how we cast our theories, that it was arguably more likely to emerge in domestic and regional contexts that are dominated by inward-looking models from the point of view of an IPE kind of perspective than in regions dominated by internationalism ones. So that inward-looking models were defined by rejection of the global economy, as much of the Middle East for several decades, North Korea, etc., and that those models had greater incentives and incurred fewer costs, domestic, regional, political, economic, and reputational, again, from exploiting nuclear weapons as tools of populist, nationalist, protectionist policies, which is what they required to survive in power. And that by contrast, internationalizing models oriented primarily to economic growth, for them, international competitiveness and global access made the adoption of nuclear weapons less likely, and that there were clear synergies for internationalizers across the domestic, regional, and global pillars of an internationalizing grand strategy. Because acquiring nuclear weapons would have basically foiled that grand strategy. I want to say that these models, I thought, explain several things. They explain why we observe competing nuclear preferences by different actors within the same country, why nuclear policies vary over time in the same country, in tandem with shifting IPE models, why different states vary in compliance with internationalizing NPT commitments, why some regimes find it convenient to spin external threats as intractable, whereas others spin the same threats as tolerable, why some states rank alliances higher than self-reliance, or vice versa, and why and when external coercion and inducements may be effective. And finally, why nuclear ambitions surfaced where security hardly justified them, Southern Cone, and why such ambitions were renounced where one might have expected them, Jordan or other countries. So I believe there is extensive support for these regularities. I'm going to skip because of the time, but I do want to go back to a Bob story, because now we were told, nope, no Bob. Not this panel is about theory and so on, but I do want to, in some ways it ties with that. I'm skipping a lot, and I'm happy to talk about the cases, if you want, Japan, Iran, whatever, later if there's time. But I do want to say something about Bob in the context of this argument, because this is not an argument that Bob necessarily would have. So let me just say that a subsequent book that I published, Nuclear Logics, had an endorsement from Bob Jervis. I didn't request it, and I was frankly surprised. I wasn't necessarily doing, cognitive bias and the theories that were typically that Bob typically was concerned with. Nonetheless, he said, and I quote, "The book not only provides a cogent account of the divergent nuclear trajectories of East Asia and the Middle East," and I'm quoting, "but develops a powerful general explanation resting on whether the state's ruling coalition is inward-looking or is geared to integrating in the world with the rest of the world, both in its challenge to standard views and in its strong positive arguments. This is a study of great value." And then he signs. But I mention this because it says more about Bob than it does say about my book. It speaks to his intellectual generosity, but also to his openness to other modes of explaining, other findings, other theories that don't necessarily align with where he was toiling. These are sort of the traits that I believe make a genuine social scientist, and indeed the traits that account for improved predictions, according to Phil Tetlock. Nope, they're not Occam's razor. They actually, the kinds of theories that Bob was developing led to much better predictions, in my view. They entail cognitive agility. They entail detecting inherent contradictions, especially with unfalsifiable theories that he was very keen on discussing in a certain publication. His call for assessing counterfactuals, for minimizing spuriousness and endogeneity, probing deeper into claims and counterclaims. That's Bob's legacy. I also learned a lot from you indirectly on that one. But most importantly, acknowledging that multiple sufficient causation, okay, is not only possible, but frequent in the social world. Competing variables can do the job, okay? And indeed, multiple sufficient causation is common, not just in the social sciences. It's, you know, in the natural sciences, you have, you know, well, this cog will make a difference if, you know, this set of proteins are activated at the same time, but not this. They're very complex. And so Bob and Jack Snyder, who's at the other conference, I'm supposed to leave in a minute, they are right. They are right. Imputing causation is hard because we are in the domain of complex systems. And so the social world is even more complex than the social sciences, than the natural sciences. And I'm going to stop there. I have a lot more to say about this, but.
So before we turn to Scott on nuclear proliferation, let's just develop one or two of your cases a little bit more. We actually have more time, and they're not doing anything important over there without you, so be reassured.
At least as them.
It's very interesting reading your work to note how China and Russia became more globalized economies, but still not only pursued nuclear weapons, but China is now modernizing and expanding its force in a different direction. And then when we look at South Korea, it really does pose an interesting puzzle. This is not Iran. This is a country that has clearly pursued the more internationalist. So what's the additional variables we need here? And either any of the cases that you want to talk about, I think it's worth developing this a bit more.
Well, thank you for that follow-up. And I actually will go back to the theoretical dimension of this. And this is here, this is exactly the place where Bob's conceptualization of things, in particular prospect theory, did enter my, my work. So first of all, in the cases that you posted, China and so on, I've been very consistent in depicting incentives and disincentives to acquire nuclear weapons or renounce them in the second nuclear age after the NPT. And the reason being that the NPT placed different international constraints and opportunities. So it's a different world time in my theory. The internationalization of the global economy, et cetera, was a different world time than in the middle of the early Cold War. So Russia and China developed their nuclear weapons in the period of Maoist, Stalinist, vintage quintessential inward looking. Couldn't get more than that. Maybe we can. I don't know. I have to ask Tom. North Korea. Yeah, and North Korea, exactly. So, so neither one was in the business of engaging in globalized trade at the time, and when they were acquiring nuclear weapons. After Mao and under Deng Xiaoping and the others, we have the shift to global markets, but let's not exaggerate. China retained mercantilism, controls of everything till today, non-convertible currency, lack of compliance with MP. We can go on and on just on the China tangle. But even if this trend, if Tom says yes, I'm good. Even if this trend toward global openness is true after Deng Xiaoping, it's not the same, here I come to Bob, it's not the same to acquire, the incentives are not the same when you're about to acquire nuclear weapons than the incentives of renouncing them once you have them. This is prospect theory at work. Here's what I'm aiming at. Backing down from even implicit commitments to acquire full nuclear capabilities may be much easier for leaders, and it has happened in many of the cases that we're talking about, including South Korea, for leaders in countries that have not yet achieved weaponization, right? Audience costs in those cases are, of course, assumed to be lower and so on and so forth. When a program is in the making but less than realized, right? No nuclear weapons have been acquired. But Bob's contributions here are very important because prospect theory introduces this sort of scope condition for my argument, that leaders and publics value more what they already have, the endowment effect, than what they might or might not gain in an uncertain future. And so they're more averse to losing what they already regard, what they already possess for potential future gains. So eliminating existing nuclear weapons is expected to be much costlier politically than reversing them before. Just imagine, than reversing them before they come to fruition, right? China, giving up nuclear, or anybody else giving up nuclear weapons. It happened with Ukraine. We know what happened. So temporality and sequence matter, and Bob, of course, was very keen on pointing that out. Now, is there a particular case you wanted me to comment? South Korea?
Whichever one is, then we'll.
Yeah, in general terms, I would say, per my initial comments, these waves of diffusion of nuclear weapons have been predicted for decades, especially in a neo-realist world. But we're like 5 decades into this sort of NPT era, and it hasn't happened. And we can quarrel about, why it has not. Now you're postulating in your question that this is it, right? I don't know whether that's the case, but I do want to dwell on a case, for instance, like Japan. So East Asia is now the center of gravity of the global economy, okay? If you're expecting anything, this is where things are happening right now. It also happens to be the place where the central actors, the Japans and South Koreas of the world have the best capabilities to do it if they wanted to. But they haven't. Look at Japan. For 5 decades, prime ministers in Japan have not been, let's say, at the left political spectrum. They've been the most right-wing. If that was supposed to happen, it should have happened already, because Japan faced not 1, not 2, but 3 rabid inward-looking regimes in North Korea. It hasn't done it yet. South Korea, in somewhat of the same predicament. I do realize that there is this sort of not new phenomenon of domestic public opinion in South Korea for nuclear weapons, but that is actually also not new. It may have reached a peak now, but it's not a new phenomenon, and it hasn't happened. Now, where we're headed, I don't know, because predictions are one of these areas where Bob taught us, be careful. And I do have, let me actually just say one more point about this, predictions. And this is where, the nuclear revolution, the way he cast the nuclear revolution is so powerful, because he said, if my theory is right, A, B, C, and you recited them, will happen. This is more than we get frequently in social science today, okay? You need to be very clear if you're. So what I did, this is in a book by Bill Potter on forecasting nuclear proliferation. I don't really like forecasting, but I'm pushed to do it sometimes. So I did this 2x2 matrix, basically with my argument, and I said, if these 2 cells, if the outcome is in these 2 cells, my theory will be wrong. And if these 2 cells, then my theory will be right. And this is the kind of thing that I did learn from putting your mouth where you're not putting your, yeah. putting your money, I forget, the money where your mouth is, that Bob has done for us, and that we should teach more of our students to do, rather than falsifiable predictions, for instance, about the nuclearization of the cases that you've mentioned, that for 5 decades have not happened.
Do you want to jump in on this?
I do want to jump in. I'm more pessimistic, and I'm willing to make predictions. I think we're in a really dangerous world right now, in part because personalist dictators are getting nuclear weapons and have interest in getting nuclear weapons. Personalist dictators are less constrained by international treaties that they've signed, in part because they have fewer audience costs, in part because they think they can't or won't get caught. Personalist dictators surround themselves with yes men who give them bad information or tell them what they think the person wants to know. Think about Saddam Hussein and decisions he made. I think we were in an extraordinarily dangerous situation in 2017, 2018 between the United States and North Korea. Think about the incident you recall in January 2018 in which a radar system in an emergency system in Hawaii announced, and everyone got the note on their cell phone that there's an incoming missile, take shelter. Some people in Hawaii panicked. Some went outside to look, which is not what you're supposed to do. But nobody in Omaha, where the Strategic Command or the NORAD headquarters in Colorado Springs or in Washington panicked. Why? For 3 reasons. We had redundant sensors, all of which said, no, there's no attack coming. Second, we had professional people. Within minutes, they started saying, no, there's a mistake. And even started putting stuff out on social media themselves, saying, people, don't panic, we're here. And third, we didn't think that North Korea was about to launch a war by launching a single missile against Hawaii. Imagine now that that incident occurred not in Hawaii, but in North Korea. All 3 of those mitigating factors wouldn't exist. They don't have redundant warning systems. Just have 1 or 2 really old radars. In North Korea, you don't get fired if you make a mistake like that. You get killed, so you're less likely to say, yes, we made a mistake, and report it. And third, Kim Jong-un did think that an American attack was likely. Why? Because Donald Trump kept saying an American attack. Like, if you don't stop your testing, you'll have fire fury rain down on you. So the things that Jervis and others talk about stabilizing forces, people will say you have to have a rational leader. Well, you could have a rational leader who has very bad information. Think about Vladimir Putin, who's the elephant in the room today that we're not talking about yet, but I hope we will soon. And if you don't have a rational leader, you need to have checks and balances. That's why the very important piece that Dick Betts and Matt Waxman wrote about getting the Attorney General into the chain of command, or at least having JAG lawyers present at all points is so important, even in the United States. If you don't have a rational actor at the top, you need to have checks and balances down below. And I think I'll conclude there with just one comment to get us into Putin.
Okay, so 2 questions that will get us, both of which will get us into Putin, and then we'll see if there's time for a third before we open it up to the audience. So you can't have a panel at a conference on about Bob Jervis, commemorating Bob Jervis's work, without talking about misperception and psychological dysfunction. You were sort of leading us there, and I want to take us there forcefully. So one important question for us is, what are the main potential misperceptions in any nuclear weapons state's leadership that we should fear as triggers of inadvertent or miscalculated decisions for major war between nuclear powers in the coming years, thinking about Putin in Russia, North Korea, and Xi in China as well. So theorists, this is interesting, building on Bob's work, and many of whom are his disciples, have been also focusing on nuclear leaders' emotions and constructions of reality, which raises the question, should we be studying and profiling the personalist autocratic leaders and others, in this country as well, their comparative belief systems, their emotional types, those who threaten fire and fury, who may be motivated not by strategic incentives, but perhaps by emotions or misplaced feelings of revenge, or perhaps perceptions of imminent loss. And going down that route, who among us hasn't been thinking about, as Scott has said, a Kim Jong-un or a Vladimir Putin rashly ordering a nuclear launch with a haughty, "Take this, America," right? So how much is this a concern of ours, bridging two parts of Bob's work, the nuclear theory revolution work and the work on misperception and psychological bias, kind of point us in different directions? You want to bite again at that, or let me start with Charlie, and then we'll go down the line.
I'll take a slightly different angle on it. I have the concern that, there are these dangers that you suggest from misperception or revenge, but we need to keep in mind that there could also be rational uses of nuclear weapons. And they'd be very dangerous, but very dangerous isn't necessarily irrational. At the beginning of I think it's the beginning of the meaning of the nuclear revolution, Jervis says there's no fully rational or no real rational nuclear strategy. But then, of course, all these game theorists have shown that what Schelling and Jervis were doing is actually rational, in large part rational theory. I think what Jervis meant was there's no use of nuclear weapons that's not extremely risky. But some uses could be extremely risky and rational. So if Putin does anticipates what he understands as really large losses, he could rationally use limited nuclear weapons to try and convince, bargain the West to stop supporting Russia. I wouldn't consider that to be irrational, actually. I would consider it's very risky. But for him, the losses, potential losses, if you're thinking about Crimea, or maybe even losing ground that Russia acquired, or at least was fighting for after 2014, those to him are big losses. I don't think of it in terms of prospect theory. I just think of it in terms of that's what he values, and those would be huge losses. So I think we need to be at least as attuned to the rational limited use, and there we have some control. We don't want to. On the one hand, we want to not allow or make it look Russia has been successful, but on the other hand, it is a world of nuclear weapons, and they actually put constraints on us, or should put constraints on the West. So I know it's at least in certain circles, it's very unpopular to say we shouldn't fully support Ukrainian victory, which would mean returning to pre-2014 borders, but that creates rational uses for Putin, and we have to think about, from a U.S. policy perspective, whether we are willing to run that risk. But I wouldn't cast it in terms of misperception.
Okay, so that was the second question, and the rest of you can bite either way. On the one hand, we have problems of misperception, emotions, psychological biases. On the other hand, we have the likelihood that if nuclear weapons would be used, it wouldn't be like in the Cold War, massive use of nuclear weapons, but more limited use of nuclear weapons for coercive purposes, either to end a war that you're losing, or in making nuclear threats, as Putin is doing.
Well, that's exactly
this is the trade-off, and you emphasize more the rational uses, as would many. Do any of you want to focus on the psychological dimensions, or do you want to stick with the sort of stability-instability paradox of coercive use of nuclear weapons?
Well, I think what Putin's doing is repeatedly making threats in order to try to deter the West from aiding Ukraine. That was made on the very first, it's a different kind of deterrence.
Right.
That this could escalate, and therefore you don't want to help Ukraine, don't want to get involved. And it's worked in terms of not having direct involvement, but it hasn't worked at all in terms of not getting supporting Ukraine militarily. He, after annexing parts of Ukrainian territory, announced that that's now part of Russia, and that under Russian doctrine, if the sovereignty is threatened, he might use nuclear weapons. And then he said something very important, which is the United States used nuclear weapons in 1945 to end a war, so there's a precedent for doing that. Now, I don't know what Bill Burns, the head of the CIA, said privately to his counterparts, or what Lloyd Austin said to the Minister of Defense, or what Tony Blinken said to Mr. Lavrov. But I hope that what they said was something like the following. It says, yeah, we did use nuclear weapons in 1945. Japan could not strike us back. We can strike you back, and Ukraine can strike you back, and we will ensure that Ukraine has that capability. I wouldn't add anything more to that because we don't want to get committed, but the way we've been thinking about this, to me, is almost self-congratulatory. Like, we've already deterred Putin from using nuclear weapons. I think he's been waiting, and what we know about leaders in crises, what we know about leaders who sometimes try to gamble for resurrection, suggests when you're losing, you might take very rash decisions. So the last thing we can do to help deter that is to be telling the Russian military that the use of nuclear weapons against a Ukrainian city would be a war crime. And we have a really long history of tracking down war criminals. And therefore, we should try to influence people below Putin to think that if he gives such a rash order, that'd be even more disastrous than the order he gave to invade Ukraine, that they should not follow those orders. And I think that's a thin reed to have a lot of hope on, but it's still better than no reed at all.
So both Etel and Steve, I think, want to jump in on this.
Well, I'll comment just to bring things, the nuclear revolution to bear on the Ukraine and Russia situation. I'm very worried about escalation. I'm very fearful that there will be nuclear use unless this war is brought to an end for a number of reasons. One of them is that this is the first time the U.S. has gotten itself into a conflict with another power, a nuclear power, that maybe does or believes it cares more about the stakes at issue than the U.S. does. Yep. One of the sort of rules of nuclear statecraft, in my view, is don't get into a face-to-face confrontation on issues where the other side cares as much as you do or cares more, because the conflict will, in the end, assuming you're dealing with fairly well-calculating chess players, will be decided by the balance of resolve. And the way that the confrontation will play out is each side will take the measure of the other's willingness to run risks and to take losses, and in the end, the player that cares more, and if they realize they care more, they're gonna put WMD on the table. And if they feel that there's something threatened that's of, shall we say, existential importance. And all the reporting is that the Russians do think that the stakes in Ukraine are existential, and for sure, if they think that way, they think the stakes are bigger than the Americans do, which may lead to a kind of logic train that says, well, fine, if we really start rocking the boat, as Tom Schelling would say, the Americans will back off before we do, because they have much less at stake. And we've never been in a situation like this before, and I always counsel, like I tell the Israelis, you need to think about your future boundaries in terms of avoiding nuclear confrontation with other people who care more about land you've taken than you do. How dangerous it would be, for example, to change the status quo in religious places and to occupy lots of territory. You want a country that's got boundaries that you care about more than the other guys do. So I'm worried about losing a contest of resolve in a situation. Now, are the Russians correct to think the way they do? I think they're wrong. I think the security stakes for Russia and Ukraine are small, and there are voices in Russia who say so. I don't believe that having NATO on their borders would actually pose more than a really nuisance threat in terms of can they defend themselves. But that's not how they think. In fact, that's not how countries think. Countries tend to vastly exaggerate the importance of places that are nearby. The United States, and we've had a long history of going completely bananas when any unfriendly power or alliance.
That's a technical political science term. Right?
Correct, but bananas. Yes, technical term. Ape shit is another one. That's a technical term.
All right, so go ahead, Etel, jump in.
So on this same point, I don't want to be accused of being an optimist, because I'm not. I'm as concerned about all this as everybody else. But let me just use this sort of also to bring in some of Bob's sort of warnings about this, about the games that are played in our sort of cognition as theorists. So this domain of escalation and so on shows quite clearly that it's hard to get perceptions right. It's also the case that perceptions are dynamic in us, in the other ones, in the way we interpreted the others. So we've witnessed in the course of this Ukraine war competing and evolving perceptions of what constitutes escalation and these shifting thresholds. So first, Putin's first threats, implicit threats, popped up when NATO was supplying the most simple, low-grade defensive weapons to Ukraine. They then continued with the introduction of progressively more sophisticated weapons. Then the perception was, okay, the EU promotion of the Ukraine would do it, on the accession, that's the threshold. Then it shifted to Sweden and Finland joining NATO. Oh, well, that will do it. Then Ukraine, was saying, Zelensky was saying to recapture the Donbass. Russia considers that's their own territory. That will do it. Then the Ukrainian declarations that even Crimea is not out of bounds. That was another threshold. And throughout all this, Putin's red line was on, and not just Putin's, some of the theorists amongst us, was how much defeat can Putin accept? This was a leitmotif throughout of those warning against escalation. And of course, we should be very sensitive to the warning of to the threat of escalation, and I think the administration has been and has demonstrated caution and thoughtfulness. But from the point of view of pundits and theorists, it looks like some of us need to go back to Bob's work, because the shifting thresholds I just cited are more strongly wielded by those who opposed any NATO role whatsoever in the Ukraine, and they implicitly or explicitly justified Putin's invasion as if it was all NATO's fault. So this is vintage cognitive bias that Bob warned us against. Confirmation bias. Accommodating new information to pre-existing beliefs. So let's just be conscious about it. I'm not saying they got it wrong or right. Let's just be conscious of our priors. Next, the bottom line, of course, we're all guessing what Putin's threshold of tolerance is. But Bob gave us again this warning against or about assessing risk, right? And yet there are many times when we don't have the luxury. We don't have the luxury of doing nothing in the face of aggression. Simply because we cannot estimate risk is not a reason for doing nothing. So doing nothing is sometimes equivalent to raising the risk of catastrophe. This is the lesson of 2014 when we did nothing, practically speaking, and it was Putin's perception of that inaction that may well have led, I say may well, because I don't want to be as deterministic as Bob said we shouldn't, but it is that perception of inaction that could have well led to 2022. I want to say one more thing about this escalation. I have little doubt that one main driver, so I spent, for my sins, I was invited to Berlin for the first half of 2022, and I spent the outbreak of the war and so on in Berlin. And I can tell you it was very palpable in all of this sort of context and private context, how much fear there was in the upper echelons of Berlin's society and politics about a nuclear response by Putin. So I have little doubt that another main driver of this fear of escalation is Germany's Scholz. Scholz, with his Zeitenwende notwithstanding, he's very aware of alienating Putin. That I think has to do with his political ties to the upper echelons of German industry and so on and so forth, and labor, industry and labor. But it's also because of a sort of popular fear of Russian use of a tactical nuclear weapon. I'm going to stop there. I have more on that, but
before we open it up, let me just take the chair's prerogative to offer two of my views on this. One is, and they both go back to Bob Jervis's insights as well. One is Bob taught us, if nothing else, to think about thinking. And in this respect, it doesn't matter what Putin thinks. I doubt he's even made up his mind. Is he going to use nuclear weapons kinetically or not? He's already been using them, and here I completely agree with Scott, from the very beginning, as a coercive tool to set some red lines which have been moving and to deter us from getting directly involved in this fight. And to a large extent, it's worked, although the red lines keep moving. So here's a lesson about thinking. We don't need to know what Putin thinks, but he needs only for us to believe that he thinks this, and you can get that reality. The second point that I would suggest is that, yes, it's true that Putin went out of his way to blame the United States for setting the precedent to use 2 crude nuclear bombs to end a war of aggression started by Japan. But he's also said other things that feed into another great Bob Jervis insight, going back to the nuclear revolution, which is that what's very interesting about nuclear leaders, including the personalist autocratic dictators, although he didn't use that term, is that they don't tend to press bargaining advantages to their extreme level the way we would expect them to in a fear-on kind of sense. So there might be something to it in this sense of the nuclear revolution and MAD having an impact limiting this. And that reminds me how Putin has said other things. For example, it surprised me when he said that he didn't think Stalin would have used nuclear weapons if he had had them in 1941. As a student of 1941 and a student of Stalin, I totally disagree with Putin. He would have absolutely used them. But the fact that Putin was trying to make the opposite point, that we need to be cautious, tells us we need to be careful about taking Putin quotes and drawing firm conclusions. Anyway, if it's all right with the panel, I will open it up to the audience for questions. Peter, please tell us, are there going to be microphones that go to them? Yes? Yes. So if you raise your hands, here's your chance to ask our distinguished scholars a question. Yes, I think I see Barry Posen.
So if I could ask, if you're asking a question, please identify yourself, where you're from, and direct your question to the panel.
Hi.
Oh, no, it's not Barry Posen. It's Gideon Rose.
Oh, actually making the opposite point from Barry, because Barry's on the other side of this for me. Gideon Rose, Council on Foreign Relations. All of you know much more, have written much more, are much wiser than I am on this, but I'm much more of an optimist on nukes than you guys are, and I'm curious what more evidence of non-use across so many different contexts, across so many different generations, would ever convince you to be more optimistic rather than less? Because, I mean, I've heard the arguments about accidents my entire career. I've heard the arguments about potential use our entire career. We've heard Putin's bluffs the entire war as he's gone well, as he's gone badly, as every single other red line has been crossed. What would it take if this war ends without nuclear use and something resembling a Russian defeat? Would we accept that this is a highly unlikely situation and change our views about the risk going forward?
That's not for me.
So,
For me,
absolutely.
absolutely.
All right, go ahead, Scott, and then Charlie.
I'd say 2 points to get in. One is, if that's the case and he loses, then I think that means that some of the proliferation risks that we're talking about will be less widespread. If he uses nuclear weapons and he wins because of that, that I think will be something that will increase the likelihood that South Korea, Iran, and Saudi Arabia will get nuclear weapons. So to me, this war in Ukraine is not just about the future of democracy and the future of sovereignty and the UN Charter. It's also about the future of the nuclear world that we might live in. So I think this is going to be, if what you posit, that he loses, does not use nuclear weapons, and Ukraine wins, I think that will be a very good thing for the spread of nuclear weapons.
You'd be less worried next time if that happens.
The next time he invades? Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest danger now that Ukraine is facing, is if they have a ceasefire, it's just going to give the Russians a chance to build up again. And that's why I think the Ukrainians are right to say this winter and spring, it's really important for us to keep fighting and not give the Russians a chance just to rebuild. If there is some kind of peace settlement, it has to be something that would create zones of demilitarization on either side of the border. That potentially could get Putin to say, oh, look, I won because the Ukrainians are no longer as big a threat to us, but the real reason to do that is to get Russian forces away from Ukraine.
Two-hand.
There is sort of a second-order effect, and the issue of proliferation, again, pops up. Oh, this is it. This is the next wave is over the horizon. But there's a second-order effect of, even without use, that is sort of reverberating out there, that has to do with the Ukraine war, and that is the fact that the Ukraine was this one country, along with other two, that renounced nuclear weapons through the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, with the specific commitment of the Russian Federation and the US and the UK, and eventually even China and France, not to attack the territory of a country that renounced nuclear weapons. But then we know what happened next. First 2014, nothing was done. Now 2022. So some are arguing out there that a second-order effect might be. The others are saying, well, what the hell? What are these agreements good for? I'm not necessarily wedded to, again, we've had waves of predictions and they haven't materialized, but this is actually one, you might say, legitimate concern of countries that haven't done yet, that haven't actually realized their nuclear weapons potential, because some have it. Let's say 30, 40 countries have it, okay? The so-called hedging doesn't mean too much for me as a concept, because many could if they wanted to, but they haven't. So anyways, that's sort of also another pessimist, if you will, kind of carryover from what we're witnessing in the Ukraine.
Did you want to jump in?
2 quick points, Gideon. One, so Putin hasn't lost badly yet. There have been many things that haven't gone well, and so I don't take too much confidence in the fact that he hasn't escalated, the fact that if he would lose badly, or that if he still has a chance to do well, he would wait. So I think there's some evidence to think we could continue to push, but the other thing I would say is, though, here you can look at this as optimistic or pessimistic. If I said to you, I think there's a 90% chance, even if he loses Crimea, he won't use nuclear weapons, you could say, God, that's great, 90%. But, or you could say, if that happens and there's a 10% chance he uses nuclear weapons, you could think that's really bad and we shouldn't try that at all. And on top of that, if he uses nuclear weapons, we don't quite know what happens next. Like one possibility is we say, fine, Crimea is yours. Or another is we say, we're going to launch a large conventional invasion, or we're going to use tactical nuclear weapons. In other words, his limited use could lead to a really bigger nuclear war. So it's like 10%, doesn't sound so good. And then if you think that 10% could be some fraction of that goes really badly, it's just like, are those stakes we want to compete for? So in that sense, it's not like necessarily an absolute judgment about yes or no. It's about the risk given that, and once again, this is sort of not really a nuclear revolutions argument, but it's a nuclear weapons argument, is the world's really dangerous, and so you have to, low probabilities may not be worth accepting. So it'd be more in that sense. I'm not convinced he's going to use nuclear weapons, even if he faces the largest losses. The question is about the risk.
I think we have to add that this is complex adaptive systems. He's already using nuclear weapons for coercive purposes. And if he were, I know, I understand that, but if he were to prevail in his, Russia were to prevail in its objectives, think then if China continues to modernize its systems as it is, right, will China learn the lesson that nuclear weapons can be used this way as a shield for further aggression? And will North Korea learn that lesson? Will others? So there are consequences from even this non-kinetic use of nuclear weapons that maybe are not as optimistic, Gideon, as you think. All right, Steve,
I want to say, responding to Gideon's thought, I had several thoughts. One is, just to coin a Yogi Berra-ism, I mean, this is a reverse Berra-ism. Things haven't happened till they happened. That's like, it ain't over till it's over. Well, peace ain't over till it's over either, but then it's over. So you only need one. And your comment reminds me of the appendix to Ned Lebeau's book on peace and war. He has a little paperback, thin book about, I can't remember the name anymore, but at the back he quotes predictions about war. He's just got a whole bunch of predictions. And most of them, I mean, they're all over the map, but there was quite a few people in 1913 who said, oh, we've been hearing about this trouble with the Germans and the danger of problems in the Balkans and there's going to be a war. There'll never be a war. Just stop talking about it. I think the president of Stanford, Leland Stanford, I remember he made this comment in 1913. It's been 43 years. I mean, people have learned not to do this stuff. I mean, we're past it all. My empirical way of answering your question, though, would be to say I do think it's useful to look at the Cold War and ask how close we came. And that's a sort of interesting test. And I believe we did come very close in 1962. And I commend people, this new book by Serhii Plohi. He's a historian at Harvard, and he has a book that's just a couple years old, I think. And he wrote it with sort of the theme being, let me focus on the things that were scary. And it's I think, an excellent book. People should all read it if you want to understand how dangerous was things. And his picture, he changed my mind. I did not think things were as dangerous as I now think they were. They also should read Scott Sagan's book on limits of safety.
Yes.
Pardon?
The second book, yeah.
The second book.
If we could go,
all right. If
we could go to the
other questions.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a terrific book, and it's not read enough, and it's so important on this whole issue. Say a third thing, though, about nuclear weapons and WMDs. My view is, my scariest thought about WMD and the human race is not major power use. I think it could happen, and if we have the wrong kind of leaders, or if misperception comes to dominate the way societies look at each other. I mean, I believe, by the way, the offense has the advantage in terms of misperception now. The liars are taking over the world. The Enlightenment is in danger because of the new media and the fact that we no longer have vetted information that controls how public see things. Facebook and Fox News are a threat to peace. We've invented technology that really does threaten the Enlightenment. And to me, without the Enlightenment, you're going to have a lot of trouble.
Okay, we've got 2 more questions here, at least.
Let me just say, the scary scenario that people should think about is the spread of WMDs to non-deterrable actors. The book by Martin Rees, Our Final Hour, which is a now 20-year-old book, but very important book, on his fear that the world of science is bringing to the fore more WMDs. And the next phases, the new WMDs will be much more dangerous than nuclear weapons, because they're going to have the characteristic that they can proliferate out to individuals, psychopaths, terrorists. Nuclear weapons are pretty much the possession of states and states alone. The next wave, bioengineering, nanoengineering, CRISPR. Interestingly, Tom Clapper defined CRISPR as a threat to U.S. national security a few years ago. CRISPR being great medical stuff, but we need a book on, is Reese right? In other words, is the world in fact going toward a new WMD regime where there are more such things and they can disperse more easily and they can reach the hands of non-deterrable actors? The only way we know how to prevent use of nuclear weapons is deterrence. By definition, when WMDs get in the hands of non-deterrable actors, we are in real trouble.
Okay, Steve, we're going to get a couple more questions.
Mike, Professor Doyle.
I like CRISPR,
Michael Doyle,
by the way.
Columbia. This is a wonderful panel. Thank you so much. I have two worries that the panel didn't quite assuage me about the dangers of a nuclear war in Ukraine. One, I thought Scott's comment that we should convey to the Russian military that the use of nuclear weapons would be an extreme war crime and they should contemplate the possibility.
Only if used against a city. If used on the battlefield, it would not be a war crime.
Okay. If used against the city, against civilians, large numbers, all of those factors. I think that is a great idea, and I hope that's been conveyed. I have no idea whether it has. My worry is that my friends in the UN right now are very busy documenting the existing war crimes that the conventional forces of Russia and Wagner and others have inflicted on Ukraine. A list is being made with names attached to it. And so if they're going to be prosecuted anyway, I'm afraid that some of them might not take as seriously as I hope they would the threat that you just, I think, very importantly posed. So that's one worry. The second worry, I'd like to get the views of the panel of whether Putin thinks that if he did use nuclear weapons in Ukraine, there would be a nuclear response by the United States. Many of my friends in Europe are very skeptical, as their fathers and mothers were, about extended deterrence, and some think it would be even more difficult in this case. And so might he think he could get away with, let's call it a minor use of nuclear weapons in Ukraine and not face a nuclear response?
Who wants to jump in first on that one?
I could. Great set of questions, Michael. First, I think that there really is a dilemma of accountability for war crimes and ending a war, and that they can be at cross purposes. I'd remind everybody in the audience that we originally, in the unconditional surrender demand, let the Japanese know that there are going to be war crimes trials. And Hirohito was on the list. Even though people didn't focus on it so much right after the war, we ended up cutting a deal. And Secretary Burns sent a letter to the Japanese government saying that the future role of the emperor will be determined by the Japanese people, and it was that got Hirohito to join the Peace Party. And then we started painting this peaceful picture of him, which was not true at all. So I think that's a really important question. And on response, I hope that this administration will not use nuclear weapons in response to a Russian nuclear use, because conventional capabilities could do a lot. Yep. So in 2016, there was a war game in the White House in which the deputies were presented with a scenario, not Ukraine, but a Russian attack on the Baltics. And when the attack was not doing well, the Russians used nuclear weapons against a single NATO base, military base. The deputies discussed what they should do and came up with the idea we should respond with conventional weapons, escalating the war by attacking into Russia for the first time, but using conventional weapons only to destroy the base from which the nuclear forces had come. The principals then did the same war game the next day, and they said, we've got to respond with nuclear weapons. That's what deterrence is all about. And they were told by the red team that, well, if you use nuclear weapons against Russia, they'll know it's from the United States, and therefore they retaliate against the United States. So he said, well, no, we'll use nuclear weapons against Belarus, even though Belarus wasn't in the scenario. Who were the deputies who I think made the right choice? Colin, Kahl, and Avril Haines, today's guest. And according to Fred Kaplan, Haines made T-shirts saying the deputies had it right.
So next, Jean-Marie Gueno, and then Tim Fry. So Jean-Marie, can we get a mic over here?
Well, my question actually was just following on that discussion. Is in the case of nuclear use by Russia, what would you see as the best response, and what would be the implications for the U.S.-European strategic relationship?
Can I add one thing, because in some ways it deals with some of the same questions. I hear that concern, and it's also not a new concern with the very concept of extended deterrence. It's been asked not just throughout the Cold War, more recently, vis-a-vis North Korea, right? Kim Jong-un was threatening LA. I live there. Sorry, actually, they said LA wouldn't be a target because of his friendships with some basketball players, but more seriously, it's a long-standing concern. Will the U.S. risk this city or that city for Seoul or whatever? But the point is, going back to sort of Bob's conceptualization of this problem, unshelling, it's just there's leaving something to chance that in the minds of those that think, well, they might not respond, but the issue of sort of the chancy, the odds that it might actually work may or may not be enough. But the probability that it will have some residual effect is there. But I hear your concern, especially in Germany. I witnessed that kind of very, very high concern with, will the US actually stand by its commitments with respect to, and the same in Japan and South Korea and so on.
Yeah.
Just a couple other points on this. One is we don't have an extended deterrence commitment to Ukraine, which is important. Two, the real issue in the Cold War was the United States and NATO using nuclear weapons first. This issue is actually about using nuclear weapons second, which is different. And so I just put those two basics on the table. I think I point out two things. One is, I think Scott's right that that maybe the best option would be conventional invasion, but they also need to keep in mind that the Russians still hold all their nuclear weapons, and that also is greatly raising the stakes. So a conventional support for Ukraine, or even threatening to take territory in Russia, is not escalatory in the sense that you're using nuclear weapons, but it could easily lead to a much larger nuclear war. And so it sounds better because you're not using nuclear weapons, but it's not clear that it gets you to a better outcome. And it could actually oddly lead to a worse outcome, particularly if you're taking Russian territory. But the other thing I would say, and it's very unpopular, but Steve Evera raised it at the beginning, which is the question suggests that, of course, we should respond. But he said, if you're in a nuclear situation where the other side might care more, they're likely to prevail if you get involved in nuclear bargaining. And if that's the case here, it's not popular, and I'm not saying this is what I would do, but in the sense of all of what we're hearing about thinking and thinking it through, is sometimes not responding in a nuclear world could be the right option. And that's something we would have to decide for ourselves as well, because this is a bargaining, it's a competition in risk-taking. And when Putin escalates, he's saying, I care enough to risk a nuclear war. We don't know how large a nuclear war. And we have to ask ourselves, given the stakes, do we want to risk that larger nuclear war?
So just one, go ahead.
No, so I'm just saying, I think that's just all part of the analysis here.
As a footnote to this, I would all encourage you to read our other colleague, Dick Betz's wonderful piece on this question in Foreign Affairs, that makes the opposite argument, that we cannot do nothing. And there are no good options. They're all bad options. And responding in some way requires us, if we're going to continue extended deterrence, which was a whole nother topic we didn't get to because we need another hour, and I don't think our chair is going to allow it. But do you want to give Tim Fry the last question?
So I want to give Tim Fry the last question since he was patient here.
A lot of pressure to ask the last question. But thanks a lot. This has been really a tremendous panel. I had a question about a topic near and dear to Bob's heart about communication during crisis bargaining. And there are obviously incentives to use talk that the war is existential for Russia as cheap talk. So what are the things that we should be looking about beyond Putin's statements to kind of understand what his next steps might be? And are there things that Putin can do to credibly signal about his intentions, perhaps to use nuclear weapons? What are the things beyond just his statements that we should be paying attention to?
So we all know them. You want to jump in? I'll throw them out if you want to.
Well, I'd say two things. One is look at the status of Russian forces.
Right.
Putin declared on national television a state of high alert, and nothing happened. That said something to us about how seriously to take it, and that's important. And Leslie, I don't think many Russians think that this is an existential, Ukraine posed an existential risk. It poses an existential risk to Vladimir Putin, because a successful Ukrainian democracy in a successful war could be a threat to his regime. And to me, this war will end either when the Ukrainians win militarily, or more likely, if Putin thinks the losses of Russian soldiers and Russian equipment poses an even more risk to his regime than ending a war that's going poorly.
Sole domestic politics.
So you would look for mating, taking the warheads out of storage where they're still securely, and start mating them with the short range or the intermediate range forces. That would be the next serious signal to say, we don't like what's happening and back off.
We're ending, but
Etel, you can have the last comment.
it's actually not even a comment, but even if something that Steve kind of evoked in me, we could actually end up getting predictions right in some sense, but not the complete story, as Bob, would always caution us against. And that reminds me of the story in 1939 of a journalist that saw it coming. 1939, this is going to be a catastrophe. I'm out of here. And he looked at the map and he said, I'm going here, I'm disappearing until this is over. And he picked Guadalcanal. Hard to get it right.
On that happy note, please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists. Etel.
So thank you, ditto. Thank you for an incredibly thought-provoking, provocative conversation. This is what I love about being at scholarly conferences, an exchange of serious ideas, debates, and different opinions. So thank you all very much for bringing your expertise to this discussion. I also want to thank the audience. There's a lot of experts out in the audience, and I apologize we could not get to all of you, but I hope you get a chance to mingle and interact with some of the panelists during our break. We have a break right now. If you'd like to get coffee or something, or hit the restroom, we have about 10 minutes. We'll return at 11:15. Thank you. So when you return, check coats and bags.
Well, before the afternoon session.
Yeah.
Thank you for your understanding. I know. And people, if they want to take notes on their laptop, they can bring their laptop, leave the case. Yeah.
Oh, you
'Cause
can
I think,
bring, you can bring the laptop,
but not the case.
case?
Because I've seen a lot of people writing notes on their laptop.
Okay.
I think if they have questions, they can ask. Okay, so don't worry about that. If people ask.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so
How about 11:20? Yeah, we'll have enough time. Yeah. Yeah.
that way we make sure to give people enough time at 12 to have lunch. Do that. And then I already saw Colin Cow's advanced team, Mason, so he's already here. Yeah. And then great. And then we'll go right into it.
Okay, for this next segment, before we break for lunch, we're going to have several people give some personal reminiscences about Bob, and then we will have 2 videos. So our first speaker is Professor Richard Betts, a very close friend and colleague of Bob's for at least 40 years that I'm aware of, unless there's more Dick. Dick is a renowned scholar in his own right. Dick's writings, as well as Bob's, are mandatory reading in the CIA's new analyst training course. And he obviously has written on many, many topics. You've heard several references in the morning panel to his recent pieces in Foreign Affairs. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Dick.
Well, I'm with Steve Van Evera. I normally honor convention and wear a tie for special occasions, but I thought I should honor Bob's attitude toward dress today. I never saw him in a tie when he didn't seem to resent having to wear it. Well, I first encountered Bob more than 40 years ago in the fall of 1969 in his graduate seminar on theories of international politics. And we were only intermittently in touch for the next 20 odd years while I was mainly in Washington. But now, over 30 years ago, he was helpful in getting me to Columbia, and we were pretty constantly acquainted since. Anyway, a lot of the main points about Bob have already been made, especially in the H. Diplo compendium, which you should look at if you haven't already, and video to come. I'll just reflect on a few maybe random or idiosyncratic personal impressions with a bias toward traits that I sensed in him that I identify with. Others may have some contrary impressions and can correct me, especially Kathy or Alexa, if I say something about what I thought Bob thought that may be off. Anyway, at the most general level, I think it's fair to say that Bob was, in a way that's much rarer than it should be, a genuine liberal in both the classical and colloquial senses. Now, this is not in relation to theory of international politics in particular, but about the nature and purpose of intellectual life in general and his commitments in domestic politics. Intellectually, he had a genuine belief in pluralism. He was genuinely open to counterargument, point that Etel Solingen made a short time ago. Now, this should be a basic attribute of the intellectual vocation for everyone, but in practice, I don't think it is. We all endorse such openness, yet cynical as it may sound, I think we usually wind up identifying analytical excellence with those who share our normative preferences. Few of us are really as good as we should be at avoiding double standards in logic or cherry-picking evidence to support our views when we're arguing. Bob was much better than most of us on that. And this attitude, I think, reflected a view we shared about what promoting diversity should mean. I think he agreed that diversity should be comprehensive to include intellectual and ideological diversity. Now, he was a proud yellow dog Democrat himself, but several times I heard him lament the lack of interest among some of our peers in getting any conservative intellectuals onto the faculty, where such people are more underrepresented than almost any other category of concern. In relation to his work and international relations theory, was his realism, with which he was usually identified, completely opposed to liberal theory of international politics? No. First, of course, it's a mistake for anyone to adhere religiously to any simple categorical paradigm, and he didn't. He knew reality's complex and was flexible in that regard. But to the extent that he was identified with the realism. My own view is that this simply came from respect for empirical evidence as he saw it from reading history. And this leads to another thing about Bob, and that was his deep interest in history. Now, this used to be considered essential for good political scientists. I think a bit less so in recent times, as the construction of data sets based on simplified coding now tend to be more valued than thorough understanding of specific complicated cases. Also, his interest in history as well as the literature of political science was reflected in his vast accumulation of books and reliance on them, something I also think that used to be standard has become less so for the academic vocation in recent times. But on his deep interest in history, I don't think it's a great exaggeration to say that many, if not most historians, don't respect political scientists. They think we're simplistic. They get highly annoyed with us for ransacking history, allegedly misusing it to fabricate superficial, distorted generalizations as grist for abstraction and theory. But 2 or 3 times I recall legitimate historians praising Bob for his impressive knowledge and responsible application of it, and in a tone that seemed to imply some surprise to find that in a political scientist. My last point I would take from something that Ken Pruitt said in, I believe, a meeting some time ago, and that was that Bob was a man without enemies. And I think this is true both intellectually and personally. And I think maybe that helped him to be what he was a leader of the profession. And by the way, I think it was no mean feat for Bob to be chosen as the president of the American Political Science Association at the time when his work did not represent what were then the dominant, or at least ascendant trends in the discipline, rational choice theory, quantitative analysis. But anyway, no intellectual enemies. I think most great theorists provoke counterattacks from contrary theorists or ambitious scholars trying to make their bones by discrediting a guru of the discipline. I can't think of a major, influential, or enduring attack on Bob's work. If I've missed it, maybe that was wishful thinking. Somebody can tell me, but I don't recall it. The criticism of his ideas about the nuclear revolution in recent work of some scholars, which was discussed a bit today, may come closest, but I think even that is quite limited, restrained, and I believe, depending on the level of analysis you focus on, can, to a fair extent, be reconciled with Bob's work. And no personal enemies. He had, as all of us know, innumerable friends, and maybe some others know of negative interactions I don't know about. But in the now more than half century that I've been acquainted with Bob, I never heard anyone say anything snide or nasty about him. And I was never aware of anyone who disliked him. And I think that's pretty rare for academics. So it's one thing to have no enemies if you're an inconsequential figure in the profession. I think it's pretty impressive to be universally respected when you're so prominent, which usually makes one a target. So that may be one of Bob's major accomplishments, to be a leader and a regular human being without enemies.
So our next speaker probably doesn't need much introduction, Alexa Jervis, Bob's daughter.
Hi. I first want to add, our cats in their later years were his enemies. But Also, my biography is very short. I left academia like it was on fire, but I do want to say that I did write something with my father. We co-authored a piece on the first season of Survivor, and that I forget even where it appeared, but that's true. All right. On behalf of my whole family, thank you for coming today to honor the work and legacy of my father. When I spoke at my father's service a year ago, I said that I had never read anything he had written. I realize now that this was misleading. I have never read any of his published works, true. But for my father, there was no clear line between his intellectual, professional endeavors and anything else. Thus, I have read some of the unofficial Jervis corpus. For example, I remember a very detailed analysis of Alexander Haig's strategic missteps that came to me in the summer of 1981. I was 10. It is certainly possible that this letter was in response to one of mine saying something like, "Hey, I'm at camp, and all the other girls in my bunk think Haig is doing great. What do you think?" Somehow, I don't think so. I also have in my possession a work that does not appear on any version of the Jervis CV. A 3-page, single-spaced document entitled Cat Myths, an Empirical Study. He wrote it after both my sister and I had left for college, and perhaps he had some time on his hands. I will not read from it. It is truly ridiculous, and it might sully his reputation as a serious scholar. But I will tell you that it has footnotes and a fairly comprehensive fake bibliography, including a citation from a presumably fictional journal called The Quarterly Review of Fine Felines. Letters were not the only way my father's work permeated our childhood. The game commonly known as Got Your Nose was in our house called Is It a Diversion? Which hand was going to grab the nose and which one was a strategic distraction. My father's habit of bringing his work into our home occasionally backfired, though. When my sister and I were in our early teens, he tried to institute a no more discussion of mascara at the dinner table rule. But we fought back. My sister said, if we can't talk about makeup, then you can't talk about nuclear war. Spiral or deterrence? I leave it to the audience. I don't even know if that joke works or means anything. I like Googled some things, but so, all right. We have been so moved by the memories and tributes that we have read in the 14 months since my father's death. I admit, the novel reader in me thinks, wouldn't it be thrilling if there were a twist or a deep, dark secret here? But the closest thing that I can come up with is to say that he was a lousy tipper of cab drivers. Luckily, he took taxis very rarely and only under extreme duress. Other than that, he really was the person described in print at his memorial and on Twitter. We love how all these, on behalf of my mother and my sister and my uncle, how all these tributes made so clear to my family how much my father enriched his academic and professional circles. But we hope it is equally clear to everyone here how much you enriched his life as well. He probably would have been a prolific scholar in any setting. He was built that way. But he was happy, even joyful in his work life, and that is due to his colleagues and his students, many of whom are here today. He loved all of it, not just the intellectual exchange. If a student or colleague brought their child into the office, we heard about it, usually with a gushing and lengthy description of said child's cuteness. When someone got a plum job offer or had their manuscript accepted, he was excited for them, and more to the point, for the field. If there was an email he had to write to a higher up, correcting their grave misconceptions about the proper course of action, he may have lamented its necessity, but he took great joy in writing it, whatever the recipient may have felt. I sort of thought at some point there could be skits where we like read letters to the provost, but I decided against it. And if someone at lunch group had a movie recommendation, he would take it straight to my sister and me, since he did not see movies more than once a year. In a letter written to my mother in 1966, at 2:50 a.m., by the way, he says, "I am still not thrilled by the thought of being a poli-sci professor all my life, but there doesn't seem to be a whole lot else I can do or that appeals to me." Either my father was the best actor around, or this was a fleeting feeling. I think it was the latter. Our family thanks you from the bottoms of our hearts for all you brought to my father's life. Thank you. And my sister, I wrote this and am delivering it, but my sister also wrote this together.
So Alexa has alluded to her mother, who is also with us today, Kathy Jervis. So now we have two videos. And speaking of movies, I actually see a few more movies than Bob did. Love movies. Dr. Strangelove is almost required in one of my classes, but I know for a lot of faculty here, they also use that movie. But movies are great. We have two really good ones coming right now. The first one is a video that was made by Derek Chollet, one of Bob's students, who's currently a serious muckety-muck. So I have to ask, because this embarrassed me in class, does everybody know what a muckety-muck is? Please say that you do. I found out that a lot of people did not. So Derek is currently the counselor at the Department of State, where he provides policy advice to his boss, Mr. Blinken. And he actually took the time to make this video while he was abroad on a diplomatic mission and sent it in from abroad. So if we could run the video, please.
Like many people here, to me, Bob Jervis was a mentor, a guide, inspiration, guru, and friend. And for the last couple decades, whether I was in or out of government, whether I was writing a book or wrestling with a knotty policy dilemma, Bob was someone I relied on for wisdom, for advice, for historical insight, and a counterintuitive observation, and sharp but always gentle criticism. So while I'm really sorry that I can't be there today in person for this inaugural conference to celebrate Bob's scholarly and policy legacy, I'm honored to have a brief moment with you. Right now, I'm on the other side of the world in Islamabad, Pakistan, trying my best to put into practice some of the insights Bob spent a lifetime teaching us. So I've given a lot of thought about why Bob had such an impact on so many of us in the policy world. Because, as he might say, it's a bit of a paradox. He didn't spend much time devising three-point plans or fighting it out in the op-ed pages, and I can't imagine that he ever appeared on cable news or paid much attention to Twitter. But as much as anyone I know, he's influenced several generations of policymakers. So how did he do it? Bob relished in puzzles and complexity and how one manages uncertainty, which is the fundamental challenge policymakers face. Every day, decisions have to get made with limited time and imperfect information, and his insights into how leaders grapple with this helps explain so much of how international politics actually works. Bob loved thinking about systems, and his conceptual work about the interactions between states, the strategies they pursue, and how leaders interpret and misinterpret signals and intentions are essential. Bob also understood that politics is fundamentally about people. Although he took structural theories of international politics very seriously, he reveled in the richness and complexity and uncertainties and the contradictions of human behavior. And his lifelong quest to understand what goes on inside leaders' heads, why they make the decisions they do, what informs what they see, and how that translates into national policy, it's helped us better understand past events as well as assist those trying to shape future ones. So one of my favorite quotes is from John Maynard Keynes, who said that anyone in authority, and in fine academic fashion, he called them madmen in authority, that they distill their frenzy from some academic scribbler of a few years back. And whether they know it or not, Jervis's insights inform policymaker decisions all the time today. For example, his work on the security dilemma remains fundamental. So many debates around tables at the White House and the Pentagon and the State Department are about an adversary's intentions and whether we are in a spiral or deterrence model. For the past few years, that's something we've been asking ourselves and grappling with every day, whether it's shaping our policy toward the PRC, our response to Russia's war against Ukraine, or efforts to thwart Iran's nuclear ambitions. Here's what we ask ourselves. Are these status quo states feeling threatened and seeking security, or do they seek power and want to revise the order with force if necessary to achieve their aims? Now, Jervis didn't give us an algorithm to figure this out, but he taught us to be conscious about our assumptions and biases and how best to interpret evidence and how to think critically with counterfactuals to make the best decision that we can. I find myself often reflecting on Bob's insight that we tend to overestimate our importance to another state's behavior, and that while we often recognize how flawed our own decisions can be, too often we interpret another country's behavior as more calculated and rational than it actually is. He made us more aware of our biases, whether it's our selective learning from history or our resistance to information that's inconsistent with our beliefs or our tendency to take mental shortcuts. Because he was so willing to embrace complexity and contingency, Bob had deep empathy for policymakers and the dilemmas that they faced. Now, that's not to say he went easy on those who made bad decisions. He could be as harshly critical as anyone. But because he taught us so much about how common misperceptions can lead to flawed decisions, he's made past decisions more understandable, and for today's decision makers, helps point out the traps to avoid. By his example and insight, Bob also taught us how to consume information. And as anyone who encountered him knows, he was a ravenous consumer. He read widely and eclectically. As my good friend and fellow Jervisian Colin Kahl has put it, Bob was a collector of ideas. He did not confine himself to one particular era or field. He drew on history, psychology, economics, evolutionary theory, sociology, biology, the list goes on. Again, this openness to new ideas and hunger to think broadly is important for any policymaker to remember. His eagerness to always learn more reflects perhaps his most important traits, his generosity and his humility. Despite all the demands on his time, Bob helped so many others succeed. He made people around him better, whether fellow scholars, students, policymakers, even from time to time, an academic administrator. He read every draft of every book I've written and provided pages of comments. And what's amazing is my experience is not unique. He did this for literally hundreds of former students and colleagues. He never seemed to stop. In late November 2021, just weeks before he passed away, he sent a memo to several of us in government entitled "Some Thoughts on Ukraine," where he sorted through what Putin might be thinking, gave us some advice about signaling, and, as always, warned about pitfalls to avoid. And while Bob was passionate about his ideas and never lacked confidence arguing about them, he was always willing to learn from mistakes or reconsider his thinking. He never thought he was always right. Again, that kind of humility is something everyone in the policy world needs to keep in mind. So much has been said and written about Bob Jervis and what he meant to our understanding of international politics. I am so grateful that I'm one of the many whose lives he shaped and who consider themselves part of his proud legacy. I wish you all the best and look forward to seeing you next year at this conference. Thanks so much.
So our next video is a homegrown video. We have some amazing videographers here in SIPA who will remain nameless by their request. But they put together an amazing video, and I think hopefully you will enjoy it as much as I did because I got a sneak preview. So if we could launch the next video.
Bob Jervis was one of the most incredible legends in the field of international relations. He was a true intellectual. He was a scholar. He was a mentor to so many of us in our community of political science.
Bob Jervis was a leading scholar of international politics, having written seminal works on psychology and international relations.
When I think about what I knew about Bob Jervis before I came to Columbia, I'd read lots of his work. I think anybody studying international relations had read lots of his work, and he was known for his work on the security dilemma, known for his work on systems effects.
Bob was a really good teacher in his quirky way. He made people think. He did not just impart the bottom line answer.
Beyond his substantive intellectual contributions, he was a leader in the management of the profession as the president of the American Political Science Association.
I first came to meet and better understand Bob Jervis during my time at CIA. He was highly respected among my peers and colleagues, so much so that his books are used as textbooks in our new analytic training courses.
Bob was really inclusive. He wasn't impressed by rank, really. He was more impressed by people's minds. And so anybody could come to lunch with him or talk to him in his office.
The highest praise that you can give somebody in academics is that they created a field that then thrived as a research agenda for later generations of scholars. And Bob essentially did that.
He also has had a huge impact on people who've gone into the policy world. And I always got the sense that he felt that was an important contribution and one he took a lot of pride in.
Bob was the consummate academic intellectual in the sense that roughly our hobby is our work.
I would say to myself, I want to be Bob Jervis when I grow up. Of course, I'm kind of old already, but you do realize he's indefatigable. I used to call him both at the agency and when I got here, I'd say Bob is like the Energizer Bunny. He gets up fairly early. He walks quite a distance to the university, and he would come in and he'd immediately engage people.
He had a great sense of humor, and every email that you would get from him had a line or two that, would make you smile, if not laugh, no matter how serious the email was or the topic.
The Bob Jervis method of getting his thoughts out into publication was unique. He would use a dictaphone, old-fashioned little black old-school dictaphone, and he would dictate his thoughts, and then he would hand the tapes to a work-study student in the Saltzman Institute who would type them up.
And the whole time I knew him, he never let me refurbish, remodel, clean, move his office. And it was erratic, so his desk was at an odd angle, but that was to fit more rows of books underneath.
Surrounding Bob as he was sitting there in his chair, on both sides were like literally thousands of books on political science, international politics, military history.
He also had figured out for himself what was important and what wasn't. Clothing was not important. He would just get up and put on the same clothes, and of course that saved a lot of time. It's called the capsule wardrobe.
Bob's wardrobe. Okay. Very simple. Khakis. If it's a summer, polo shirt. If it's winter, turtleneck. And he had the polo shirts in all colors, but he really liked 4 in particular.
He walked to campus every single day that he came to campus, which was every day. And his barometer for crime levels in the city was how often he got mugged. And in his very Bob way, he said, I knew I was getting old when somebody who mugged me called me sir. Like, sir, can I have your wallet? And he was more worried about being called sir and being perceived as old than he was about getting mugged, which is just very Bob.
What he cared deeply about is creating a community of scholars that were engaged in both the political science department and SIPA. And so one of the things that he used to do is he used to gather us for the Jervis lunch.
Bob would literally knock on the doors of the faculty and say, we're all going to meet for lunch. And we'd have an informal, sometimes 10, 15 people, conversation about current events or some interesting article someone had read.
He helped to establish a norm in the department of openness to different ideas and debating every issue.
I remember it being remarked on by visiting scholars. The most unique thing about us was our open doors and our open exchange. That was something that you didn't see all the time, and Bob was really instrumental in making that a reality.
The work he put into building community within the department, within the Saltzman Institute, for him, the joy was all about bringing people together and talking about stuff and laughing about stuff.
His willingness to give time. Bob was willing to share the time and meet with students and talk about their thesis or some project they were working on. And he would always find time to do that.
Bob inspired me to want to be a political scientist. And then he gave me the best advice and guidance and mentorship.
Bob imparted to me his wisdoms and strategies. It was really like every stage of my career, Bob was there shining light on the path ahead of me.
He was a leader of the profession outside of Columbia, so it was how much he did, in addition to the scholarly achievements that made his academic reputation.
I think a lot of people in the department and at the Saltzman Institute are thinking about how much he did to make this place a great place to work and a great place to think and produce scholarship. And so much of that was about the ways in which he brought people together. And so we're trying to keep that going.
He exemplified what happens if you're lucky enough in this world to figure out what you love and what you're good at, and you get to do it all the way up until the very end.
He was just so fascinated by everything around us. He saw everything as an opportunity to really explore and ask questions and challenge the conventional wisdom.
He was someone whose brilliance was something that he used as a tool to make his communities and his personal relationships better.
The leaders in many lines of work are extraordinary people who manage to do a number or a quality of things that's unusual. There'll be a few others who will be as impressive as Bob, just not very many.
It's 5 minutes till noon, so we have 1 hour and 5 minutes to go to lunch and come back. It's killing me not to talk about Russian nukes, though, but I won't, I promise. Thank you so much. We had a great session this morning. If I could ask that when you come back for the afternoon session, please check your coats and large bags outside in the back. All bags, okay, all bags. And if you have a laptop, I'm told you can bring the laptop, but not the case. Is that right? They want it small. Very small bags are okay. Very small bags are okay. Small purses. You can see why we're all academics and scholars. We get into the details of every last thing. So lunch break is on, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please take your seats. We're going to get started. Good afternoon. If you could find your seats, we're going to get the program started.
Okay, we've got a few people still coming in. If you could all take your seats, we'll start in about 1 minute. I hope you all had a chance to catch up with one another over lunch. There will be a reception at the end of the day, so if you're eager to reconvene and catch up and continue the conversations, you'll have another opportunity at 5 o'clock. So, without further ado, we have another prominent guest speaker, another policymaker, consistent with the theme here of trying to better integrate academe and policy community people. Colin Kahl is the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, i.e. he is another senior muckety-muck. He was a student of both Bob Jervis and Jack Snyder, earned his PhD in political science here from Columbia, so it's nice to have another proud grad among us. And with that, I will turn it over to you, Colin.
Hey everybody, it's great to see so many friendly faces. It's been a while since I've been in the International Affairs building. I remember my graduate apartment not too far from here, fondly. Look, for those of you who don't know me, Colin Kahl. I am the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. If you don't know what that is, I'm essentially the National Security Advisor to the Secretary of Defense. I run the policy shop within the Office of the Secretary of Defense. Bob Jervis was my advisor and mentor and became a really dear friend of mine. And what I thought that I would do mainly it would be great if this was just a conversation, but just reflect a little bit about how my interactions with Bob and his ideas have affected how I see the policy world or how I see others seeing the policy world. And after all, perception matters. So, my sense of Bob was that at the end of the day, he was a collector of ideas from across disciplines, political science, social and cognitive psychology, diplomatic history, game theory, chaos theory, you name it. If it had theory after it, he probably had read it and integrated it into his work, often explicating and amending these bits and pieces from all over the intellectual universe in completely interesting and brilliant ways. He was not the first to discuss ideas like the security dilemma, for example. John Hertz and Herbert Butterfield had earlier discussed the concept, but Bob's discussion and elaboration of the security dilemma was much more theoretically rigorous and influential. He also didn't originate the notion of the nuclear revolution, but he built on insights from Bernard Brodie and Thomas Schelling, Glenn Snyder, and others in revolutionary ways. One of the things that strikes me the most relevant of Bob's work is just the simple notion that all decision-making is theory-laden, whether policymakers know it or not. We all have causal models in our head, historical lessons learned, analytic frameworks, conceptual lenses, assumptions about how the world works. We need them at the end of the day to simplify and make sense of a complex world which we can never wholly or completely or accurately perceive or understand. They are the only ways in which we can act in the world based on the information at our disposal. These ideas obviously matter at the individual level, but they are also internalized among groups, sometimes so much that they become taken for granted, whether they are ultimately right or wrong. Cooperation under the Security Dilemma, which Bob published in 1978, is perhaps his most famous and influential article, but I actually found the related discussion of the spiral and deterrence models in his 1976 book, Perception and Misperception, International Politics, to be particularly relevant to how I've seen theory-laden decision-making at work in the foreign policy world. Some decision makers see the world largely through the spiral model. They consciously or intuitively subscribe to the logic of the security dilemma. They see adversaries as primarily driven by their own sense of insecurity, especially concerns about American power. They worry that assertive military action is provocative, that adversaries need to be reassured and given off-ramps and face-saving ways out. The result is a form of restraint, or some would say self-deterrence. You can see this in debates about NATO expansion and the role that it played in driving or not Putin's decision to invade or further invade Ukraine, or what drives Iran to seek its nuclear capabilities, or what drives the People's Republic of China to seek a sphere of influence in the South China Sea or across the Taiwan Strait. Others, of course, see adversaries as revisionist and implacable. They will push and push until they are pushed back. Peace through strength. Putin, after all, wasn't insecure. He had imperial ambitions, as do leaders in Tehran and Beijing, that cannot be resolved through accommodation. And in fact, if you try to accommodate these ambitions, you will just embolden them to push further. That's the deterrence model. These models inform discussions around the Situation Room every single day, whether the folks advancing them actually recognize it or not. But in my experience, it is neither model that captures every situation. There are status quo security-seeking states. They exist. There are also imperial revisionist ones. And what I find among the most troublesome actors is that a lot of the powers we have to contend with are both insecure and power-seeking at the same time. What a Jervis student involved in policymaking quickly recognizes is the importance of not dogmatically or ideologically sticking with the spiral or deterrence model, but recognizing the need to surface unstated assumptions and employ evidence and counterfactuals to ascertain which of the two models is most plausibly appropriate in a given context. Bob was never dogmatic about applying either model, although I think, if we're honest, he was more inclined to seeing the spiral model as more common. In a short think paper on Ukraine that he sent me, as well as a number of other folks in this room, on November 24th of 2021, just 3 weeks before he died, he wrestled with the competing hypotheses that Putin was mobilizing for war and threatening Ukraine because Putin had imperial ambitions and truly believed that Ukraine was part of a broader Russian empire, versus the notion that Putin was engaged in course of diplomacy to prevent Ukraine from moving closer to NATO. I think Bob was more persuaded by the latter interpretation because he could not believe that Putin could be so short-sighted as to actually think he could absorb all of Ukraine. How could he be so stupid? But I think Bob acknowledged that it all depended on what Putin's beliefs and perceptions ultimately were, and he would be the first to admit he had no access to those beliefs and perceptions, and that the evidence was mixed. And if he was still alive, I suspect that Bob would now acknowledge that the first hypothesis, the imperial one, is probably better supported by the weight of the evidence, and he would be the first to acknowledge that. Speaking of Ukraine, let me say something about nuclear weapons and the stability and instability paradox. And I know you had a panel on nuclear weapons that I was not able to witness, so some of this may surface that conversation as well. Bob, of course, wrote extensively on the nuclear revolution, most notably in his books, The Logic of American Nuclear Strategy and The Meaning of the Nuclear Revolution. He sought to describe and explain how international relations operates in the shadow of mutually assured destruction. A number of his ideas have been challenged, but I find his discussion of the implications of the so-called stability and instability paradox to be particularly compelling and once again relevant. I say once again because there's a version of this that some people describe as the Christopher Columbus problem. You know, just because it seems new to you doesn't mean it's actually new. At the most basic level, of course, the logic of mutually assured destruction creates a powerful incentive for nuclear states to avoid direct military confrontation with each other. Yet strategic nuclear deterrence opens up the possibility for nuclear states to engage in aggression below the nuclear threshold, using their deterrent forces as a shield for violence below that threshold. This was the logic, of course, of the stability and instability paradox that Glenn Snyder highlighted, and we certainly saw examples of this logic in action during various periods during the Cold War, and we've seen it more recently, and I'll get back to that in a second. Bob acknowledged that the logic of the stability-instability paradox was valid, but not if taken to extremes. Bob argued that there is not an unlimited potential for two nuclear adversaries to engage in conflict below the nuclear threshold, because there was always the prospect that some actions could unleash uncontrollable dynamics that inadvertently spiraled into a general war with existential stakes. There goes that spiraling logic again. So the nuclear revolution compelled a certain degree of caution in the nature, scale, and intensity of military contests below the nuclear threshold, but it did not rule out the possibility that those contests could get out of control and lead to nuclear war. At the same time, following Schelling, a Jervis mentor, Bob acknowledged that nuclear powers could still rationally make threats and manipulate risks as they jockeyed for advantage. The implication of all this is that there is a zone beneath the threshold of nuclear conflict or below the threshold of direct conventional military clashes that might predictably create a risk of spiraling to nuclear conflict, where nuclear adversaries could engage in military competition with one another and use violence, so long as it was kept within these bounds and would keep things from spiraling out of control. During the Cold War, therefore, the nuclear revolution shifted military confrontation into various forms of indirect conflict, acting by, with, and through others and obscuring any direct participation. The United States, for example, supported the Mujahideen in Afghanistan during the 1980s. More than 10,000 Russians died in that conflict, which seems like a lot until you recognize how many have died in Ukraine, which is probably 3 or 4 times that number in less than a year. And to the degree that there was direct involvement by one of the nuclear superpowers in a conflict during the Cold War its rival was engaged in, like the Soviet pilots who flew against American ones in the Korean War, or Soviet advisors who operated North Vietnamese surface-to-air missile systems during the Vietnam War, the superpowers took pains to do so in deniable ways that created a kind of shared fiction that allowed both sides to manage escalation, which is something that a friend of mine, Austin Carson, has written a lot about in his book, Secret Wars. In other words, the nuclear revolution freed up space for some forms of conflict below the nuclear threshold while compelling both sides to build guardrails to avoid a direct confrontation that could inadvertently spiral out of control. Boy, do we need Bob now. The thing that we have wrestled with more than any other in managing our support for Ukraine in response to Russia's brutal invasion is where those guardrails are and where they should be. And by the way, it's conceivable those where the thresholds are have actually shifted over time. So there's one school of thought that basically says, at the end of the day, Putin's never going to risk nuclear war, so you can pretty much do whatever you want in Ukraine. Up to the point, by the way, of directly intervening in the conflict because he recognizes that he doesn't want to fight NATO or he wouldn't want to go all the way to the nuclear mat. Folks, when people proposed no-fly zones in Ukraine and we said, well, that's great, except you have to shoot down Russian aircraft with NATO aircraft, and before you do that, you have to destroy the integrated air defense network in Kaliningrad and a bunch of other places, so you have to start a war against Russia. They're like, yeah, whatever, free the skies of Ukraine, and, Putin won't be stupid enough to start a nuclear war. So that puts the threshold pretty high. I don't think Bob would think that that was a great idea. Other folks would say that you couldn't do anything that imposes significant costs on the Russians because they would overreact and they have kind of an escalate to de-escalate. And that's also clearly false because we have provided all sorts of things over the course of the conflict that were inconceivable a few years ago and have imposed tremendous costs. I mean, I mentioned the casualties a minute ago. I think our best current estimate is that the Russians have suffered around 200,000 casualties since the war began less than a year ago, about 35,000 dead. That's 3 times what they lost in Afghanistan, and then the rest of it wounded. They've also lost thousands of tanks and armored vehicles. They have spent down the vast majority of their standoff and precision-guided munitions that they spent hundreds of billions of dollars building up to fight NATO. If you would have told me a year ago we could have enabled all of that, I would have said the risk of nuclear war was non-trivial. Right? So why hasn't a nuclear war happened? So one hypothesis, and this is the type of conversation Bob would want to have around the table, in the Institute of War and Peace Studies. This is exactly, and he'd ask all the right questions and all the probing questions. Why hasn't a nuclear war happened? It could be that the extreme version of stability and stability is right, which is essentially you can fight up to a large-scale conventional war as long as you do it indirectly, and maybe you can even do it directly and you won't have nuclear escalation. Maybe that's it. Or it is that the threshold is lower than that, but we've always been too cautious, and we've just The other explanation, which I think is more supported, at least by the information that's available to me, is that Russia has a little bit been the frog in the slowly boiling pot of water. That is that that escalation thresholds have probably shifted across the conflict, and had we done everything at the beginning that we're doing now, the risk would have been higher. But that's, of course, a counterfactual. You can't prove that. You'd have to pull together threads of information to try to support it, and boy, would Bob enjoy trying to do that. Right, and he'd do it in the halls around here. He'd also go down to D.C. and with his TSSCI clearance of the CIA and to ask him to give him all the real information on this stuff, and then he'd come over and talk to me at the Pentagon. He'd go over and talk to Mira at NSC. He'd go over and talk to Derek Chollet at the State Department, and he's like, "So tell me what's really going on." But he would grapple with these things, and we could really use his big brain as we continue these questions, because frankly, the questions remain live ones. Should we give Ukraine long-range missile systems? Should we give Ukraine fourth-generation aircraft? Should we enable Ukraine to do military operations toward Crimea, which is Ukrainian territory, but unless you're Vladimir Putin, in which case you think it's wholly Russian land? Should we enable Ukraine to do things inside Russia? Should we take more risk to directly intervene ourselves into the conflict? All of these are live questions in Washington and around the tables in Munich and in other places. And boy, could we use Bob's help as we grapple with these things. So maybe I'll just conclude there, and happy to take questions. It can be about Bob, it can be about the world, really. I'm trying to be pretty frank here, so I hope people treat these as essentially off-the-record remarks. But if not, what's the worst they can do? Fire me and make me go back to a tenured job where I can never get fired? Sounds pretty good. I'm just the reminder of live streaming. Yes. Hi, for all of the thousands of people, to include the GRU agents listening on the internet. You know what I'm talking about. All right, are there? Actually, you must have a question. Cynthia, you always have questions.
We have one here. Hi, I'm Theo Milanopoulos, U.S. Naval War College, speaking in my personal capacity, since the big boss is here. I'm curious, given Professor Jervis's earliest contribution around signals and indices, about what you would think the Kremlin thinks about the United States' position as a combatant in the current conflict, given that signals are not directly involved, no boots on the ground. Indices suggest large-scale support. And at what point does the Kremlin decide that we are a combatant worthy of targeting?
Yeah, I mean, well, so first of all, it would be pretty hard to hide $29 billion in security assistance, even if we were attempting to do so, and of course we are not attempting to do so. So he has a pretty clear picture of what we're providing and what quantities. Now, of course, we are not direct participants in the conflict, and President Biden was very clear from the very beginning. We were not going to put boots on the ground, and we were not going to fight World War III over Ukraine. I think that the Russians aren't particularly happy about the vast amounts of support that we've provided Ukraine, but not just the United States. 4 dozen countries around the world have provided billions of dollars of assistance. Certainly in the information space, they accuse us of being parties to the conflict already. But I think day to day, they understand that it's a different line, and I think that there is a meaningful distinction between the types of support that we're providing Ukraine from outside the country and direct involvement in the conflict, and that's not just a line that we've drawn for ourselves, but one that is recognizable in the halls of the Kremlin. I also think that, you know, the Russian military is not doing very well inside Ukraine, and I don't think that all else being equal, they would prefer to start a war with NATO, because even if the war just remained conventional, it wouldn't go very well for Russia right now. And so I think conventional deterrence is quite strong. I think nuclear deterrence is quite strong. That does not mean that there is a blank check to do whatever we want and run whatever risks. That's certainly not what the president wants us to do, and I don't think it's the sensible thing to do. But I do think the Russians draw a meaningful distinction.
Can I let you pick, Dr. Kahl?
Oh, right here.
Cynthia Roberts on the nuclear panel, but we would have loved to have you next time.
You have me now.
Okay, great. So tell us what you assess the civil military dimension in Russia would be on this question. There are all sorts of reports in the media about the generals, or some generals, encouraging Putin to use nuclear weapons. There were retired generals, you probably noticed, before the war saying this is crazy. They shouldn't even go to war against Ukraine. The nuclear strategic rocket forces has traditionally been more professional, but there are other generals. So what's your assessment of the civil military dimension of this? Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, I mean, we don't have perfect information on this, but I will give you my impression. I wouldn't actually describe it as a civil military conversation. I would describe it as a civil military conversation. And by that I mean there is no one Russian military view on this. I think there are factions, and they're all over the place on these questions. So I think within the Russian military command structure, I think there are probably real disagreements between kind of Shoigu and Gerasimov on the one side and Surovikin, who was elevated to be the senior commander and has now been kind of made the deputy to Gerasimov, about the course of the war, about how wise it is to pursue the strategy that Russia is pursuing militarily. So I think there's divides within that, and therefore how confident they are that they can achieve their objectives basically by doing more of what they're doing now versus having to escalate. And what escalate means, I'm sure there's also conversations, does it mean full mobilization? Does it mean taking more risk to do things that could touch NATO territory? Does it mean, in extremis, the prospect of kind of nonlinear escalation using weapons of mass destruction? I think there's a fair amount of understanding of how fraught that latter category is, and I will give our president and our Secretary of Defense and our other senior leaders a lot of credit for how clearly we have signaled to Russia the consequences of attacking NATO or employing nuclear weapons on any scale inside Ukraine or anywhere else, and I think that those messages have been received. I say military because it's not, of course, just kind of the Gerasimov and Shoigu versus Surovikin. I also think Prigozhin and Wagner have a perspective on the conflict. The Chechen leadership have a perspective on the conflict. They kind of fight as different militaries on the ground, and they also, I think, have a lot of these guys are also kind of trying to out macho each other. So I think sometimes you hear language about, cavalier language about nuclear escalation that's really, shouldn't be taken overly seriously. And you sometimes hear that, coming out of senior Russian civilian officials too. Medvedev is a good example, probably, of someone who fits in that category. So this is a deadly serious topic that we take extraordinarily seriously. But I don't think the Russians are of one mind on this. But at the end of the day, only one person's views matter, and that's Vladimir Putin's views. And I think at the moment, they've tried to signal to us that Russian doctrine remains what Russian doctrine was before about the circumstances under which they would use nuclear weapons, and that those circumstances would be an existential threat to the Russian state. People can debate about the set of circumstances about what the that is defined territorially and what an existential threat would actually manifest as. But I think, I think the threshold is high.
So, okay, one more question.
Thank you. How much of what we do or don't do vis-a-vis Russia is driven by demonstration effects vis-a-vis China, which we did not discuss this morning, by the way, so number one. And number two is I wonder if you can clarify for us in the boonies of the West Coast, what is the reports that China is actually not so patsy in terms of not supplying parts and components for the Russian military industry, and I wonder if you can clarify that for us. We know that Iranian drones and even the balloon has components from Western countries, so I wonder if you can elucidate some of that for us. Thank you.
You just triggered me with balloons. Look, I think this is probably stating the obvious, but obviously what we're doing in support of Ukraine is not fundamentally about the PRC. It's about supporting Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. But what happens in Ukraine matters beyond Ukraine. And I'm actually not a kind of credibility fetishist. I don't fetishize credibility in the way that some do. But I actually think in this case, there are consequences that will be drawn by other major powers for how the world reacts to the events in Ukraine. And I think if you're sitting in Beijing, the fundamental question you have to ask yourself is, if we were to do a similar thing towards Taiwan, would the world react like they have in Ukraine, or like they did with Hong Kong? Because in the latter case of Hong Kong, they snuffed out a democracy, they absorbed it into China, and the world just moved on. And if they thought that would happen in the context of Taiwan, they would be more likely to do it. I think they are grappling, though, with, and I think that it's not just how poorly the Russian military has performed, how much the Ukrainians have demonstrated the ability to use asymmetric capabilities for kind of David to beat Goliath, and what lessons that might apply for a conflict across the Taiwan Strait, but also just how much the free world has hung together. And I use that Cold War term, the free world, intentionally, because it hasn't just been the Euro-Atlantic community that's hung together. Putin hoped to, Finlandize NATO, and he's going to NATOize Finland, right? He's put, NATO has kind of circled the wagons, but they've been joined in that cause by Japan and South Korea and Australia and others. So, and sometimes in the form of security assistance, but impactfully in the forms of sanctions, export controls, and other things. And China is not Russia. China's entire theory of achieving hegemony in the 21st century requires them to be fully integrated into the international system. And so they do worry about things like sanctions and export controls and others. So that's a long way of saying we're not doing what we're doing in Ukraine because of the PRC, but the PRC will draw lessons for how we have helped or not the Ukrainians and what the outcome is or isn't, and how much the free world hangs together in that cause. Look, I will just say in terms of PRC support for Russia, I think on the surface, the PRC has tried to portray itself as a neutral party. They don't have, but they also have described their strategic partnership with Russia as one without limits. And I think we have disclosed publicly that they are clearly looking for ways to help Russia in ways that are meaningful but deniable. And when we see that, we will bring it to the surface, because in this case, sunlight is a good disinfectant, because we don't think the PRC wants those activities to be outed. And so that is something we will continue to do. All right, thanks.
So we're going to have a small little break, but nobody can leave because we have to get our next panel mic'd up. And I wanted to say a quick comment. They are mic'd. Oh, good. Tell you what, you can start coming up. I'm still going to make a comment. So, I had the great opportunity yesterday to sit in and facilitate a conversation with the Comptroller Chief Financial Officer at the Department of Defense, Michael McCord. And then today, earlier, we heard Derek Chollet, and just now, Colin Kahl. And I have to tell you, it makes me feel very good to know that there are smart, competent, serious people in very important positions who are running our country. This is not a political statement, but the best part for me in hearing from all three of them is how they incorporate actually stuff they learned in school. They've digested theory and concepts that are very serious ones into very real-world problems that are really, I don't want to say totally intractable, but just about. I mean, as I said earlier this morning, I do not envy policymakers. These are very, very hard decisions, and I feel a lot better knowing that we have such smart, competent people. So I want to thank you again, Colin, for being here today. By the way, I did ask the CFO comptroller yesterday, like, did you always want to be a comptroller when you were in school? Because who would want to do this? He had actually been the CFO for 8 years in the Biden administration. He comes back and he's 2 years into a second tour, and I said, there's a word for that, you know, like, are you like a glutton for punishment? Like, I can't even imagine doing the accounting over there. Anyway, if our next panel would please come up, you're all mic'd. One of the great things about being a member of the Columbia community are events like this, and also that I get to hang out with a lot of really smart people every day of the week. One of those people is Michael Doyle, although I don't see Michael as much as I would like. But I will say he's very typical of just so many talented academics we have here at the university. Michael is a very distinguished and renowned scholar. He's got numerous books. He's quoted often. And he also holds a very distinctive title here at Columbia. He is a ranked university professor, which is not a very commonly achieved rank here at the university. I've also been on panels with him, and he is also one of the people with a very incisive thinking mind on hard problems. We did a panel together many, many years ago on Syria. And I was impressed with the way he brings his legal expertise to the table. As a result, you may or may not know, he teaches at the law school in the political science department and here at SIPA as well. So with that, Michael, I'm going to turn it over to you as our moderator.
Well, Peter, thank you so much for those kind comments. It's a real honor for me to be here. It's a real treat. I've known Bob Jervis since I was a graduate student, but we have a strict rule here that we will not reminisce about Bob. And so I'd like to say that this panel is really something that would be important to him, is also important to the world. It's important to him because he thought about these questions in big ways, and many of the issues we're going to be talking about draw from the scholarly corpus that he put together. But we're not going to be channeling Bob on this panel. We're going to be inspired by Bob to look at really hard questions and apply analytic thinking to them. And we really need to do so. We're entering an era, many think, of great power competition, and we have immense uncertainty attached to it. One of the more famous statements is by Henry Kissinger, who should know. He helped escalate and de-escalate the Cold War. He said that we're in the foothills of a new Cold War. What does that mean, in the foothills of a new Cold War? We don't really know. But there is wide sense that we're in a period of increased rivalry among great powers. And there could also be episodes of hostility. And so we're examining those kinds of issues here. I'm doing so as an agent called in relatively recently. I'm benefiting from questions that were proposed by the colleagues here at the Saltzman Institute. And we're going to be ranging across questions such as the roles of misperception and images. You can certainly hear Bob in that. On the foreign relations of the US, Russia, and China. We're going to be looking at the new geoeconomics of conflict and strategic trade, investment, and supply chains. And we're going to be looking at the effects of climate change and AI if we get to all of these things. Okay? The way we're going to operate is after I give a very brief introduction to these eminent panelists, is I will ask somebody to start out, and then from there anyone can jump in with additional comments on the question. And we're going to try to be brief so that we leave some time at the end to benefit from your insights. And so I'm delighted to introduce this distinguished panel. The thing that I would say about them all is that it's a striking combination of teachers, scholars, all of whom have put more than just their foot into the policy waters as debaters or actual practitioners. Tom Christensen, we all know, he's a professor of public policy, international affairs here at SIPA. He also directs the new China program, very importantly. He is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, handling issues of East Asia and the Pacific, with responsibilities for China, Taiwan, and Mongolia. I'm sure he spent equal effort on all of those three. And so we bring immense expertise from him. He's just finished a book called Lost in the Cold War, a fascinating story of Jack Downey, who was America's longest held POW, and he has a prize-winning book, The China Challenge. Next, Jacob Liu. He's one of America's most distinguished public servants. He's a member of the SIPA faculty who teaches here in economic policy and democratic institutions. He's better known, perhaps, as the 76th Secretary of the Treasury of the United States, President Obama's Chief of Staff, Deputy Secretary of State under Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton, whom we'll be hearing from later this afternoon, and Director of the Office of Management and Budget under Presidents Obama and Clinton. And he currently chairs the board of the National Committee on U.S.-China Relations. My colleague, Kim Barton, professor of political science here at Barnard. Her publications have ranged across a whole range of issues with regard to the former Soviet Union, Russia, peacekeeping. But not only has her active publishing schedule helped shape a debate in this area, she has taken her expertise to Washington repeatedly and taken on the burden of testifying before our wonderful representatives. There's an educational challenge for her that anyone would be daunted by, but that she has very well succeeded in. And she's written more than one prize-winning book. And to my immediate right, Mira Hooper is the Director for Indo-Pacific Strategy at the National Security Council, where she holds primary responsibility for the development and implementation of U.S. Indo-China Pacific Strategy and the management of the leader-level Quad partnership. Previous to that, she's been in a number of think tanks, and despite the fact that compared to, I would say, the rest of us on the panel, she's at the beginning of her career. She has already published two very influential books, one on the Shield of the Republic, on American alliances, and the other with Rebecca Lisner on an open world. And I should say, she'll probably say it soon, she speaks in her personal capacity here. This is not an official statement from the NSC. So that's your distinguished panelist. We couldn't be more fortunate. Let's jump right into the questions. And as I mentioned, these questions come collectively from the members here of Saltzman. I thought they were great questions, and so I simply borrowed them. Let's start, so to speak, with Bob Jervis. Misperceptions, perceptions, and conflict. Bob, as we all know, is big on misperception and psychological dysfunction as sources of error. So this is a perfect place to begin our panel. What are the main potential misperceptions today that might be affecting leadership in Moscow, Beijing, and Washington? Which of these misperceptions should we perhaps fear as triggers of inadvertent or miscalculated decisions of major war in coming years? Everyone's invited to jump in on this, but let's start with Mira, if you wouldn't mind. Mira, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. And I'll start by just saying thank you so much to our organizers for a really terrific day. I must admit that I had a little bit of apprehension coming today because this is the first time that I'm back on campus since we lost Bob. So I did feel a bit misty, wondering what that would feel like. And I have felt on a number of occasions that he should be in the back of the room foraging for snacks while we all chat away. But what I'm really struck by is just this extraordinary group of people and the wonderful conversation. So deeply grateful to Karen, Ingrid, and Peter for having all of us. I will also reiterate that I am speaking in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the National Security Council. So when I read this question from Michael, my mind flashed immediately to a worksheet that Bob handed out in his first session of IR1 every year when he taught it for graduate students. And it was a worksheet that listed every psychological bias that he thought was potentially relevant to international relations. And I believe there were approximately 75 on one side of the worksheet. And one of our assignments after the first class was to go home and study them and think of examples of these psychological biases. And I say this just to signpost the fact that there are obviously innumerable psychological biases that are prevalent in international politics. And part of what Bob did in his work is teach us that these aren't aberrant, they're not abnormal behaviors. These are things that afflict every single human being who is making decisions. And the point is not to defeat or overcome them. The point is to understand and maybe mitigate them. So with that in mind, I'll point to just one set of biases that worries me, in particular when I think about the risk of miscalculation. And I'll point in particular to a fact that was pointed to on our first panel and that I think Kim and Tom are well positioned to expound upon if they choose. And that is the fact that in both Moscow and Beijing, we have relatively insular decision-making environments where small groups of advisors are advising an incredibly strong leader. And this is not necessarily a feature of all autocracies, but I think Bob would agree, despite the fact that his work was not primarily focused on regime type, that leadership decision-making structures that are structured such as these are very dangerous because they are kind of breeding grounds for psychological biases. Just two that pop to mind when I think about it. Number one, of course, groupthink. When you have a number of advisors who are interested in potentially their own preservation and how to please a leader who has a very clear worldview, the likelihood that all will converge on a palatable decision as opposed to the right decision skyrockets. Number two, confirmation bias. The idea that a leader who himself or those around him may have a very fixed worldview tends to interpret new evidence as confirmatory as opposed to disconfirmatory of the chosen pathway forward. These are just two that I've thought about a lot recently and that I think Bob would have a lot more to tell us about if we were here. And I think, again, the risk of miscalculation is greatly exacerbated by both of these two, but in general, this sort of tightened circle of decision-making that we see in both capitals. But something else that I have noticed during my time in government is a bias or a set of tendencies that definitely does not just afflict Moscow and Beijing, and definitely afflicts the United States of America as well. And it's one that Bob would point to a lot in conversation. I'm not sure that it has a label, and if it does, I've forgotten it. But that is the fact that I think many powers tend to see their challengers as monolithic actors who are incredibly strategic and purposeful in their actions, whereas they are likely to overdiagnose and potentially even self-handicap themselves when it comes to bureaucratic dysfunction or multiple sets of signals that may be sent by different actors. So something that I think about a lot is the fact that we should assume that challengers, no matter how they're structured, probably have more dysfunction behind the scenes than we are able to see. And we should also assume that we as actors are being seen by those challengers as more purposeful than we may intend to be.
Great, thank you for that insight. I'm going to follow up with Mira's suggestion and then ask the two of you at the end maybe to comment a little bit on Moscow and Beijing, what particular misperceptions that we might be experiencing at the present time.
Right.
Kim, would you want to go next?
Sure. I think Mira is absolutely right to talk about the personalistic authoritarianism of Putin, which Scott Sagan mentioned earlier also. And I think we had a very good example of this when we saw the February 21st meeting that Putin publicized, where he insisted that all of his Security Council members agree with him about the necessity of saying that the areas in the Donbass should be given independence. And there was some confusion or potential pushback from some of his advisors. And when he saw that, he immediately went in for the kill and said, "You must agree with me, don't you agree with me?" And made it very clear where the power balance was. And I think in Putin's case in particular, everything was aggravated by the COVID crisis, because we know that for at least a year and probably longer, he was extraordinarily isolated and forced people to go through quarantine before they would see him. And so it wasn't even a matter of a small group making decisions. It was Putin and an occasional person from outside who shared his background, all people who came from the KGB or the FSB, who had known him for many years. So it's not even people who were in any kind of a bureaucratic pre-existing arrangement who were furthering his ideas. And I would just add a couple of things to what Mira has said in terms of things that were psychological problems that I think were aggravated. The first is that I think, and we haven't really talked very much about Putin as an individual, Putin really has had for quite some time a personal desire to go down in history as the man who made Russia great again, and has thought about it in territorial terms, and has thought about it as if there is a single Russian entity that Ukraine is a part of. And I think that that meant that he believed that he was uniquely positioned to do this and would not tolerate anybody who said that there were any difficulties associated with it. Now, we have no way of knowing whether his intelligence agents on the ground in Ukraine actually gave him any countering information to that. But it does appear that the information that he had was that Ukraine did not have any national identity, that Ukraine was waiting for Russia to take an action so that it would rid them of whatever the threat was that was in domestic politics in Ukraine. And he was very surprised that his first actions did not work. And I think the second thing that we might think about is prospect theory, which was mentioned in the first panel as well. And that helps explain why Putin is insisting on doubling down, even though what we've seen is that everything that Russia has tried so far has had very limited success, if any at all. But that he's very concerned in the loss realm of things, that he sees things in terms of losses at this point instead of gains, and cannot tolerate any losses. Because to lose would be to take away what he believes is the rightful path that he is on. And he really sees reestablishing Russian control over Ukraine as being something that rights a historical wrong. And as he said in a speech where he talked about what he did in Crimea in 2014, that Crimea was primordial Russian land, and that he was just restoring something that had been there for all time that everybody should recognize. And I think when we put these things together, I would disagree with some of the realist arguments that we heard on the first panel, because I think this combination of believing by Putin that he has this place in history and of being unwilling to tolerate losses means that he will not give in if there is negotiation, that he will use the period of negotiation to reestablish his forces as best as possible and to fight again. And I'm afraid that that puts us in a terrible, terrible situation, because there really is no answer to the question of the spiral versus deterrence model. There is no good answer as long as Putin remains in power. And as of yet, it doesn't seem that there's any mechanism for having him leave power. So I think we're in a very dangerous situation, but I don't think negotiation is the answer.
Well, thank you. Tom.
Thanks a lot, Michael, and thanks to the organizers for having me. It's a great honor. I was a student of Bob Jervis among a couple of other great professors here like Jack Snyder, and Andy Nathan's in the room as well. So it's a great honor to speak here today. And I spent most of my career worrying about the rise of China, so I want to preface my comments with that I'm concerned. I'm concerned for a range of reasons about the rise of China, the security implications, et cetera. But I want to talk about a couple of misperceptions that I see in that U.S.-China strategic competition. And one is in Washington, and that's the notion that China has an alternative blueprint for the international order that it wants to use to replace the U.S.-led international order that was created after World War II. I think it's a very consequential misperception. It's extremely widely held across the two parties, and I see almost no evidence for it. So I think that that's my misperception on the American side. On the Chinese side, I think it's a victim mentality, a kind of post-colonial nationalism. Even though China was never really colonized, it has a post-colonial nationalist view. And I think that how this plays out in a consequential way that I see on a regular basis talking to Chinese elites in track twos, which you can still do, is this notion that when China's neighbors in particular stand up to China, balance against China, whatever verb you want to use for it, that this has to be some kind of American plot, that the United States is behind the scenes manipulating the situation so as to keep China down, and China is the victim. And what Chinese elites have a real hard time seeing is that their own assertive, sometimes aggressive behavior is what's leading these states to change their policies toward China, and it's not the United States. Now, I'm giving Mira a great deal of credit, because I think the Biden administration has done a great job of rallying allies, of building strength that was harmed, I think, during the Trump administration, the U.S. alliance and partner system in East Asia. And I think they've done a great job. And Myra in particular, working on the Quad, I give her great credit for this. So the Biden administration deserves some credit. But nobody brings countries together like China itself. And China has behaved so obnoxiously towards its neighbors that that's a big part of the story. And I think it would be better for everyone if Chinese elites recognized that and adjusted their behavior accordingly. That they have helped cause Japan to double the defense budget, or commit to double the defense budget. They've helped cause countries like the Philippines to get closer to the United States in ways that the United States wanted. And those countries have agency, and they're reacting to real stimuli that are coming out of Beijing, not necessarily out of Washington.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to take a slight step and stay at the level of perceptions, but move to the role of analogies. During the Cold War, the Munich analogy was said to have a great deal of influence, pushing states to be more confrontational, to avoid another appeasement. Some have suggested that there's a Vietnam analogy, that is the dangers of entanglement. I think less influential. But nonetheless, those analogies played a role. And I guess the question that I'd pose to you, and this is getting much more speculative, are we about to establish or create a Ukraine analogy? Because this is a moment of great crisis under which perceptions shift and change. And if so, what? That is the Ukraine analogy going to be, a failure of deterrence? As I think Mr. Zelensky said that at last year's opening speech at the Munich conference. And some of our political leaders, including one who's just now running for president, has said similar things. This is a deterrence failure. We will define Ukraine in the future. Alternatively, there may be another Ukraine analogy out there, is that this is a triumph of coalition self-defense of a sort, rarely seen in international history. And, how many small little remote countries, go back and think of Manchuria, think of Ethiopia, were able to mobilize this degree of international support the way Ukraine is. So any speculation on, is there any possibility of a Ukraine analogy, and more pertinently, what might it be that we would draw out of this? Some of you might reasonably say to me, too soon, and that would be a reasonable response. Let me start with Kim and take it from there.
Sure. Michael, I think it is too soon. I think the analogy that gets drawn from it is going to depend on whether Russia actually achieves any of the aims that it seems to have in the war. But before we start talking about analogies, I would just remind us all that Bob thought of analogies as being one of those psychological tools that gets in the way of good decision making, because it causes people to look at generalities that don't necessarily apply to the specifics and the complexity of the case at hand. So I would caution us all about using analogies and instead perhaps thinking about lessons rather than analogies for maybe the immediate future. But I think Michael's absolutely right that one of the lessons that we've learned from this, that statements about the demise of US leadership and the demise of NATO as an institution were premature. Mira, I'm sure, can speak a lot more about this because of her excellent book on that subject. But NATO has proven to be an incredibly flexible alliance and institution in ways that I don't think anybody would necessarily have predicted. And it goes beyond NATO to think about the cohesion that we've had in international sanctions, even among countries who seem to be economically harmed by those sanctions, such as many of the countries in Europe that have been harmed by their pushback against Russian energy dominance in their countries. So I think that is a major lesson. I think another major lesson that we have to remember is that there were a few years ago people saying that war between nation-state actors was no longer going to happen, that all we had to worry about was civil war, and that nation-states would never go to war with each other again because you could never imagine gaining anything from taking over somebody else's territory. Putin, I mean, I don't know what he's thinking about gaining from taking over Ukrainian territory that he's meanwhile destroyed. He didn't get much out of taking over Crimean territory, but nonetheless, he acted. And so I think another lesson that we have to keep in mind is that the history of state intervention inside other states militarily may still matter quite a big amount. And the third lesson is premature, and we certainly spent a lot of time talking about this in the first panel as well. But I think many people were afraid that there would be a sooner escalation, not merely to nuclear use by the Russian side, but that there would be some sort of escalation when it came to cyber tools. And we've certainly seen Russia use cyber tools in the conflict, but we have not yet seen, at least knock on wood, if there is any wood around here, not yet the kinds of things that people were afraid might happen in terms of an attack on, for example, American infrastructure. And it makes me think that part of the reason behind it is that cyber is not all that different from nuclear in some ways, even though people like Jay have been talking about all the differences between cyber weapons and nuclear weapons, in that there is sort of this mutual assured destruction problem that the use of cyber weapons entails. And so even if this changes in the future and we see escalation, the escalation was slow to come, and I think that that's an important lesson.
Great. Thank you very much. Anyone want to add to this? Yes, Mira, go, and then Tom.
I'd love to just jump in on this one. I overwhelmingly agree with everything that Kim said, with one exception, which is the idea that it is too soon to start drawing analogies. I definitely think the sort of realm of the analogy is not complete, and they will continue to be drawn, but I actually think that at least in the Indo-Pacific, we already see a wide range of countries drawing analogies from the war in Ukraine, extrapolating to what could happen in Asia. And I think that's actually been pretty explicit in some foreign policies. The ally I'm thinking about first and foremost is Japan, where just over a year ago, Prime Minister Kishida made actually a rather unprecedented decision to break quickly with Russia, with whom Japan had long courted a rapprochement over a territorial dispute over some islands dating back to World War II, to stand strongly with the United States and like-minded partners and to oppose Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This was directly extremely costly for Japan, and in particular, not necessarily a popular decision within Kishida's own party, because it essentially backburnered the possibility of ever solving this territorial dispute. And in the year since then, you've seen the same prime minister make historic decisions, more than doubling Japan's defense budget, coming up with a new national security strategy, and making major and rather radical force posture moves with the United States when it comes to Japan's own defense. When he visited Europe just a few weeks ago, Kishida was actually quite explicit in saying that Ukraine today may be the Indo-Pacific tomorrow. So I think we should actually see this set of decisions made over the course of the year, not as in any way distinct, but rather a rather bold set of decisions being made by a leader who now sees not just North Korea, not just China as the competitors on his borders, but what willingly accepted a more competitive relationship with a very dangerous Russia, not just because he saw a major assault on the international order or on Ukraine specifically, but because he feared for what that might mean for Asia down the road.
Tom, could I press you in a little bit on this question? There's some in the press that have been talking that the Chinese should learn from Putin's experience in Ukraine that Taiwan is a much tougher target than it might be. not just for what's inside Taiwan, but for the way an international coalition might mobilize to support it. And I was wondering, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I was wondering whether you had any reaction to that issue.
You can put me on the spot. So I just think that Ukraine has positive lessons from an American perspective vis-a-vis China, and potentially some negative ones. And the positive ones are that what already looked like a very difficult operation, which would be an invasion of Taiwan, right, must look even riskier and more dangerous for the Chinese leadership, in part because the Chinese military leadership had looked up to the Russian army in particular for a long time as a very effective force, and they've done so poorly. And I think in part because of the civil-military aspect that Cynthia Roberts raised before, which is can the civilian leadership trust the advice and planning of their military leadership? Can they be trusted to say what will actually happen once the order is made? So I think that's a positive thing for deterrence from a U.S. and from a Taiwan perspective. A second thing is I think the Biden administration has done a great job of putting together a multilateral economic coalition to punish Russia. And I think the Chinese leadership is almost certainly surprised at how coherent that coalition has been. And some countries like Germany are paying quite a high cost to stay in that coalition, and they have. So that's another aspect of deterrence in a conflict other than, say, an invasion of Taiwan. A much easier military operation for the mainland and a much harder one for us and for Taiwan to counter would be a blockade. But if Beijing were to launch a blockade on a clear blue day, now they have to worry not only about the length of that blockade and the economic disturbance that will be caused by that military operation alone to the entire regional economy, but also the potential that the United States would be able to rally multiple countries to punish China over the long run in what we'll talk about later, I understand, a very globalized, interdependent economy with transnational production chains. So that's a positive force. But there's one really negative analogy, and it scares me, and it's about the United States. And that is a very simple analogy that, and you hear it in the Congress, you sometimes hear it in other places, and it's this analogy that says, the problem with Ukraine was that we didn't ally with Ukraine before the war and deter the war. So now what we should do is throw out our traditional one China policy, throw out strategic ambiguity, and form a formal alliance of sorts, either in name or in spirit, with Taiwan to prevent a war with Beijing. And I can return to this in your later questions, but my basic theory of strategy, and comes largely out of being a Bob Jervis student, is you can't deter a war by causing one. And the restoration of the U.S. ROC alliance, which was a prerequisite for normalization of relations between the United States and the PRC, if that is restored, the likelihood of war goes way up, not way down. And I think people are drawing that lesson from Ukraine. It's a dangerous lesson, and I wish they would put that one away.
Thank you for that comment. Jack?
Just to follow up on what Tom was saying, I think that in Ukraine what we're seeing is a pretty substantial misperception on Russia's part because it looked at 2014 and took the wrong lesson from 2014. It saw what the response to what it did in 2014 as meaning that they could do whatever they want in 2022. And it turned out that wasn't the case. It turned out that when they came in with the massive force that they did, our European allies were prepared to do more than they would have been prepared to do in 2014. I think the Chinese have been watching this since 2014. I think they made the judgment after 2014 that they needed optionality in terms of how their economy would work should they be subject at some point to sanctions from the U.S. I think after what we've done very effectively in Russia, that's ratcheted up. And I agree with what Tom just said, that the burden is in part on us to message to the Chinese not to get the wrong lesson from that.
Thank you. Speaking of trade, let's move now to geoeconomics, globalization. We've seen the reemergence of global rivalry, spirits of global conflict, despite globalization. So the old-fashioned view that went back to the 19th century that trade would produce peace is once again, for the fourth, fifth, sixth time, being refuted in some degree, given these tensions. But it would really be unfortunate if we didn't drill down a bit deeper into what might be special about the geoeconomics of our own time. And so the question is, we see big disruptions in supply chains that are taking place in the context of this particular set of rivalries coming out of, of course, out of Russia-Ukraine, but with potential knock-on effects in East Asia too. And so what should we be doing to, let's call it rethink, the trade makes peace thesis to make it more strategically insightful and useful in thinking about globalization today? And I think I'll start out with Tom and then ask Jack to jump in too, especially.
So I would urge you not to rethink the thesis. There's a lot more peace than there is war. There is some war. Unfortunately, there's some war. It's a lot more peace than there is war. I think that globalization and the creation of a transnational production chain has created a type of interdependence we've never seen before. A lot of people talk about World War I and trade interdependence, and you still had World War I. Okay, fine. But trade interdependence before World War I was very different than the kind of interdependence we have now. I know Helen Milner's in the back of the room there, and she taught me about this very early in my career, about the different type of interdependence that we're seeing now from what we saw in the past. And I think it's been a major force for peace. It's very hard to demonstrate because it's a counterfactual. But if you look at East Asia, you have a region in which there hasn't been a major interstate war since 1979. That is a miracle by any historical standard. It is incredible that you've had no interstate war in that region. And for some reason, on both sides of the island in Washington, our policies in East Asia are considered a failure, and they need to be fundamentally rethought. Right? They've been an incredible success. And one of the reasons they've been a success is the United States, after the Cold War, maintained a very strong military presence in East Asia. That's for sure. That's a big part of the story, and I support that, and that needs to continue. But a second part of the story is the United States and other actors in the region supported this deepening transnational production chain, this deepening interdependence. And how else can you explain why countries like China, Japan, South Korea, countries with unsettled historical disputes, very different political systems, structural change with the rise of China, and outstanding sovereignty disputes, have not fought over those disputes, including in Southeast Asia. And I think that the transnational production chain is a big part of that. Now, unfortunately, and I'll criticize both the United States and China on this score, unfortunately, trade is no longer popular in the United States. Free trade, multilateral agreements for free trade in particular, not popular in the United States. Everybody wants to protect, and everybody wants to have industrial policy instead of what we used to support. We used to be the champions of this order. And things that were, I would say, a big contributor to the outcome that I'm describing, like China joining the WTO in 2001, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which was a good idea. It wasn't an American idea, but it was a good idea, have been attacked on both sides of the aisle in a way that has implications not only for the United States economy and the world economy moving forward, but for international security. On the Chinese side, I think the lessons of Ukraine will accelerate a process that really started in about 2006 and really took off after the financial crisis of 2008. And that was that China should replace as many elements of that transnational production chain with Chinese production as they could. And China values economic growth so much that they haven't gotten very far in the process of doing that because they don't want to sacrifice economic growth for the replacement. But the spirit behind that could be very damaging to the international economy and very damaging to that factor for peace in East Asia if it were to move forward. And if both of the United States and China move in that direction, China to become more self-sufficient, the United States to decouple, I think it could have really bad implications for issues of war and peace in East Asia and around the world.
I'm going to turn to Jack in a moment, but just to tee it up to say that, a number of countries are drawing the lesson out of the Ukraine war, that the Europeans became vastly too dependent upon Russian energy, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline phenomena. And the message that's coming out is never again. We should never become that dependent on a potential situation where there's a war, there's a rival, there's a campaign of aggression. And so there's a lot of talk in the American business circles and in public policy circles about home shoring our investments, or friend-shoring our investments, meaning shifting to NATO-related allies. And the question I'd pose to Jack is, what do you make of this new mantra, and what sort of cost might it have on the prosperity of the globalized economy that we've been experiencing for a considerable time now?
As in so many of these difficult questions, the truth is somewhere in the middle. And the idea of decoupling the global economy entirely after the last 50 years is not a practical one. So it's a question of where on that spectrum you end up falling, what priorities you're advancing in making decisions about where you decouple or where you friendshore. And what the implications are in terms of economic and geopolitical stability. I think it's important to go back to kind of first principles of economic diplomacy. If you were completely decoupled, you would have very little positive or negative leverage to bring to bear. You couldn't open your markets and win friends by offering economic growth. You wouldn't have the ability to put sanctions in place to hurt an economy, to use non-military means to achieve your policy objective. I think the risk with economic nationalism being so strong is we end up going farther down the path than we really should, and we end up with less economic and strategic leverage in the world. While it's not a market issue, foreign assistance fits into this mix because the idea of kind of pulling apart is also don't give so much money away. We saw in the Solomon Islands just in the last months, we're a historic, not major power, but a strategic ally, where the crucible of fighting in World War II was, kind of drifted off of our radar over more than a decade. And China moved in with relatively modest economic support and may not be a good partner, but they were a partner. Mira and I worked on doing some things on the Belt and Road Initiative. Something beats nothing. We have to be out there engaged in order to be a better alternative. I think the idea of friendshoring for resilience, for making yourself less subject to others hurting you, is one that makes a great deal of sense. We have to be careful that we don't treat our friends the way we treat our foes. And I think, while there are a lot of very good reasons for the decisions that were made in the CHIPS Act, there are some very good friends of ours who are asking, are we reliable friends if we treat them as adversaries when it comes to issues like technology? So I think we have to make these decisions. Now, getting to the core point that Tom was mentioning, and I think it's very related, there is no question that there's a move towards economic nationalism here and in a lot of parts of the world. It's, for someone who believes in the benefits of globalization as Tom does, partially our own fault. That as a domestic policy matter, we have not distributed the benefits of global growth that came from globalization in a way where people think it was on the level and fair. Now, that's a domestic challenge that ties directly into our ability to remain integrated on the global stage. And, I don't know where the right balance is. If it takes a CHIPS Act that offends, South Korea and Japan to win back the confidence of Americans that we should be engaged in the world, it might be that in the long run, that gives us strategic advantage to re-engage. If it becomes a slide into Buy America means just America, means we don't have strategic allies that we trust and will remain connected to, I worry deeply about it. And with our adversaries, I think, or competitors, we have to be very careful about sending the signals that you're better off going it alone. Because at some point, we could lose the preeminent power that comes from the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. And I think we take that for granted. We'll talk a little more, I think, about that later.
Yeah, no, I think that point's very, very powerful. Just to add an observation, one of the temptations of economic nationalism is that we have, endogenous politicians, and the benefits that can be distributed by an economic nationalist strategy are sometimes substantial, whether it might be, trade and tariff protection or investment incentives, and the costs are long-term and borne usually more generally. And so there is a temptation to go in that route from a purely domestic political point, even in institutionalized democracies like our own. And there's probably something equivalent in terms of satisfying military bureaucracies if we turn to countries for whom those are the key actors in policymaking. We'll probably come back to this, but at this moment, let's move gears more substantially to questions about climate change, okay. A really big issue, and whether we fail to or succeed in mitigating and addressing the climate change. It is such a huge part of the world economy that it's likely to have knock-on effects on politics and geostrategy. And so let's explore both. Let's assume that we make zero progress, business as usual scenarios with regard to climate change. How might this affect, great power competition, either directly or indirectly? Assume that we go charging, blasting right through, these 3.5 or 4 degrees centigrade. What should we expect if we look over the horizon for great power politics in the future? Kim, would you want to start us out on that?
Sure, thanks. So I've been teaching a class on the global politics of climate change, and my own research is moving in that direction as well. And certainly the current great powers have been very badly affected by climate change already, and we can expect that it will be something that will actually lead to a lessening of some of their advantages. So for example, Vladimir Putin seems very centered on developing the Northern Sea route, the coast of Russia on the Arctic, without recognizing that permafrost melt is going to be having a huge effect on the stability of the coastline, and that may mean that he has difficulty attracting foreign powers to use that for anything. He was very enthusiastic when the ship got caught in the Suez Canal, saying that here, we have the Northern Sea route as an alternative. But we've also seen that China has not been very willing to publicly go against sanctions guidelines, and so China has not been using the Northern Sea route as much as Russia would have wanted it to happen. I think also we see some of the difficulties. We were just talking over lunch about ports that the United States might have that would be affected by climate change and flooding. Certainly China has already been affected by flooding and by other problems associated with climate change. So we're seeing severe weather effects, we're seeing flooding, we're seeing fires, we're seeing permafrost issues. So the great powers will all be affected by them. But I think we need to keep in mind that by definition, great powers are those that have more resources. And what we're going to see going forward is that the states that have more resources are going to be able to better adapt to climate change than the poorer countries in the world are able to adapt. And it's going to be the countries that have the least resources that are going to be facing the most misery as time goes forward. Something else to keep in mind, though, is that countries nearest the equator are likely to be affected the worst. And so that means that China, and especially India, may have the worst effects of climate change in comparison to the United States and Russia, which are benefited by their more northern geography. So I think there's all kinds of complexities to bring to bear, but I just want to point out right now a way that great power competition is negatively affecting climate change. And one that has not made it much into the news, but that is near and dear to my own heart, which is that before Putin decided to invade Ukraine, there were a number of Russian enterprises controlled by oligarchs who were actually becoming more friendly to climate-related and environmentally related questions because they wished to have investment with European partners. And the European Union has been the biggest leader probably in the world in terms of putting up constraints on actors to try to force them into being more climate friendly. For example, the CBAM, the border mechanism that says that you have to have a tax in your home country that is equivalent to the tax that Europe is placing on climate negative actions, or else we will take out that kind of a tariff on you. And Russian oligarchs were responding to that. And then, of course, sanctions came into being, which means that the possibility for having significant relationships with Europe are very curtailed anyway. And so that means that Europe's influence is being decreased by the fact of sanctions. So sort of an unintended side effect of sanctions. But just, there are so many things we could talk about, but that's just a start.
Great, thank you. Jack, why don't we flip it around and assume that through some magic we all become absolutely dedicated climate mitigators and adopt the strongest possible strategies and actually succeed in reducing carbon emissions by reducing or changing the technologies or the production of those industries that produce this the most. What sort of a world might that begin to lead us toward, do you think?
Well, I wish that it was a likely scenario, but I think we're more likely to move more slowly. I think that in a world where we have a prayer of a chance of hitting carbon targets, we're going to be depending on technologies and materials that are different and that are not equally present in all parts of the world, and where the extraction and processing of them has serious consequences in terms of other environmental concerns. And we have a competitor that's been very aggressive attaching those resources and controlling them. I think we need to think about a world where there is real access to rare earths, where the technology that is developed can be manufactured without dependence on one or two other countries. And I don't think we're having that debate in a way where we deal straightforwardly with the trade-offs. For example, there are huge amounts of rare earths in parts of the United States. They tend not to be as high quality. They tend to be more marbled and less easy to extract. It takes a lot of water to get at them. I don't hear a lot of debate about what are we doing to develop the technology to do that in a clean way. So in a world where batteries and renewable energy are really as prevalent as we need them to be, we can be part of that in a great power way, not just a dependent party on others. I think there are a lot of countries in the world that are emerging economies that have an awful lot of those assets, and having relations with those countries where we're the friendly country that they want to do business with gets back to economic relations, having those ties. On technology, and I give a lot of credit to the administration on this, working with our allies in a concerted way, it is impossible as one country to control all of the technology that you need. We need to have the openness with our friends and allies so that collectively we are in a position to be at the cutting edge and, if necessary, limit access and not have others limit access. In a way, we saw in telecommunications the opposite of that happen. We saw the West kind of not work together developing an alternative to Chinese technology. I think in renewable energy technologies, we need to affirmatively look at it as how do we have a global alliance to drive this forward. And that means the materials, the technologies, and the relationships.
Thank you. Sure.
Economic strategy, because you'd raised before this idea of creating more independence as a driving force in American strategy as it relates to economic policy. And I think that, of course, the United States needs to have ready access to various types of materials and products, right, from a national security perspective. But I would say that in more cases than not, the solution to that is to diversify the supply, not to have it be made in America. That if we have enough friendly countries that make these products, we will have ready access. We have a very strong Navy, so no one's going to blockade the United States. And that's probably a better way to maintain these relations that Jack is talking about. And the second piece of economic policy on security, which has gotten a lot of attention recently, is restricting things that we sell to our potential adversaries like China. And it's treated as if it's entirely new, and it's not new. So for a very long time, we didn't sell technologies to China that would help accelerate military modernization in China. So that's not a new thing. When I was in the government, there were 30-plus technologies that we wouldn't sell. And now, of course, there's been technological change since I left the government in 2008, and there are new products that are considered very concerning, like very high-level semiconductors that are useful for artificial intelligence. That's going to be important for the next generation of weapons. That's fine. But what worries me is we always had back then, and we should have now, this idea of high fences around small yards, that there are certain products you don't want to sell to China because they're directly related to the military. But you don't want to decouple the entire economy, and you don't want to try to do harm to China's basic economic growth in the process. And what worries me about the economic nationalism that Jack has raised a few times is this becomes a great opportunity and occasion for protectionists, for economic nationalists, and for industrial planners, these are industrial policy planners, to say we shouldn't sell any of this stuff to China. We should try to keep them from developing at all, and that will lead to the outcomes that we had raised in the earlier sections about decoupling, and I think it will hurt U.S. competitiveness. Ironically, it'll make us weaker in our competition because not everyone's going to go along with us in that type of approach.
Kim, you wanted to jump in on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to say two more quick things about economic nationalism and climate. First of all, the two countries that I think people are most worried about right now in terms of development of coal continuing are China and India. And both of them are making the choice to continue to develop coal, even though we know that coal is one of the worst contributors to climate change, out of concerns of economic nationalism. They don't want to be dependent on anybody else for their energy supplies. And because they have abundant coal deposits themselves, they're therefore going to go for them. And secondly, we really haven't talked about either solar or wind very much. In solar power, China has managed to get a huge percentage of the market on all kinds of things that are related to solar cells and solar arrays. And now the United States is finding itself sort of in a backtracking position because China has started threatening, well, if you're going to cut us off of these semiconductors, why don't we cut you off of the solar technology? And maybe in the long run, that's something that could be useful to the United States to develop its own solar energy. But of course, we don't have the long run to worry about before climate change becomes horrible. And
we'll get those northern trade routes yet.
Okay. And one more thing to think about is that these partnerships that Jack has been talking about, people are seriously pursuing them in wind energy. And there's sort of, I think, been a recognition that we missed the boat on solar. And now US and European and other friendly states, if you want to look at it that way, are coming together to do joint projects on wind development to try to make sure that China doesn't get the lock on wind that China has on solar questions.
Let me press this a little, just one more moment before we move on to the next one. Might there be some concern that by moving aggressively to deal with the climate problem, the United States would be advantaging some of our rivals, China in the particular case that you talked about with solar, maybe the rare earth minerals that they have that are important for the solar industry? Or to be, more Bismarckian, advantaging our European friends who have made more progress in this way. So would there be a perverse sort of geostrategic argument against aggressively moving on climate? Or did the Biden administration climate bill solve this by aggressively moving us forward so that we can be a player? Maybe Jack on that one, I think.
In reality, I actually think we're producing more energy now than we were, fossil fuel energy, and we're no longer a net energy importer, we're a net energy fossil fuel exporter. I think that makes it a very different conversation than it was in 1973 or the 1990s even. I think we have a bigger national interest in reducing the amount of coal that's used around the world. The point that Japan and China, that China and India are actively developing more and more dependence on coal is more of a risk to us than that, that our edge will be lost to Europe on new technology. I am a little worried about the rare earth stuff. I don't think it's a crisis today, but we're also not seeing the demand for it that we'll be seeing if we get to the point that we're really making progress on climate change. So it's going to be like a hockey stick, and it's going to take a lot of work for us to keep our edge.
Let's shift gears a bit back to the geopolitics and China and Russia. The question I'd pose is that right now, in the discussions about grand strategy, we're facing an immense crisis from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and it's an invasion launched by, in the nuclear realm, a power that looks like a complete equal right now, with immense numbers of warheads. So a huge sense of crisis is being focused on Russia. And the question I'd pose, and this is, I think Tom has already reflected on this a little bit, but the question is, are we in danger of homogenizing our enemies? That is, treating China like Russia, Russia like China, pulling out the same tropes as a way to deal with a complicated world. And if she doesn't object, I'd turn to Mira first on this one.
Don't object at all. I would say something happily that I have not seen in government is the homogenization of these two challenges. And quite to the contrary, I think I've actually seen a very acute focus on the need to distinguish between them, not just in terms of what they mean now, but what they mean in terms of the way we prioritize. I'll sound very much like a member of the current administration when I say that I think the national security strategy is actually pretty much right with the way that it lays out the characterization of these two different types of challenges. It identifies Russia as an acute, very dangerous, near-term challenge, but it does not call Russia a near peer. It does not characterize it that way. And it likewise identifies China as the only country that is able to mount any sustained challenge to our shared vision for the international order, both in terms of will and in terms of capability. Now, I'll add the caveat that that's not necessarily an assertion that China possesses a single blueprint to be unfurled over the international system, but it is saying,
the blueprint, share it with me. I can read it in Chinese.
It is saying that there is no significant near-peer competitor that can affect our fundamental interests in fundamental ways apart from China. Not to minimize the danger of Russia's nuclear arsenal in the near term or to discount the incredible catastrophe that it could cause. But I think what does pose a challenge is the fact that you can't neatly temporalize those two sets of challenges, right? Saying that something is a near-term challenge now, but this is the far greater long-term challenge doesn't get you out of the bind. And the primary place where you find that bind is when it comes to resources. Obviously, when the Biden administration took office, it was not expecting to be providing tens of billions of dollars of security assistance to Ukraine year over year. And like the last two administrations before us, we have committed to the idea that we are refocusing our energy and our efforts on the Indo-Pacific. But when it comes to budgets, you face hard trade-offs between those two sets of challenges, and no one knows this better than Jack. So particularly in a year where we have seen unprecedented levels of security assistance, we have to think about how in the Indo-Pacific you continue to do more, you continue to show that your presence is going to be enduring and that your commitment is going to be long-term, with a budget that maybe only ticks up incrementally as opposed to is transformed, which is what you might expect to see based on the level of commitment we genuinely have to that region. Now, the good news story when it comes to kind of how you try to loosen that bind, if not totally mitigate it, is the fact that over the same period of time, we have genuinely seen several allies step up beyond what anyone reasonably would have expected prior to a few years ago, whether that's the aforementioned transformation in Japanese defense and national security spending that I mentioned, or the will to do something similar in Germany, although that will take much longer to, I think, bear the same set of fruit. But even with allies saying that they're willing to bring much more to the table when it comes to managing these two challenges, it still remains the case that policymakers have to make very, very hard choices between putting Ukraine in its best possible position to prevail today while preparing the Indo-Pacific for what very likely will be a set of more pronounced challenges tomorrow.
Good, thank you very much. Any additional, Tom, you don't need to jump in on this one is what I'm seeing.
No, I'm good.
Good, excellent. Let's move to one more issue that I think we'll have time to cover, and then we'll open up for questions and comments from our wonderful audience. This is back to socioeconomics and the issue of demography. We've seen a decline in the Russian population since 1991, from 147 million to 145 million. That's unusual that countries decline in population, and we know some of the stories behind it in Russia, and some of them, of course, quite tragic. At the same time, we've seen other demographic determinations that are significant. The population of China is aging and will even more rapidly age, we hear, because of the distribution of young people who will soon become old people. And that will be unstoppable, barring a horrible pandemic or a war. And we don't need just to focus on our two rivals. There are European countries whose populations are rapidly aging as well. Here in the US, less acute because of immigration, but nonetheless happening. And so all of these socio-demographics are at work. They're hard to change. So what should we think about the implications of this for geopolitics? Will older, wiser people suddenly calm down the world? Or will a sense of crisis and vulnerability increase tensions in some form or another? And I haven't mentioned the very rapid growth of the population of Africa, which will soon be extremely noticeable on the global stage, and they will be much younger. And so the question is, what is demographics going to do? Is it going to be pacifying? Is it going to be exacerbating? Or we just don't know. So I'm looking for some volunteers, and I think I've got Kim up first.
Okay. I mean, I can say something about Russia, which is that it has been striking to me that Putin has not cared about population outflows and population decreases that have been caused by his war in Ukraine. We talked earlier in the session about the number of casualties that have occurred in Russia, which is just stunning that he was willing to have all those people be killed and seriously injured and therefore affected for the rest of their lives. And guess what? Most of them are young. Talking about all the people that were driven out of Russia, huge outflow of people. Some of the best estimates are around 200,000 people have left Russia in two waves, basically. Once when it was clear that the war was going to happen, and then when Putin announced his mobilization drive. And because of the level of corruption in Russia, and because the people who are leaving tend to be people who are very highly skilled and younger, I would predict that they're going to find a much more congenial environment where they're going, and they're not going to be all that eager to come home again, even if the war is over, because they will be making more money and hanging on to more of their money in the places where they're now located instead of Russia, because of Russia's very high corruption and graft level. And so I think in the long run, and we've seen this in terms of Putin's reaction to sanctions, which I think the general assessment is it has cost Russian industrial innovation in things that really matter to Russia, like the energy sector, very strongly going forward in a generational kind of term, that Putin just doesn't care about the long-term effects on Russia of his decisions. And I think it's going to have a long-term effect on Russian viability, because the young people are not going to come back anytime soon, and some of them are dying.
So what we should expect is what we see from Russia, at least no direct effect, even though it should, because in the long run, it'll have a severe cost for.
Well, and the older people are going to start dying off, and it's not clear who is going to replace them. I mean, there's been some indication of the children of people who are in positions of power in the Kremlin also having, you know, oligarchic positions given to them in industry and so forth. But we have not seen that kind of wave of who the replacement is going to be when the Putin generation, who are now, you know, well into their 60s, 70s, that age group, when they start dying off, who's going to replace them?
What about China?
So for China, I think the issue is really about the long-term economic impact of aging. And it's probably going to be pretty severe. Most economists who study China think it's going to be a severe constraint on future economic growth. It's not going to stop economic growth. It's going to slow it down. And that's because of the one-child policy that they had for a very, very long time. The one-child policy produced lots of families with one kid because it was successful. And healthcare and general economic well-being in China has improved, which has had two impacts. The general economic well-being has improved, and there's been urbanization, and wealthier urban couples tend to have fewer kids, even if they're allowed to, and now they are. So they're not rushing to have more children now that they're allowed to. And the second thing is it means that older people survive for a lot longer. The healthcare system in China is solid and getting better. It has a lot of challenges, but it's solid and getting better. And so people are going to live longer, and they're going to be a burden on their relatively smaller demographic, younger generation, which means from a national security perspective that China will have less disposable income for discretionary spending on things like the military, so that would have an impact. Another impact that used to be talked about, I served back in the George W. Bush administration, and people used to talk about this as a kind of argument for being confident that China would not become belligerent. Not within the administration, I'm just saying at that time, people in society made these arguments. And that was that the one-child policy meant that China would never become belligerent because families only had one kid, and they would never approve of belligerence from Beijing because the one child would be at risk. And I just always took it personally. And the reason is I'm the youngest of 7 in a big Catholic family. And I kind of like to think that my parents were going to say, well, we got 6 others. So anyway, that's a personal note. But yeah, so I think it's more about the economic constraints than it is about whether they'll go to war.
Thank you. Jack.
The good news is we're all, amongst the great powers we're talking about, are all facing demographic challenges. So it's not as if it's lopsided one way or the other. You know, we're aging, China is aging, Europe is aging, Japan is aging. The emerging countries are growing, and I think there's going to be some reshifting of position in the world because that has implications for growth. I'm not sure I agree with Tom on the kind of budgetary pressure question in terms of China. China doesn't have social insurance programs. So they're trying to, but they haven't precisely because of this concern. They're worried that it will be too big of a tax on the country going forward. I think there's more pressure in the United States in terms of fiscal pressures with an aging population because we're not going to cut Social Security, we're not going to cut Medicare, and when you hear the debate over what do we do about our fiscal challenges, people say we're going to protect defense, but you don't make any progress if all you do is cut non-defense. And I think you're going to see more pressure on our defense budgets as the kind of demographic pressures put more stress on our fiscal posture. Now, I don't think that's good. I'm not advocating that. But when I talk to Republicans who ask me about how they should deal with some of these budget challenges we face, I said, be careful before you talk about limiting overall spending, because the big hit could easily be on defense at some point. And I don't think that's what you want. And I don't know, I don't have a good answer to that, short of raising taxes and doing some sensible things. But we're not in a political environment where those are likely to happen anytime soon. And as the Congressional Budget Office projections that came out this week show, it's no surprise the baby boom is getting older. You know, it's like much as so many of us would like to deny that. It is just a fact.
Okay, very interesting. I think, the message is very little evidence of immediate direct impact of demography, but a long-term impact that our countries will or won't be able to handle well, which will have eventual geopolitical consequences. We have other questions, but we also have a wonderful audience. So with the permission of the panel, I'm going to stop the questions and open it up to any questions or comments. Please identify yourself and wait for a microphone. I think I see Paige back there.
Hi, Paige Fortna from here at Columbia. I've got a question that links the last two questions that you asked, Michael. So if we think about the effects of climate change on great power, rivalry, balance of power, that sort of thing, and we think about the demographic effects, climate change is going to affect demography, mostly through migration. And just off the top of my head, I would think that the countries we're talking about are differently open to migration. So if anybody would like to talk about how those two things might interplay going forward. Thanks.
Great question. Why don't we, I think a quick response on that issue about openness and migration?
I would say as an economic matter, it is profoundly against our economic interests to be as closed on immigration as we are. And for 25 years, I've wondered why the American business community isn't more effective making the case on strictly economic grounds that that's how we grew for 250 years, and it's going to be how we grow or don't grow. Other countries have, in Japan, they have not opened up. They've kind of adapted with longer work lives. That isn't something that's going so well as Macron tries that in France. So immigration actually is a huge economic issue.
If I would jump in on that same thing, I've been living in Berlin for a few months, and the Minister of Immigration said that there are 900,000 unfilled jobs in Germany, and Germany's been very good at pushing employment, but yet a great deal of political nervousness about immigration, despite the fact that they've welcomed 1 million Ukrainians, they've got hundreds of thousands of Afghans who've come in. By the measures of other countries, they get gold stars for humanitarianism, but a great deal of nervousness, and that I think is going to produce some tensions down the road.
And Jack mentioned Japan. It's a national identity issue. They don't want to have people come in. A lot of people, talented people around Asia, would love to move to Tokyo and take desirable jobs, but it seems to be across the political spectrum in Japan. But it's also true in China. A lot of people would move. You can't become a Chinese citizen if you're outside of China. It just doesn't happen. It doesn't matter how good your Chinese is. It doesn't matter how long you live there. And it has to do with a real national identity problem that they have there. They don't know what the Chinese nation really is. So they've kind of come up with the least common denominator. It is the people who were born in the borders that are on our map, right? Because they don't want to say Han Chinese, even though there is Han Chinese nationalism and chauvinism on the rise in China. They don't want to say that because they're a multi-ethnic country. They can't talk about rule of law or constitution. You can't swear loyalty to the Constitution. So they just settle with that. And that means it closes off a real option for them. Because if it's not taxation, then it's going to be a tremendous burden. It's hard to be a Chinese citizen in terms of your family obligations. It'd be a real burden on the younger generation of workers when they have to, when the state doesn't move in to help their elderly relatives, they have to do it.
That's why the savings rate is so high.
Yeah, the savings rate is so high because the government doesn't have this. They're trying to create it. But so that's a real challenge for China. And to address it, they would have to open up a big can of worms, which is, what does China mean? What does it mean to be Chinese?
Okay. I think Jean-Marie had his hand up, and then our colleague right to his left.
Yeah, thank you. My question is on great power competition in the rest of the world. I'm struck by the fact that a big chunk of the world, including significant powers like India, don't want to be drawn into the present geopolitical divide. And is that indifferent? Is it a real problem? Is it an indictment of our narrative of democracies against autocracies? with a narrative that the rest of the world doesn't really identify with? I mean, what's the views of the panel?
So Mira's the expert. Mira does this. She's the drawer of India.
This is her job. You're
This is her job, and she's doing it fantastically, but it's not easy. But over to Mira.
So it is a very reasonable question, and it's one that we think about a lot. And it goes without saying, I think, that the frame about how much you emphasize regime type and democracies versus autocracies is differently resonant in different parts of the world. It is super meaningful in Europe, and it's not the way that many of our partners in the Indo-Pacific see things, right? You've got all sorts of complicated regime types in the Indo-Pacific that don't fall neatly on one side or the other, and reminding Singapore that they're not technically a democracy is never going to go over well. I think the way that we have approached thinking about this conundrum, which we do agree is very much a conundrum, is to focus on positive agendas and shared objectives as opposed to making great power competition the primary storyline when you're working with allies. So as an example, the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy has 3 paragraphs on China, which do not pull their punches in their characterization of the challenge that the PRC poses. But the vast majority of the document, the remaining document, makes no mention of the PRC and is rather focused on a set of strategic objectives that we seek to advance in Asia, working alongside like-minded allies and partners, all of which necessarily are informed by or have some implication for the competition with China, but there's no need to say it that way. So I think when it comes to a lot of engagement, whether it's with India or with many powers in Southeast Asia, it's not a secret that the United States sees itself as being in a competition with China. But when it comes to either the high-level statement of national strategy or the way we frame our talking points when we're inside rooms diplomatically, focusing on those positive objectives and what we seek to achieve together rather than who or what we intend to prevent, seems to be working fairly well thus far.
I just wanted to say that, I run into Mira in Washington sometimes when I go down to do advising, and she would never say this, but I'll say it, that strategy that she just laid out, there's a certain person who used to study with Bob Jervis that is responsible for that approach, and I think it's the right approach.
If I could jump in on that same question on democracies and autocracies. If democracies, do their job properly, they should, this is ideal theory, be reflecting the basic interest of their citizens. And for many developing countries, the basic interest of their citizens are putting food on the table, shelter to live in, medicine to live by. And therefore, even though this horrible autocracy in Moscow has invaded a charming democratically elected President Zelensky, that is and probably should be very far from the priorities that they face. And for the autocracies in the developing world, and here I speak from a personal friend experience, one of my favorite former students is Vietnam's ambassador to Berlin. And so I saw a lot of him over the past few months. And we had a lot of conversations about the Ukraine war, of course, and others. And what he explains to me is that, as a young man growing up, the survival of Vietnam heavily depended upon one major ally, it was the USSR, was backing them up. So they would not have survived, they think, as an independent country if the USSR had not been there. And therefore, Russia, gains the credit that comes from all of that. And nor do they want to live in a world of a one dominant ideology or institutional form. Diversity is their source of autonomy. That is, that they can look to Beijing, look to Moscow, look to elsewhere. And so all of those dynamics come into play. And that even though democracy and autocracy makes a great deal of sense across the North Atlantic and in a lot of other ways, it doesn't resonate with the deepest sources of policy, I think, driving many countries in the developing world, and for very good reasons, not just because they're not solidaristic with the lovely principles. And so I think it's something that's likely to continue.
Michael, just to underscore how important this work is, if you look at the voting in the UN and expressions of support or neutrality, we're doing really well keeping the big economies of the world with us doing everything they need to do. But if you look at population of the world, the countries that are either allied with Russia or neutral, it's a little worrisome that more people in the world are in those countries. And in long term, we've got to win them back.
Yeah. I mean, if we think that, there's Brazil that's very skeptical, South Africa, India, Indonesia. These are all highly populous countries that are not completely signed up. Yeah, Kim.
Can I just give a shout out to the work of Alex Cooley on the idea that third parties really sort of like being in this position because they can play various great powers off of each other. And so we have to remember that they have agency too.
They have agency.
Our friend Erdogan is doing that. Yes. I think we have time for one more question, and our colleague over here has patiently or impatiently waited. I'm not sure, but
Thank you very much. My name is Suzanne Sternthal, and I also was a student of Robert Jervis's. And my question is directed to Tom. If I understood you correctly, you were saying that you have not found any evidence to the effect that Putin and China are in cahoots in terms of undoing the liberal world order, if I understood correctly.
No,
is that correct?
I didn't. That's not what I said, but go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I thought, somehow I understood that you said something that you didn't find much evidence to support that. But, okay, since I'm talking, I'm going to...
No, just ask the question and I'll respond to it, but that preface isn't right. But
I'm sorry about that.
But that's okay. Say what you say.
Well, it's not so much a question as a point, and that is that in 1997, under Yeltsin and Deng Xiaoping, they concluded a very, very long agreement with respect to somehow undoing the world order. They called it already a multipolar order and so on. And Putin last February, early February, concluded similar agreement with whom? Xi Jinping,
okay.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you. So it's definitely the case that both Russia and China want to create what they call a multipolar world, which is actually not a multipolar world. So if you ask a Chinese diplomat, by multipolar world, do you mean like it's okay if Japan gets a nuclear second strike capability and becomes a real pole? No, that's not what we meant. What we meant is we don't want the United States to bully us. So what they mean by the multipolarity is they don't want the United States to bully them. That's not what the international order, as I see it, is. What they're portraying is the United States is bullying us, so we need a multipolar order. So what they're saying is they want to have more voice in the world. That's very different than changing the rules of the international system. So it was Jiang Zemin in 1997 because Deng had passed. But it would be Jiang Zemin and the Russian leadership then. They might have come up with something about multipolarity. They still say things about multipolarity. But the key thing I want to say is Russia is a real revisionist. Russia wants to change the rules of international relations. Russia wants to overthrow democracies and replace them with autocracies. Right? Russia is the classical revisionist power. China is not like that right now. It could become that way. And one of the things that concerns me about China and the Russian invasion of Ukraine is I think Putin snookered Xi Jinping by having that big public statement, we're close, we're best friends, and then invading Ukraine, which does not run with China's interests, and dragged China into a much more revisionist position diplomatically, internationally, because they don't want to separate from Russia, because Russia does two things for China. It helps China stand up to the United States' effort to spread democracy, color revolution, so they share that aversion, and it also provides some realpolitik power to China to have a close friend like Russia. But China is not for the invasion and overthrow of the sovereign government of Ukraine, with which they had very good relations, but he can't separate from him entirely. So it's created a huge set of dilemmas for China. So what I had said was that I don't think China has a blueprint for a new international order with a whole new set of trade, international diplomatic rules, etc. And it is often described, even in U.S. executive branch documents, as having such a goal and having such a plan. And it may develop that. We should be watching it. But I watch China, and I don't see the plan. And it's hard to create a plan. You know, I don't begrudge them. You know, it's really hard to create a new blueprint for international politics writ large. How would they get a consensus within their system about what it would look like, right? So they resist being pushed around by the United States, but in various things like international trade, they're much more multilateral now than we are. They're joining all these new multilateral agreements. They're even, strangely, applying to join the TPP, which we pulled out of, right? Which we helped negotiate and then we pulled out of. So I don't see them as revisionist in that way. Now, I'll just finish with where I started. I worry about the rise of China more than most people in this room. It's kind of my job to worry about the rise of China. So I'm very concerned about various strategic and economic and other aspects of China's rise, but I don't worry about that thing. And that thing is what everybody in Washington agrees on is happening. And it has negative implications because there are various things that China's doing in the developing world. We just mentioned the developing world. That the developing world is asking China to do, asking for the loans, asking for the development. And because we have this framework, this misperception in Washington, we send diplomats to those places to scold them for taking Chinese money. Be careful. They're using you. They have a global plan to upset the world. Everything they do is part of that plan. And these people say, you're calling us, you're saying they're predators? You're calling us prey. In post-colonial nationalist countries, it's not appreciated when Americans come and say, you're a bunch of dopes and you're being duped and you're prey. And it's not always true that the economic relations with China are bad for the country. And we have to accept that, and what we should do is what Jack said. Instead of whining about what China is doing in those places, we should be doing stuff, and we should provide something better rather than complaining about what China's doing. And that would be a better strategic, competitive approach than we have now. But a lot of it is colored by this idea that everything China is doing is bad because China has this alternative plan for international relations that will benefit China instead of us, and I don't see it.
Kim, and then we'll be wrapping up because it's time for us to do so.
Just
Please.
very briefly, Putin needs Xi much more than Xi needs Putin. Xi and China are much more integrated into the international economic community than Putin is. One of the reasons that conflict between the United States and Russia has accelerated to the extent it has is that there really isn't much of an economic relationship between US and Russia, and so there's nothing stopping it from happening. I would just urge us all to, along with Tom, pay attention not to what China says, but to what China does.
Let me add just one small thing, because I've agreed with everything the panel has said this afternoon, except for the last minute of Tom's remarks.
Okay, so we'll close out the panel with me being wrong. It's all right.
No, I'll just provide an slight alternative perspective. I agree with everything he said about China. All you got to do is read Xi's speech to Davos last year. It was an eloquent defense of the global multilateral order. But the one thing that China does is that it undermines a very carefully invested effort to create a regime that nudges countries towards human rights slowly, towards the Millennium Development Goals, the Sustainable Goals, towards a bit of openness, towards a bit of, even a bit of democracy. It's built into the international institutions, in the World Bank and elsewhere. And what China does in many cases is that it insulates some pretty nasty dictators from any of that pressure. Yep, right. So they're not trying to reshape the international order. They're defending the Westphalian order of none of the pressure that has been put forward to nudge countries in a more humane direction.
So that's how I put it in the book I wrote in 2016, which is that China is a conservative actor in international order politics. It likes the old order and it defends it. And the United States is the revisionist. I like the revisionism of the United States. I like the spread of democracy. I like the spread of human rights. But we have to recognize that things like the Millennium Challenge approach to development, or the responsibility to protect. Those are innovations. They're revisions. They're good revisions. I like them. Right? China resists those. So we end up in friction over these things, but it doesn't mean China is the revisionist.
Yep. Okay, with that, we all agree, I think. So please thank my panelists. I think they did a wonderful job.
So, I want to thank the panel for a superb conversation, and I like the fact that we had a lot of cognitive dissonance. Great to have perspectives from a very different place, from really top-ranked people. Just a little bit about what lies ahead for the rest of the afternoon. We're about to take a 15 to 20-minute break, but before we do that, just a reminder, there are 2 segments left to the afternoon. We will have a segment where we will have 3 very prominent distinguished speakers, our Dean, President Bollinger, and Secretary Clinton. That will be followed by Avril Haines, who will do the keynote, and that will be followed by a fireside chat with the Dean and Avril Haines. And if I could take 1 more minute on a personal note, I love the conversation about demographics because I wrote that question. But apart from that, there's a reason I wrote it, and I have a real Russia bias, which I won't get into, but I was struck by the discussion of age. So I've recently told my students a very important story about knowing your audience when you talk about age. And looking around, I don't want to go here where the median age group is, but I think there were some people who were at the other end of the spectrum as opposed to the bottom, younger end of the spectrum. So my favorite anecdote, back at the CIA, we had to go briefly on Panetta, one of my favorite people. He was asking for a briefing on a foreign leader. The foreign leader was in big political trouble. He had serious health issues. He seemed to be nodding off in meetings. Everybody was talking about the fact that he's very, very politically vulnerable. And toward the end of this briefing, the analyst said, well, there are these health issues. Everybody knows he's weak. He's probably going to be overthrown soon. And you know, he's really very old. And I'm thinking, okay, so the president you just briefed about is 69. And did you know that Leon Panetta is 74? So the analysts did not know that, but when the briefing was over and I commended them, this was a group of analysts that did great job, but please next time be mindful of who you're briefing, because did you know that Leon Panetta is 74? And for those who know the story, not only was he 74, but he became Secretary of Defense after he left CIA, so I think he was even older than 74. So just a nod to old people in the audience. Thank you. We'll see you in 15 to 20 minutes.
Good afternoon. So we should turn this off. You'll just give me the cue? Okay. Oh, okay, great. No problem. I'm sorry about that. This is... is going to work. All right, can you hear me now? Yes. Terrific. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so pleased to welcome distinguished guests, colleagues, those of you joining us on live stream, and the Jervis family, to the afternoon session of the Robert Jervis Annual Conference. Typically, when I speak from this podium, I speak as a dean. But today, with your permission, I would like to speak not only as a dean, but as a student. And not just any student, a Bob Jervis student. The truth is, I would not be standing here today if, as a Columbia freshman, I had not been captivated by Bob's ingenious vision of political science. My journey to this moment was shaped by Bob's teaching, his intellectual brilliance, and his extraordinary generosity. What I call the human factor that defines so much of his work and who he was as a person. We do not need a conference to be reminded of the void that Bob left. On that December day, this community lost its shepherd and its anchor. For me personally, this first year as dean has been quite a ride. My only regret is that Bob, my friend, mentor, and confidant, was not here to share it with me. But I am convinced that this sadness that we all feel has also strengthened our sense of purpose. It has given this community the conviction that we must pull together to make Bob proud and keep his legacy alive. It shouldn't come as news to anyone in this room when I say that academics are not perfect. We're not. We have our flaws. At our worst, we can be arrogant, rigid, and take ourselves too seriously. But at our best, at our very best, we are Bob Jervis. Open, engaging, curious, humble, generous, and daring. It is this spirit of Bob that is the driving force behind this annual conference. Indeed, when Bob's wife, Kathy, who's here with us, when she and I spoke recently, we agreed that this conference should not be another memorial, but instead a celebration that honors Bob's legacy with an eye to the future. And we've done just that with this program that brings together so many of the star academics and leading practitioners that Bob respected. Bob would have loved being in this room today with Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton and National Intelligence Director Avril Haines. Where is Avril? She's going to come here in a second. Two women he greatly admired. He would have loved seeing his former students who are now in government join his other students and academic colleagues in lively debates about the most challenging and interesting questions of the day. In fact, I think Bob would have been so excited about this program that he might have even donned a button-down shirt for the occasion, or maybe even a jacket. Kathy, what do you think? Absolutely. Bob lived for these kinds of days filled with intellectually stimulating moments. He never missed the chance, for example, to attend meetings the National Intelligence Council, the NIC, hosted with select scholars. I vividly remember how excited he was each time we took the Estella together to DC for those occasions. Those were really special trips, but there was one problem. Bob liked the quiet car. Now, as you might guess, I don't do quiet cars. I find them very challenging. So luckily, we made the trip to DC often enough that we worked out a system. After maybe I had been shushed a few times for talking too much, Bob and I decided to each silently read one half of the background material and switch and compare notes, and that was our system, and it worked really well. A year ago, at Bob's memorial, at his memorial service, I was speaking before a similar room filled with Bob's mentees, colleagues, and students. I tried to offer reassurance by saying, the kids will be okay. I desperately wanted to believe that, but a year ago, I wasn't sure. It was more of a hopeful sentiment than a confident statement. Today, however, I can say with confidence, the kids are okay, Bob. I know the kids are okay because the collegial brown bag lunches that you convened are still flourishing in room 1302. I know the kids are okay because I see the light of excitement in the eyes of students and your colleagues when they teach your work. I know the kids are okay because even though you're no longer in the room to answer their questions, we continue to ask ourselves, what would Bob have said? I know the kids are okay because the community that you worked so passionately to create is thriving. I feel it in the building, in every corner of the building. And I'm okay because as the Adlai E. Stevenson Professor of International Relations, the chair that you held, I'm inspired to continue your work and lead the school you loved. One of the last conversations I had with Bob was about carrying on an important part of his vision for the field of international relations. In 2009, Bob created the International Security Studies Forum, ISSF, to meet what he saw as a critical need in the field. He wanted to create a special site where scholars and practitioners could discuss vital policy questions and work in political science. And because Bob was all about mentorship, he wanted especially to create space to highlight the work of promising young scholars. The impact of ISSF has been bigger than I think even Bob could have conceived. ISSF's reviews, essays, and roundtables have already been read by hundreds of thousands of scholars and policy practitioners across the globe. Right up until his death, Bob worked tirelessly for ISSF. His goal was to secure a lasting legacy for this forum and to pass the torch to other scholars who would expand its reach and raise its profile. This was his last request to me, to make sure it survived. And today, I am proud to announce that this exceptional forum is coming to Columbia. It is being moved to SIPA Saltzman Institute of War and Peace Studies, which was Bob's intellectual home. We have big plans to expand the forum, including a book award for junior scholars, a series of live roundtable conferences, and podcasts. And that brings me to a moment that I'm especially delighted to share, and I suspect you will be delighted to hear. In honor of its founder, this forum will be renamed the Robert Jervis International Security Studies Forum. SIPA is in the midst of reimagining its place in the world. At this moment of intense global turmoil and uncertainty, our mission of working collaboratively with policymakers and other stakeholders around the world to drive progress is more critical than ever before. I believe this vision resonated with the person I'm about to introduce, so much so that we were able to recruit her into our community as a professor of practice. It is hard to express adequately how fortunate we feel, that she has decided to make her intellectual home here. Secretary Clinton has led as a groundbreaking First Lady, then a senator of this great state during the historic crisis of 9/11, and then as a Secretary of State. And throughout her exceptional career, she has served as a thought leader and champion for women and the underprivileged. For many women and girls around the world who are passionate about politics, public policy, and international relations, she is a unique source of inspiration. After all, she is the one who enshrined it in the phrase that joined our global lexicon so many years ago, that women's rights are human rights, and human rights are women's rights. There really could not be a more perfect alignment between who she is, the work she has done, the value she stands for, and the mission of our school. Now, at this moment, when the world is marked by peril and possibility, I can think of no one better to connect all of the policy areas that SIPA works on, from climate change, technology and innovation, democratic resilience, geopolitics, and economic inequality, than Secretary Clinton. In her career, Secretary Clinton did not break Secretary Clinton did not break glass ceilings. She shattered them. She did not lecture about resilience. She was resilient. She did not shy away from the spotlight. She used its glare to advance deserving policy issues she cared so deeply about. And all along, she elevated other gutsy women. There is no more inspiring role model for our students to engage with and learn from than Secretary Clinton. I know our journey together as colleagues has only begun, but our plans for what comes next, let me tell you, they are ambitious and they're exciting. Our energy is high, our pace is fast, you can bet on that, and we are having a lot of fun in the process. We will launch a new institute, and more on that soon, and we will join forces in the classroom. Without giving it all away, stay tuned, I'm thrilled to share that Secretary Clinton and I will be co-teaching a large course this fall semester, which we will open to students here at Columbia from across campus. This course will be yet another way to honor Bob's legacy and philosophy, that the best way to understand, research, and teach international relations is through deep and thoughtful engagement between scholars, scholarship, and practitioners by combining insights from research with the perspectives of those decision makers in the room. As I hope I've made clear, my gratitude abounds for Secretary Clinton and the extraordinary breadth of knowledge and real-world experience with Columbia, SIPA, and our students. We could not ask for a better partner. I am honored to bring to the podium for brief remarks
Secretary Hillary Clinton.
Thank you so much, Dean, and I'm hoping to get through this with a little help from hot water, lemon, and honey. I am thrilled to be here and be part of the exciting work of SIPA. And as the Dean just said, there is such an enormous interest in making sure that scholarship and research scholars and practitioners really do come together in ways that will enhance each of their individual works and collectively give us the kind of guidance that we certainly need today. I never had the privilege of being a student or a colleague of Dr. Jervis, Bob Jervis, but I've read his work. I followed his career, especially in intelligence, and I appreciated his very honest report coming out of the Iraq War and weapons of mass destruction, something that I had a personal interest in. And his legacy and the great announcement that Karen just made about renaming the forum is especially important today, because his insights and his guidance about the intersection of psychological and personal attitudes and characteristics and perceptions and misperceptions in the midst of all of the other pressures and context of the complexity of relations among states is one that has made a huge difference and certainly affected my own thinking as a senator and secretary of state. I'm excited, too, to be part of the plans that Karen has. She is like the original Energizer Bunny, I'm just going to tell you. I mean, I think I have energy, but nothing compared to her. But the ideas that she's bringing to the deanship, building on the work that so many of you have done here at SIPA for so many years, I think are exactly the right ones for this time. We have to engage students, and not just the extraordinary international students who come to SIPA in studying international affairs and policies, but we have to engage American students. We have to figure out how we're going to attract students, not just to SIPA, but to the kinds of offerings that SIPA can make to students across campus. So when we began talking about teaching a class together in the fall, and Karen said, well, what do you think about opening it up to all of the students? I said, well, I don't know. I guess that sounds like a good idea. I have no idea if that's a good idea. But we're about to find out. And I, for one, am really looking forward to it. And finally, I just want to say a word about first, President Bollinger, who made the case for me to come to Columbia over the last several years, and I'm very grateful that you did, Lee. And to former colleagues that I had the great privilege of working with, like Jack Lew, who was my deputy in the State Department, and the Director of National Intelligence, who you're going to hear from right now, who was an extraordinary staff member of the National Security Council when I was Secretary of State in the Obama administration. I was so privileged to work with people of this caliber who care so deeply about not only our country and our security, but about the kind of world that we're going to leave to our children and our grandchildren. And so it's a great privilege to me now to be part of SIPA, to be a professor of practice. I didn't even know what that was, but I'm learning. I'm practicing a lot, and looking forward to working with many of you as we march behind the dean and do everything we can to lift up the great work that has gone on here and is continuing. Thank you all very much.
I'm sure you can see why we're so excited to have her, right? It is now my great pleasure to introduce Lee Bollinger, Columbia's 19th president and the Sess Law Professor of the university. As I thought about how to introduce Lee, I realized that I'm speaking to an audience who is already deeply familiar with the many extraordinary accomplishments of our president of over 20 years. I could highlight, for example, that he's one of the nation's foremost scholars on the First Amendment and a leader who fought and in 2003 won the battle to preserve affirmative action in higher education. But you probably already know that about Lee. His latest book, which you might not know because it was just published, A Legacy of Discrimination, is a brilliant piece of work. This is the third book Lee published in less than 2 years. Everyone who knows anything about Columbia also knows that thanks to Lee's visionary leadership, Columbia has flourished as one of the premier universities of the 21st century. Manhattanville is the manifestation of Lee's vision. It's a modern, stunning new campus that is Columbia's most ambitious expansion in more than 100 years. And it is no secret that Columbia is now recognized as a truly global institution because Lee was determined to make it one. And he did that by creating Columbia World Project, the World Leaders Forum, the Global Centers, and those have deepened our work here at SIPA as well. And in the coming years, SIPA and Columbia Global will work even closer together. Indeed, since I've become dean, I have witnessed firsthand Lee's dedication to SIPA and its mission. He has given me and SIPA the resources, the support, freedom, and encouragement to launch what we call SIPA version 2.0. So, what is it about Lee that you might not know? Well, Bob saw in Lee someone who was always eager to seek advice and engage. And for that, Bob had tremendous amount of respect for Lee. In fact, the two of them had a meaningful and effective back channel for all sorts of Columbia-related concerns. And don't ask me how I know about this. But this should not surprise anyone, because these two men share an intense love and devotion for everything Columbia. And they share the fundamental philosophy that Columbia's brightest future depends on our ability to reach and engage with the world around our gates. You might also not know a funny fact, Columbia story. As it happens, I first shook Lee's hand almost 20 years ago. It was during my commencement ceremony when he handed me my undergraduate diploma. This was my last year as a Columbia student and his first year as president. The next time I shook Lee's hand was almost exactly a year ago in Bob's memorial service. Since then, in a very short period of time, he's become a mentor, a thought partner, and a dear friend. Now, after more than 2 decades as Columbia's president, Lee will be stepping down at the end of this academic year to focus again on teaching and research. For me, and for many others, it is almost inconceivable to imagine Columbia without Lee Bollinger at the helm. I take comfort in the fact that he will be around, and what he doesn't know yet is that he will be spending time with us here at SIPA too. Because There is no way, there's just no way I'm letting him off the hook. It is my great pleasure and honor to introduce Columbia's president and a friend to us all, Lee C. Bollinger.
Thank you very much, Karen, for that lovely introduction. So I want to recognize members of the Jervis family, Bob's spouse, Kathy, daughter Alexa, and brother Stephen. Recognize Karen, acknowledge the great time of excitement that we're in. Secretary Clinton, how great it is to have you part of this community. Representatives from the Departments of State and Defense. So it's a great honor and privilege for me to be here with you and to celebrate Bob's life and legacy, and to introduce our distinguished speaker for this portion of the day, Evera Haynes. Bob was a gifted scholar and admired teacher, and I learned this at his memorial service, a devoted husband, father, and grandfather. His research has been instrumental in shaping and reshaping the field of international relations, particularly with regard to human psychology and issues of war and peace. Bob was widely known and admired outside the academy for his insights and contributions. Among his many roles, he chaired the Historical Review Panel for the Central Intelligence Agency for 10 years and served as an intelligence community associate. Which then brings me to the keynote speaker for this portion of the conference, Evera Haynes. Evera has served as Director of National Intelligence, overseeing all intelligence agencies since January 2021. She was the first Biden nominee to be confirmed, with a vote of 84-10 in the Senate, something that came as no surprise to anyone fortunate enough to have worked with her. Evera's distinguished career in all three branches of government, in and outside the intelligence community and in academia, is enormously impressive. Under the Obama administration, she served as Assistant to the President and Principal Deputy National Security Advisor, with duties that included leading the National Security Council's Deputies Committee. Prior to that, she was the Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Agency from 2013 to 2015. Before joining the Biden administration as Director of National Intelligence, she led the Transitions National Security and Foreign Policy Team and served as a member of the National Commission on Military, National, and Public Service. I first met Evera in the period following the end of the Obama administration. I had been told by a colleague I respect enormously that I should meet with Evera, that Evera was wondering what she might do next in life, and that Evera was the most intellectual policymaker she had ever encountered in government. That meeting followed. And at the end of the meeting, I invited Evera to join us at Columbia, something I have never done before based on a single conversation. I remember listening to Evera talk about a major issue the United States and other nations were confronting, and that was new and consequential, and with few precedents to guide us to coming up with a workable national and international framework. Evera's mind was supple, wide-ranging, questioning, and practical. I knew she was a great public servant, but I also saw how she could not just fit in, but truly participate as a full member of the academic world. I thought she would be great at Columbia, and she was. Soon she was leading the development of projects in the newest of our ventures we call the Fourth Purpose and Columbia World Projects, working with Nick Lemon and Ira Katz-Nielsen. We didn't know exactly how to combine academic capacities with practical world problem solving, but we were smart enough to know that Evera could be our guide. She brought together experts and generalists with deep experience and good judgment to sift through ideas about what to do. She led the process in that special way she has of making everyone else feel they are leading it. And an institution was born. My last major project with Evera was asking her to write an essay for a book Jeff Stone and I conceived of to mark the 50th anniversary of the Pentagon Papers decision, and to make recommendations for today's quite different world about this vexing question: what should be the policy, legal, and constitutional framework for leaks of classified information to the press and for publication of that material by the press? We had a remarkable array of journalists, policymakers, and scholars writing essays. Evera's paper, which was one of the last to come in, but for good reasons, was what I, by then, had come to expect of her thinking. Such care in struggling with the problems, respectful of all sides in what is often a debate among self-righteous and overly confident participants. Humble and serious and open-minded and concrete in what she thought should happen. Jeff and I thought it clear her essay should lead the volume where it now stands. I have spoken about Evera's intellect and professional purpose, but I should also say there is no one in the world of greater personal warmth and capacity for friendship. With all these qualities, we benefited enormously, so much so that I have made it clear to Evera that Columbia will always be a home for her, for whenever she wishes to return. But it turns out that her qualities are great not only for an academic institution like Columbia, but also for being Director of National Intelligence, where her life is presently consumed by the gravest issues of our time. The truth is that we were oh so lucky to have her for these 4 years. To be sure, the country wasn't so lucky not to have her in that deeply troubled period. But we can all take comfort in knowing she's back where she belongs, so please join me in welcoming Evera Haynes.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is really an incredible honor to be here. And I mean, Secretary Clinton and Jack and Ira, and President Bollinger, thank you. It is extraordinary. But I'm especially honored to be here today to deliver the annual Gabriel Silver Lecture, and to do so on behalf of the intelligence community in honor of Bob Jervis, whose life, work, and legacy is so dear to us personally and professionally. All of you know that Bob was a world-renowned international relations scholar and teacher, and I know you also know that he made significant contributions to the study of intelligence. And what you may not know is the extent of his work with the intelligence community over more than 40 years, and the fact that he is absolutely beloved by analysts and officers across the community, many of whom emailed me to tell me about their experiences with Bob over the years, knowing that I would be coming here to talk to you today about his work. Those who sent me notes reflected on his wisdom, on his humility, on his sense of humor, kindness, integrity, and of course that he was a great sounding board for their work. He charmed all of us with his exuberance, the twinkle that he would get in his eye, you know, when he saw a weakness in an argument, and his boundless intellectual curiosity. And they also talked about the fact that, as one officer noted, he respected the agency enough to criticize it forthrightly, fairly, and constructively. In many ways, Bob was a model for how the intelligence community can and should interact with academia. He unquestionably made us better. Bob's engagement with the IC started in the late 1970s when CIA's head of analysis invited Bob to serve as a scholar in residence. And this relationship led to Bob producing a post-mortem on CIA's assessment of Iran in the months leading up to the fall of the Shah in 1979. In this now declassified study, Bob flagged numerous concerns, including poor sourcing, status quo bias, the tyranny of expertise and politicization. And he went on to produce another review on one of our biggest intelligence failures, as the Secretary mentioned, the assessment of an active WMD program in Iraq in 2002. And in his book, Why Intelligence Fails, Bob pointed to logic flaws and tradecraft weaknesses that culminated in our analytic judgment call and is remembered by many who lived through that time as nuanced and thoughtful. And those efforts had a significant impact on our work, leading to changes in how we train our analysts today. Moreover, there are many other instances in which Bob's work affected our training. For example, Bob would talk about his book System Effects as his most important work, which received significant attention from our analysts. It was groundbreaking in applying complex adaptive systems theory to international relations and attempted to elucidate the challenges that arise when multiple actors and influences are interconnected, often resulting in unintended consequences and nonlinearities. His work again changed our approach to teaching advanced critical thinking. I believe that the closest thing we have to academia and government is the analytic community within the intelligence community. There's a bit more stress, no windows, fewer public publications, but still, we put a high value on independence of thought, freedom of speech, dialogue and debate. We value rigor, expertise, evidence-driven analysis. We are trying to understand and reflect on the world around us and to provide policymakers and operators with insights that will help them make better decisions. Bob respected and loved the community. However, he would be among the first to tell you that the classified nature and pressure of our work makes us especially susceptible to a number of cognitive and motivated biases, and consequently interactions with those outside of our community to test our hypotheses are absolutely critical to our successes. Long before most, Bob recognized the value and importance of a strong partnership between the intelligence community and academia. He encouraged the intelligence community to engage frequently with a broad range of experts outside of the government, and not just experts and scholars in academia, but also in the private sector, to ensure we had access to alternative perspectives, to identify our biases, to challenge our underlying assumptions. For decades, Bob gave generously of his time and insights, repeatedly reviewing our assessments, helping us to develop approaches, techniques to make our work better. And for decades, he was a trusted and valued interlocutor for multiple IC agencies. He regularly participated in conferences, as Karen noted, brainstorming sessions, often heated debates, helping us make sense of emerging dynamics and long-term trends, including contributing to such publications as our quadrennial Global Trends series. And in fact, in 2020, he helped the National Intelligence Council, the NIC, conceptualize the scenarios for the most recent Global Trends report. And despite his prominence and the busy schedule that came with it, Bob was always approachable, friendly, open to debates and discussion. He helped pressure test many of our analytic lines over the years, making us more confident in some of the work that we had done, and in other cases, less confident, pushing us to develop new scenarios and envision alternative possibilities. And Bob stressed the importance, for example, of falsifiable claims, asking what would cause us to reconsider our views, and also stressed the importance of careful, disciplined, and explicit reasoning that revealed where any differences of opinion lie. He believed that adopting good social science methods would improve our chances of getting things right, but he also never suggested that doing this would be easy. In all cases, he understood the fact that intelligence analysts rarely have the luxury of time, do not always get to choose the questions they are answering. His pragmatism, humility, empathy were fundamental to his capacity to impact our work. And Bob also pushed us to declassify more information to better inform the American people during his decade of work with the CIA's Historical Review Panel, for example. He believed it was critical that we make as much information available as we could to allow the public to assess policy successes and failures in a broader context, to understand their complexity and hopefully help us make better decisions in the future. And for this reason, I think he would approve of our new transparency initiative, an effort that fundamentally seeks to promote an informed citizenry, greater accountability, and improved trust between the American people and the intelligence community. Through this initiative, we are proactively publishing unclassified and declassifying IC analytic work on our website, dni.gov, on some of our most vexing national security problems. And with the increasing importance of national security in our everyday lives, the more we can help to inform the public debate around such issues, the better. But by doing so, we also give the public, including academia, a chance to contest our thinking, draw to our attention questions or perspectives we have not considered, and learn from those outside of our traditional circles. At the same time, I'm hopeful that it gives the public a chance to observe the thoughtfulness and rigor with which we approach national security issues, while opening up our judgments to greater scrutiny and debate, making us, I hope, more attractive to diverse talent and expertise from across the country. And thus, Bob worked to improve our capacity for self-reflection, bring additional social science methods into analysis, promote engagement with outsiders who would test our assumptions, and promote an organizational culture better suited to counter our biases. And one would think that that would be enough, and yet his impact goes even further. Specifically, let me just give an example of how his scholarship has informed our work to great effect in the context of today's geopolitical competitive landscape, which is the topic of this conference. One of Bob's critical scholarly insights was the role that individual leaders' perceptions and formative experiences play in national decision-making. International relations had for some time focused primarily on the role of the state, with the view that the constraints of broader political, social, and economic forces significantly reduce the ability of any given individual to exert a meaningful influence on state-level decisions. As Professor McDermott, one of his prior students, wrote, prior to Jervis, most international relations theory would have argued that it would not have mattered if Adolf Hitler or Bill Clinton had been the leader of Germany in the 1930s. The assumption was that the outcomes would have been the same because the incentives and constraints on the international environment were seen as dispositive. But Bob's work, rooted in social psychology, recognized the importance of leaders, their perceptions and misperceptions, particularly in the context of crises, and how that could affect national decision-making. In fact, he opened up his book on why intelligence fails with a series of quotes, including one that seems especially relevant today. We missed the Soviet decision to put missiles into Cuba because we could not believe that Khrushchev would make such a mistake. This was said by Sherman Kent, a Yale University professor of history, who during World War II and through 17 years of the Cold War served at the CIA, and after whom the Kent School for Intelligence Analysis is named. The quote encapsulates one of the primary pitfalls of the old way of evaluating foreign decision-making, a clear bias towards rational actor theory, with a hefty dose of mirror imaging. Bob was telling us that our own biases kept us from understanding the actual perceptions and motivations of our adversaries. Khrushchev was making a mistake only from the viewpoint of an American. If we had taken that approach in the context of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, we would never have predicted the tragic and illegal large-scale invasion of Ukraine that the IC warned of in the fall of 2021. And as we told the world that President Putin was preparing for a large-scale invasion into Ukraine, we repeatedly encountered skepticism based on the perception that this would be a terrible mistake for Russia, and consequently Putin, as a rational actor, would not do it. While such a reaction was understandable, the insight the analyst provided was that from Putin's perspective, it made sense. He had long lamented the breakup of the Soviet Union, which he calls the greatest tragedy of the 20th century, and for some time wanted to restore Russia to what he perceives as its former glory. In his mind, Ukraine has special significance given its cultural and historical bonds to Russia, and he does not want to be known as the Russian leader who lost Ukraine. Yet Ukraine was moving, clearly, further and further away from Russia and slowly deepening its engagement with the West and with NATO. And President Putin perceived Ukraine's military as getting increasingly stronger with assistance from the West and was of the view that the Minsk agreement was effectively dead, in part because the political process associated with its implementation through the Normandy format was, again, in his view, incapable of delivering Ukrainian compliance in accordance with his demands. And thus, having exhausted political possibilities in his view, military action would be the best remaining option to prevent greater Ukrainian integration with the West, which he believed to be a significant threat to Russia's national security. Furthermore, given the trend lines, it would only get more difficult to effect a military option over time. Putin would, of course, know that Europe and the United States would react to such an invasion, including through sanctions, but he thought he could conduct the military offensive quickly, would be welcomed by most Ukrainians, and that he would be better at maintaining his resolve in the face of sanctions than Europe would be. And he knew he had high reserves at the time, a strong national wealth fund, some of the strongest economic indicators in almost a decade, a few years before his next election. And with high energy prices, he likely thought that it would make it harder for Europe to join the United States in issuing significant sanctions that would also carry a cost for Europe's domestic economies. In short, the IC took Bob's lessons to heart and strove to see the world through Putin's eyes, and not through the eyes of an American standing in a different place. This lesson will be equally important to carry through into our analysis with respect to China. In fact, to guard against mirror imaging, we work with experts across a series of fields, from anthropology to sociology to political psychology, to help us better understand the drivers of foreign decision-making. We use structured analytic techniques to help us better take into account the perceptions and views of the adversary and dampen the effects of our own biases. Techniques like formal red teaming help us emulate adversary thinking, and gaming exercises offer an opportunity to test foreign decision-making under stressful conditions. That teamwork, pairing our outside expertise with internal intelligence analysis, allowed our analysts to call Putin's decision to invade long before it looked obvious or inevitable, because it made sense to him. At that point, many people who claimed they understood Russia and Putin were still talking about what a mistake it would be because it made so little sense to them. We will, of course, continue to make mistakes, but we strive to learn the lessons that allow us to preserve and advance what those like Bob and others in and out of the community have struggled to learn and apply over the years. I hope Bob would be proud of our work on Ukraine, even as I am confident he would also point out how we could continue to get better and the things that we might have gotten wrong. But that is, in fact, part of the joy of the partnership between our institutions, which help organize our learning to greater effect for the future. In sum, Bob's work has had an enduring impact on the intelligence community, including on the way we think about the business of intelligence and the way we go about pursuing and conveying it. But above all, I cannot tell you how grateful all of us are to have had the opportunity to work with Bob. He was a genuinely wonderful human being who exemplified the rigorous critical thinking and essential collaboration that is so crucial to our work and service to the country. And I just could not be more honored to have a chance to do him some honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming, for being with us today, and for those beautiful remarks about Bob. We really, really appreciate it. All right, there's a lot that we want to cover, and we are very excited that you're here. I'm sure that many of our students and faculty are curious first to hear about your journey to the national security arena. You're currently the first female director of national intelligence and oversee the entire US intelligence community. But you've also held various senior posts as Principal Deputy National Security Advisor to the President, Deputy Director of the CIA. And yet, when we look at your undergraduate degree, you are a physics major. So, what went wrong? I know. What went right? At what point in your career did you fall in love with national security? And maybe I should even start, how does it feel like to be back at Columbia after 2 years?
It's wonderful. It feels like I've been off on a separate island for a while, like I sort of came back to. It's really lovely to be back here and to see so many people that I haven't had a chance to, talk to. But nobody's ever really asked me the question in the way that you just did. Honestly, it was a bit of a mistake, which is a terrible thing to acknowledge. But I loved physics and math. It was sort of what I was better at when I was younger. And when I opened up a bookstore, a cafe, and became a business owner, which I thought to do while I was in grad school, which was a terrible idea, I started to learn about what it was like to be part of a community. And it was really a different way of looking at the world, in a sense. And I really enjoyed it, although I will say that my father at the time called my then boyfriend, who I was opening the business with, and said, this is a terrible mistake. She's good at math and physics, but like you are going to have to support her if she goes down this other route. This is going to be terrible. But it was a sort of an awakening to public service and to what it means to be a responsible participant in community. And then I ended up going to law school and getting a job in the State Department, and I followed people that I respected, and I kept on learning new things and feeling as if the work was consequential, and that's how I ended up in national security. Yeah.
Wonderful. We're lucky that you are in this in this business. So there's a lot of topics that we could probe here, but one that seems to be most on everyone's mind is Ukraine and balloons. We'll get to the balloons. In political science,
be okay.
No, we will. In political science, we think of war, no matter of what the motivation, if it's greed or security dilemma or whatever it is. The war by itself reveals information for both sides about the balance of capabilities, resolve, and so on, which usually, with that kind of revelation, updating happens about war aims and strategies and so on. So I guess my question is two questions. Now, we've been in this war for almost a year now. Do we see any shift in strategic goals or war aims by any side, by either side? And second, what should we expect to see in the next couple of months on the battlefield, in your opinion?
I mean, in terms of different strategic objectives, I think in some respects, both sides have become more dug in. Instead of there being a clear shift in objectives. And in terms of what we're going to see in the coming months, so here's kind of a general assessment of where we're at. We're in what we call a grinding deadlock right now, where basically both sides are, pushing at each other. Neither has really definitive military advantage, and we're not expecting that either side is really capable in taking major territorial gains. We're seeing them move hundreds of meters some days, sometimes a bit more, but it's not significant in that respect. But we are also getting into kind of the spring offensive potential perspective, and we are seeing Russia attempt an offensive right now, even though it's not moving particularly quickly. But both sides are experiencing some pretty significant challenges. And one of the questions is whether or not, for example, as the Russians are engaging in the offensive that they're in right now, how costly will that offensive be to them?
Right.
Will they, in fact, mobilize, will be one of the questions. Personnel shortages is one of the clear issues. Will they be able to essentially set up supply lines for ammunition that will allow them to resupply in effect and to address some of their challenges on their side. And if it is costly and they're unable to do some of those things, that can present essentially opportunities for the Ukrainians. And if they are, that will make it more challenging, obviously. And on the Ukrainian side, they're relying just remarkably on Western assistance and aid, and that will be critical to their capacity to effectively move forward. And so we'll see how this continues in the coming months. But will be, I think the next 6 months or so going through to the summer will be a critical period, essentially, for the rest of the trajectory of the conflict.
And talking for a second about surprises so far. So let's stay with that theme. So we talked about surprises, about, okay, the scope of his revisionist intention, surprises about the Russians' ability to fight the military performance so far. There was surprise about Zelensky and the resolve of the Ukrainians, their ability to sustain the fighting and do so well on the battlefield. And then there was a surprise around the cyber component of it, or lack of more active cyber warfare. We haven't seen NATO, the United States, being targeted in the way that we anticipated. So of all of these things that we've been surprised, what caught you by surprise the most?
I mean, I think I'll take through a few of the things that are on your list and then add maybe one or two. But I think one thing that we clearly have work to do in the intelligence community, and we've talked about this openly, but there's sort of will to fight questions, which are very challenging, frankly, to assess. And we've gone through a variety of kind of learning lessons pieces on this. But I think we can improve, but I think there is a sort of a limit to what you can do in this space effectively. And then there is assessing the capacity of another military to execute on, essentially a mission. And in the context of Russia, as you say, I think this was an area where we did not assess what occurred in terms of the Russian capacity. And there were a lot of things that contributed to that I think are actually quite interesting. And I won't go through everything, but I'll just name a few that I think are sort of fascinating. I mean, one that is perhaps obvious is while we indicated that we thought that Putin and the Russian military was underestimating the resistance that they would encounter when they came into Ukraine, what we did not then follow through on in that context is, okay, they were actually planning for a different conflict than the one that they ended up in, right? So they planned for the short siege, and they didn't plan for the long siege, right? And you want different equipment, you want different approaches when you're going for that operation as opposed to another. So it's an example of one of the challenges. The other thing is that they did their planning in a very tight way. In other words, they were trying to keep it very close hold, right? And as a consequence, they weren't doing the normal, what we would say, the interagency coordination, right? Like across the bar. So you can also see how some of the challenges can erupt when you don't think about, if you don't have the right logistics folks right? Like, doing it. And I remember one of our generals saying, when you're doing planning, it's 2/3 of your time in working up the plan is the planning, and 1/3 for the decision-making process, doing it. And they could already see how that was sort of breaking down in different spaces. So there are a number of things that kind of come into this, and I could go on, but we do find it intellectually fascinating, and I think it is something that we can continue to learn. And it makes you realize, too, that, to say on this point that it's not just about understanding the capabilities of a military, but it's actually about thinking about their capacity to execute against a particular mission and how they're looking at it and what they're doing in relation to it, right? And all of these other things that you're sort of having to factor in to what your assessment is as to the capacity of them to actually follow through. One thing that you didn't mention that I'll just flag that I thought was quite interesting. We did a lot of work, obviously, for the policy community in looking at sanctions, right? Like, what are the sanctions that you might enact, and what would be the possible impact of that, and and so on. And
one of the things we did not anticipate was the degree to which private companies, multinational corporations that have a big impact, like oil services production and so on, self-sanctioned afterwards, right? And that's an important factor to think about and to understand how that's going to develop. And that's something that, that we should have been thinking about and looking at. And it's kind of to my point of my remarks too, right? Getting out of our space and talking to folks in all walks of life and understanding better is critical to us getting better at our job.
Absolutely. So in the past year, I've been playing this game, what Bob would have been fascinated about the most about this war. What would he have been written about? And I think that one thing that I have a strong feeling that would have caught his attention is the decision early on to share intelligence about the Russians' plans to attack, to invade. And it's typical, we share intelligence with allies, but this was a little bit, it was different, right? The scope, sharing it not just with allies, with the public, with Putin himself. And I want to ask you about that decision, because there were a couple of issues that comes up with the decision to share and reveal, disclose intelligence. One is obviously the issues about burning sources and methods, and how do you weigh that against the benefits. Another issue is thinking about the precedent that you are setting, because from now on, does it mean that when the United States wants to bring allies on board, it is going to be expected to share this kind of intelligence with them? And the third, that if you think about one of the goals of the sharing or disclosing was maybe to deter Putin, and that did not happen. So there were costs for this idea of thinking about the sharing and disclosing intelligence. But there were obviously lots of benefits. And so if you can share a little bit about the decision-making process and how you weighted in all of those costs against the benefits and so on. Would love to hear.
Yeah, and can I just, on the precedent issue in the way that you identified it, I mean, I have to say, I think that's already a precedent that was set. Like, I mean, in the sense that, and I'm not, and maybe this is not the right way to think about it, Karen, and I'd be interested in how you're framing it, but it has certainly been true that, that when we've asked allies and partners to work with us on responses to a variety of things, that they want to know if we're saying that we're responding to a threat. Right, like where's the evidence, you know? And in this context, part of the challenge, and maybe I'll go through the decision-making process to highlight this and see what you think about this.
Please.
Because what happened for us was we were collecting information that obviously led us to believe that something was happening here, that Putin was preparing for an option, a military option. And as we did this in the lead up, you know, so in the fall, essentially, of 2021, we had a previous event, which folks may remember in sort of the spring period, the kind of March, April, May period, where there'd been another buildup by the Russians, right? It wasn't as extensive as the one that we had in the fall, but it was a fair buildup. And we were trying to understand what that was about and whether that was setting up for a military option. But in many respects, it seemed as if going through it, maybe he was considering it, but it looked like in large part it was there to kind of bully a bit, you know, to sort of use the military buildup as a way to coerce diplomacy in a sense. And so for many of the Europeans that we were talking to as we were then in the fall and seeing this different kind of buildup, the concern was, well, it's just another example of what he was doing before, right? Why is it different now? What's the change? And why do you believe that he's going to do something? And there were sort of two pieces to this. You know, the question was, okay, are we getting this right? But then also, if we are getting it right and we're working with Europeans, whatever the likelihood of this occurring is, would we precipitate him doing something by virtue of the fact that we're working on response options, right? So because often what you do to deter also can escalate, right? And so The challenge in the very first part was that we had to convince our own policy community, right? You know, we're providing information, we're testing it, we're saying, is this actually, does this seem right? And when we got to the point where the president said, okay, you know, Tony, Jake, I want you to go out there, start talking to allies, we got to figure out, is there a way for us to deter? Is there a way for us to plan for a response option? Because if this does happen, we're going to be ready for it, right? So they went out, and I remember it, and they came back, and basically they said, well, they're really skeptical. Like many of the folks that we're talking to, you know, don't think that this is going to happen and are not really ready to plan. And that was when he turned to us in the intelligence community and said, you got to share. You have to get out there and start sharing, because we've got to help them see what you're seeing so that they are ready to talk to us seriously about what to do. And I think, you know, in that context, it makes sense from those countries' perspectives to ask for, what's the information that you're basing this on? Why should we be paying attention? Why should we take the risk, essentially, and the time and resources and so on to engage in this? So that's one piece of it. I would also say, you know, when you're sharing with allies, right, you're doing it in a classified form, right? You're not disclosing it publicly. It really was a separate issue as we were doing this, right, where we basically identified, you know, Putin was putting together pretext for an invasion. And at some point, the president said, you know, we should disclose this, right? We should deny him the pretext for the invasion. And thought that made sense, right? Can we do that? So the first thing we do, exactly as you say, is sources and methods, right? Are we going to be able to protect our sources and methods? Because obviously, we're only as good as our sources and methods, right? We're not going to be able to continue providing you with this intelligence if we lose them. So we had to make sure that we could figure out a way to do this that would be protective of sources and methods. And it was a team sport in the intelligence community, which is to say there was working together across the intelligence community to think through how we could put together information from open source, essentially. And that meant doing things like, you know, leveraging commercial imagery, or, you know, sort of thinking about what is available in open source that we could look at that would help us.
Right, so you don't burn this.
Exactly. So I think we really, you know, and it's way too early to tell. I mean, we've been asked, all of us in testimony and in Congress and so on, you know, have you seen any degradation? And we haven't at this stage. But that doesn't mean that we won't over time. And, it, you know, this is one of those things that takes a while to sort of see how it goes. But we've done a lot of work to try to protect that. I think on the precedent piece, you heard sort of my theory of the case on this. And I think, you know, in the pieces that I was worried about that you didn't mention are as follows. One is, in addition to sources and methods, as we're promoting disclosures of information for the policy community in support of their efforts, I did not want the intelligence community to be perceived as just a tool of policy, right? And this was something that, you know, we spent some time thinking about. So, for example, when I went to the North Atlantic Council to put down the case, Tony and I talked, and I said, I don't want to do this with you. I think it would be better if I did it separately. I brought the analysts with me, and we answered their questions. We never cleared our talking points. We just laid it out as we could, and then policy could come afterwards and have a discussion, and so we would sort of have a distinction between us. But this is a challenging thing that we're constantly trying to think through how we manage it. Yeah.
Very interesting. We can spend hours
talking
about this disclosure. I mean, this is fascinating. All right, so let's shift from Russia to China. Okay, big question. So the fundamental question that comes up for students of world history, especially in your room and, you know, with political scientists, we tend to think about patterns, and we tend to think, okay, so what can we learn from the Cold War? And this came up today in the panel on nuclear weapons and so on. Can we learn something about the interaction between the Soviet Union and the United States during the Cold War that led to detente, let's say, in terms of how we think about the future of US-China relations? So what are the issues what were the factors that led to the emergence of detente? Well, we know there was parity in the correlations of forces, and we know that we had a series of crises, the Berlin, the Cuban Missile Crisis, that led to establish some rules of the games and so on. So that's one way of thinking about what do we need in order to get to this period of detente with China. Others will say very different actors. very different environment. Cold War does not really serve us well in thinking about it. Where do you stand on this? How do you think about the Cold War as should inform, and in what way it should inform our thinking about U.S.-China?
Yeah, I mean, it's part policy and part intelligence, right? So
yes.
I will try to do the analytic piece.
The intelligence part, I
and
know.
See
You have to stay away
what you,
from
no, fair enough.
Policy. Yes,
but,
fair enough.
But I do think there's some interesting differences, and maybe I'll just reflect on a few. And you've done a lot of work in these areas too. You should obviously tell me what you think too.
Love to.
I am, one difference that is challenging, I would say, is that we had a lot of channels with whether it was, the Soviet Union and then Russia, et cetera, and built those up over time. And not to say that they were easy, and not to say that they always worked in the way that you wanted them to work, but one of the challenges with China is that they tend to clamp down in a crisis and not talk, and sort of providing for and developing those kinds of channels is harder. It's been a more challenging. I know Secretary Clinton and others would think about this and have views, but it is. But that's in terms of your sort of setting up for rules and trying to develop the sort of frameworks within which you try to manage escalation and issues moving forward. There are obviously, and people have written on the differences between China and Russia in this moment, and there are clear contrasts, I think, that are worth understanding, not the least of which is that China's economic integration with us is just in a very different place, right? And there's a whole nother dynamic that is important to the relationship, these issues. But there are also, I would say, it is, as we're trying to provide assessments to the President and the National Security Council and so on these issues with China, we are mindful of the fact that in almost every respect, China's timelines and perspectives are very long-term. Yep. That our efforts to lay things out is sort of, there's almost an asymmetry in the way in which our political centers interact on these kinds of questions, and as a consequence, trying to help frame our policy efforts, and for us, we're usually being asked, what are the impacts of what we're doing, and then how are the Chinese perceiving it, and does that give us greater challenges or opportunities in these moments? It's rather difficult to pull out for them what are the opportunities for you to shift their thinking exactly in ways that are consistent with the way we operate effectively. And but it's a really, it's been a very interesting thing, among other things, to watch. I think Xi has been obviously in charge for quite some time now, sort of how he's developed over time and how that's shifting, and watching the third-party Congress, other things. So how do you think about this?
We have, people are not here to hear what I think about it, but we'll be talking about this at dinner. We have dinner to talk about it.
All right.
And the next question is very much very relevant to the research I've done, which is this: how does the intelligence community think about and assess political intentions, long-term intentions of adversaries, and why do we see the patterns that we see in assessment over time, and even the disagreements within the intelligence community? And that gets me to, again, the issues of assessment of China's intentions. So your office put out a threat assessment that says about China's intentions that the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, will continue efforts to achieve President Xi Jinping's vision of making China the preeminent power in East Asia and a major power on the world stage, But the national security strategy from 2022 says that Beijing's ambitions is to become the world's leading power. Now, for the untrained eye, this may seem like splitting hairs, right? But from a perspective of a political scientist, the ODNI assessment sounds very much like multipolarity. Great power out of several great powers. Whereas the national security strategy reads very much like replacing the United States as the hegemon, unipolarity. So for me, this is fascinating. It's very relevant to the work that I've done. What accounts for the differences? What are the implications? Do they point to a disagreement within the intelligence community about China's intentions and so on?
So I think it's really more a question of timelines. In other words, from our assessment, it's not that our assessment would be in tension with the national security strategy, because I think over time, China is looking to be the leading power, and we have kind of a claim on that. It's just looking out for a longer term. Okay. But I would say a couple things. I mean, that is also not to say that it wouldn't be fine if there were tension, right? Like, because from my perspective,
normal, yeah.
Totally. And you're right that, you know, one of the things, and Bob would talk about this a fair amount, and was worried that we were not reflecting dissents enough in our analysis and pushing that in. And I think that's a very fair concern, and we've been actually trying to do that, because I think it actually helps people who are reading the work understand better sometimes how did the analyst come to a certain decision where there are these differences of opinion that lie. So we have, you know, obviously we have a big community, we have different views, we try to reflect that, but it is also important, I think, to preserve the understanding that we may come to an assessment and the policy community can disagree. That's perfectly fine, right? They have the benefit of our views, and they look at it and they say, no, we don't think so. So we're going to take a different assessment essentially for themselves and work on that basis. But in this case, I would say it's not really, I think,
it's not a
real
disagreement, but more of a time frame. So anything about Xi's order to the military to plan for a successful invasion of Taiwan by 2027. Can you talk a little bit about what does that announcement, you know, what does it do for your assessment of thinking about it? How do we portray the intention? Does it make sense to talk about a 2027 date? Because it's coming up again and again, even in Bill Burns' statement lately.
Yeah. I mean, look, we assess that China continues to preference basically a peaceful, you know, unification of Taiwan with China. We think that that is what they would prefer. I think the challenge is that they are likely becoming increasingly pessimistic or skeptical that that's something they can achieve peacefully. And you know, we have been open about the fact that they are looking to essentially achieve military capacity so that they could take it militarily over our intervention. And that's ultimately, if and when they are able to do so from their perspective, and I think, you know, it's important from an analytic perspective for us, right, that one of the key things is actually when do they think they can do it, right? Not when do we think they can do it. That will be an important factor in their decision making, and it will give them, you know, leverage and an option that they haven't had before, and that will matter. So whenever that is, then that would be, yeah.
Now, I definitely would not be doing my job today if I did not ask you about the surveillance balloons. So I don't think that I even need to unpack what we're talking about. So let me ask you this, a quick yes or no. Do you? No, I'm not about to ask what you think I'm about to ask. A quick yes or no, do you think the outcry over the balloon issue is exaggerated?
What's the outcry over the, how would you characterize it?
You don't have, well, you don't, I have been approached by people now constantly about, oh my God, this, you know, what are the Chinese doing? But this is spy wars. This time, we had to reveal what's going on because open source and digital era, we didn't have that luxury. You know, we had more luxury during the Cold War to decide what we want to reveal about things like that were happening. Here, the intelligence community was kind of forced to to say more, the policymakers. And there is panic about what is happening. So do you think it's exaggerated? Do you see similarities to the psychological effect of the Sputnik and the missile gap era? How should we think about this? If you can, whatever you can say about the balloon, please.
I know, it's so crazy. It's really like an episode of Veep, on some level. Like, I'm just like trouble with this. I think, as has been true historically, as you sort of allude to, right? When a country is caught spying in a clear and obvious way, right? Like, another country responds to it, and I think that's appropriate. And it is, so I think that it's perfectly reasonable to have a clear and forceful reaction to a Chinese high-altitude balloon, flying over the United States and surveilling us. I think there is a question of, as technology improves, as we start to see more high-altitude vehicles in effect, that we're going to see more of this, and we're going to have to understand that and manage it. And I think the president went out yesterday, kind of gave people a sense of, look, we're going to put this into a frame. We're going to figure out what our principles are. We are going to work with our allies and partners to ensure that we're all on the same page. And I think that's a pretty classic and appropriate way to handle it.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about threat assessment more broadly, not just with regards to China and Russia, but also thinking North Korea, Iran, definitely. We all know the JCPOA is practically that. But if you think about our ability, or the intelligence community abilities, to track and monitor nuclear capabilities. Again, thinking about the Cold War, the 1138 NIEs that were all about tracking Soviet nuclear capabilities, it was, the pattern was overestimation followed by underestimation and overestimation and so on. So compared to the days of the Cold War, have intelligence capabilities and new technologies really improved our assessment and our ability to track those nuclear technologies? How confident should we be? Especially as we think about countries like, China, Russia for sure, but also Iran, North Korea. Can you say something about that without revealing too much?
Yeah, I try to see something that's useful or interesting. I think we've definitely gotten better at detecting, the status of programs as a general matter related to nuclear issues. But it is also true that, as we advance, so do others, right, in developing ways to avoid detection. One of the advantages of the JCPOA was that it gave us effectively, through the IAEA, in other words, like the capacity to monitor and access for doing that. Exactly. And that increases our capacity to be able to continue to detect. And so that is definitely one of the challenges. But I would also say that, one of the most difficult spaces in the sort of weapons of mass destruction area is really in the bio area. And I think, for us, like, as we continue to try to better understand what is possible there and to monitor that, it's really hard. This is just a brutally challenging area. And it's just with such little investment, in a sense, one can do quite a lot, and and it doesn't have a radioactive isotope attached to it, or other things that you're able to. So it's
Okay. Very optimistic. Yeah,
I know. I am like Debbie Downer for pretty much every. Yeah, it's not a good.
So let's shift gears entirely. Looking around, we see a whole new generation of digital natives, a diverse cohort of young people with the appetite for public service. To what degree and in what ways are the realities of the digital age influencing recruitment strategies? How best to attract younger generations of the types of skill sets and experiences you would look for in new hires? Can you say a bit about that?
Yeah, no, I definitely, and honestly, this is an area of passion for me. The thing that keeps me up at night is basically whether or not we're going to have the most talented, diverse population in our public institutions, and that we're actually able to be agile enough to address the challenges as they evolve over time, and they're coming at us that much faster, more complex, and everything else. And across the community, if you talk to every head of an intelligence agency or department, they will tell you that recruiting and retaining a diverse and talented workforce is the most important thing to them. And we are trying to get out in a variety of ways. I actually, before I came here, knowing that I would be in New York for a few hours, I went to Bronx High School of Science. Like I'm trying to get out to different parts of the country and, just do a short stop in high schools and in other places to try to help people who haven't thought about the intelligence community, to think about it, to come in, to say if you're, worried about it, if you think that all we do is spy on people you think of as heroes, like come in and, see what it's like and help to make sure that you're part of the decision-making apparatus so that you can actually make it into the intelligence community that you want it to be. And I think it is one of the things that's hardest for us in the intelligence community, of course, is that it's really hard for people to know what is the work like, who do we talk to, how do we put, like, what's that going to be? It seems like a black box. And so what we tend to get is folks who know people or are related to people or go to the same schools with. So it's so important for us to break out of that and to get out to others and to try to bring in the extraordinary talent that we have in the country today. So that is
so important.
Yeah.
And we here at Columbia at SIPA, at the Saltzman Institute of War and Peace Studies, this is a big mission of ours and we have a program, Emerging Voices in National Security, especially for women and underprivileged minorities to come and learn about the world of national security and create this pipeline because we know that this is important. Yeah. So last question, because I know we're time. Besides thinking about recruitment, what keeps you up at night?
Well, I said it. It truly is. It is about having just sort of the resilient, agile institutions with the best possible people. And that is something that we are going to have to work really hard. And it is not easy to do in government, and it's getting harder. I mean, things like, the politicization around budgets and other things like that just make it so hard to plan long term, to think through issues that help us build up the capacity that we know we need. And getting these partnerships with academia, with others, to make sure that we are not in the groupthink mode and that we are capable of growing and innovating the way we need to do. So I'm really grateful, not to Bob Jervis most of all, obviously, in honoring him, but to you, to everybody, to President Bollinger, because Columbia is the kind of environment that really helps to feed our work, and we learn from all of you. So we're very grateful for that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Haynes. This was wonderful. And thank you for your attention during today's program. Peter, you will
a couple of closing comments. First, if you could all stay seated so our guests can depart quietly to their next event.
And Peter is pretty much our hope for the future, being in the intelligence community.
And I'm not even old. Serious.
I know.
So a couple of closing thoughts. One, I know Bob would have been thrilled with this event because it achieved two of his very specific goals. One is to engage in a serious, sometimes very provocative and thoughtful, serious scholastic conversation about the issues of the day. You all know who've worked with him. That was Bob. But the other thing about Bob was his interpersonal skills. Bob also valued having a very civil, respectful conversation where you could listen to one another's views, and it was actually a lot of fun to express different views and get along. The word I like is collegial, and I feel that here all the time here at Columbia. So one of the joys of being here, I'm surrounded by a very collegial group of people. I want to thank all of our guest speakers for coming, in some cases from far away, our distinguished guests for making time in their schedules to be here today, our policymakers from Washington, and perhaps most important of all, from my vantage point, I really want to thank the amazing people who worked to make this happen. The staff of the SIPA staff, I have to single out Susan Lee. Sue, you're amazing. You are a world-class wedding planner. The amazing staffers who work at Salzman, who I get to see every day, they're wonderful, they're hard workers, and just so much fun, and they're happy, happy people. It's a delight to be here with them every day. So thank you all for being here. And thanks to all of you in the audience and people on live stream for making time to be here with us today and enjoy this as much as I have. Thank you so much.